To make animation a habit again, I challenged myself to animate for the next 30 days. And I started this challenge with a very simple plan. So let's go to day 1. My plan was that I would animate anytime I thought of animation. And if I didn't know what to animate, I would animate the first thing to come into my mind. And I won't lie, this plan didn't work. And before I show you the plan that will actually help you improve, and the plan that actually got me through this challenge, I still want to show you the struggle, because although the plan was bad, it helped me realize a lot. So you can skip this section if you want. But for now, day 2. Now, my thought process with my plan was that anytime I would think of animation, I would stand up and go to my desk right away. Because this is exactly what I struggle with every morning. It's like I'm there, and then the next second, I'm gone.
Pinkboard said at everyone and Phoenix Skate at his live over at twitch.tv.
To animate, it's like I somehow end up back in my bed. And it's a constant fight, a constant struggle, and honestly, it gets a little bit frustrating. And to make things worse, even when I'm on my desk, I struggle to even open the animation software. Nah, for real, it's like it disappears. At the end of the day, I know all of these are just excuses, and I just thought that maybe I could get motivation from the video to just open my animation software and just start animating. And it worked because I was able to concentrate and animate for a total of 4 hours. By day 3, I started to lose willpower and motivation. I would think of animation related stuff throughout multiple times a day, but I still wouldn't stop doing what I was doing. And to make matters worse, when I did go to my desk, I would get distracted by my phone way too easy, and I ended up looking away every few minutes. And when I finally started animating again, I got distracted by something else like playing Geometry Dash. I don't know why I thought the solution to my problem was to not do the problem. What I mean by this is that I wasn't focused at all on the small steps you gotta do when you're trying to fix something. My problem was I struggled to go to my desk. My solution was I think of animation, I go to my desk. You know what I mean? There's no... I should have thought more about things that would get me into my desk rather than just pure motivation or the animation itself, which it didn't make sense. So clearly my plan wasn't working, but despite being early on into the challenge, I decided to carry on with my plan because I thought I had it under control. Now, day 4 is when things really started to take a turn because I started to get burnt out and I only animated for 10 minutes, leaving me with this great animation. And genuinely, this was another big flaw of my plan because some days I would animate for hours and some others I would just animate for minutes. I want to clarify that the purpose of this video is to teach you how to animate consistently. That way you could animate every day. And if I didn't learn how to do it, then I wouldn't be able to teach you how to do it. I was just rushing the animation and at that point it didn't even have a purpose anymore. I was just animating to animate, and at that point, what am I even going to teach you? Just animate whatever doodle you want and call it a day? No, I wasn't learning anything. I figured my plan wasn't working, but I was still stubborn and just holding on to that hope that I could power through it. And that leaves me with day 6. So on day 6, I got out of work and I was really tired, but I finally got home and I was ready to animate. But before that, I took my shoes off, opened the door for my room, set my backpack down, and dropped to the floor. I was too tired, so I decided to take a little nap. And well, it turned to night. I ended up waking up at 11. I just stood up, grabbed my clothes, and went to the shower, and fell asleep. Now, my 2 options were to either lie and pretend that I did animate and just overload myself with more work the next day, or start over. And I am not a lying bitch. So I started over, but I knew that to do that, I needed to change my plan. And I made the mistake of not animating for the next couple of days because I was busy planning. And to be honest, I'm not gonna sugarcoat this anymore. I was lying to myself. I didn't have a purpose for the animations I was doing. I didn't have a purpose for this video anymore. I went to sleep night after night and once again failing to animate consistently every day. And that loop repeated because I tried making this video a couple of other times and it didn't go well. Hello, I am Tom, and I feel like a failure because I haven't been animating enough. And for the past couple of months, my animation skills haven't improved for the past couple of months. I want to change that. And to do that, I need to make animation a habit again. So let's get it. And this is when the real video starts. So if you actually watched this, thank you. If you didn't, it's all cool. I'll give you the good information now. To animate daily, you first need to be organized. For example, I ended up grabbing this notepad and writing down all the good stuff. I wrote down the things that usually kept me from animating. Like I mentioned previously, I would struggle to go to my desk. I would struggle to open the animation software. I would get distracted by my phone a lot or by video games. And getting home from work tired. I wasn't successful because I didn't plan for the little things, which can easily build up over time and get out of control. So, the big plan. The plan that will help you animate daily is to just make animation as accessible as you can. So animation becomes something easy to do every day. So if I remove the friction from me and animation, I would animate more. You're going to want to acknowledge the things that prevent you from animating and make a list to find small solutions for your problems. For the challenge, I decided that I would animate for at least 30 minutes each day, and I would animate stuff that would be either beneficial to learn or stuff I wanted to animate. And so I decided to start out with animating some VFX because it's the one thing I've been wanting to do for quite a long time but never got to it. So this was my animation for day one. To kind of show you and guide you through how you can solve your list, let me show you what I did. To keep myself focused, I ended up making my animation software a startup so it would open automatically anytime I turn on my computer. To do this, you just need to search up run, then look up shell:startup. And put a shortcut of your app in that folder. Now whenever you turn on your computer, your art software will be ready. You go to settings, app, then startup. You can also avoid other apps to open like Steam or Discord. This way you won't get distracted when you first turn on your computer. As for my phone, I ended up putting an alarm for the 30 minutes I was going to animate and throwing it into my bed. This way I would animate for at least 30 minutes before even going into my phone, and then I could take a break, and if I really wanted to continue animating, I was free to do so. Of course your list is going to be different than mine, but where I'm getting at is that you should try to solve your own list because some of your problems might have unique solutions. Which leads me to day 3, when I realized I had a trip coming up in which I wasn't going to be able to use my computer for the next couple of days, and I had to get creative. Originally I thought of animating on my phone or do a flipbook on flashcards, but then that's when I remember where my passion for animation was born. With my good old friend, the Orange Frog. So if you had a DS, you might have seen this app, Flipnote Studio or something like that. Basically, a fucking art software, animation software on the DS. And only problem is the eShop is closed down. But having my DS homebrew, aka hacked, I was able to go into the sources and get the Flipnote Studio working on my DS. Yes. Oh my god. I'm excited for this. Guys. So now, I didn't have any valid excuses to not animate for the days I couldn't use my computer. And this also came in handy during work days because I could animate during my breaks, so I could go home and sleep right away without failing the challenge. A good way to keep focused and improve your animation is by having interest in what you're animating. Most of the time I felt forced to learn a specific thing, and that took away from the enjoyment. So you need a balance, which is why on day 4 I animated this weird sword concept for a ninja. Day 5 though, I went back into VFX making this great animation. And honestly, that was a good conclusion for VFX. Day 6 came along and so close to completing the first week, I had my trip. And thank God I had the DS because I was able to animate throughout the whole road trip. And I gotta say, Hypno Studio is amazing. I might even make a video on it. Day 7 to 10, I basically animated on my DS, and I gotta show you some of those animations because they were really interesting. So let me show you some of the animations I made. I'm gonna go with the first one I did. I did this one in the car and it was really difficult to do the line art. I was trying to see how serious I could get with the program, and yeah, I mean, it wasn't too bad. I liked it. Then that whole seriousness thing quickly ended because I started making silly little animations like this. Stickman twerking. I mean, who doesn't want to see that? And of course I have other silly little animations here and there. Then I started to get into a little bit more of movement because next week I do want to try to do more motion sequences. And so yeah, I was trying to get a feel for that motion type thing. I also ended up practicing some of the VFX from last week. And of course, everything has to end up being a loop because it just makes short animations look better. And I also ended up doing like this weird concepts here and there. A lot of unfinished animations as well, but you know, it is what it is. I stopped keeping track while animating on the DS because this helped me realize a very important key to animating daily, which is to just have fun. I was able to animate just for fun because I didn't have the pressure of making something look good. And even when I felt tired after a long day of having fun during my trip, I was able to still pop my DS and make multiple quick animations for 30 minutes and call it a day. Now, I realize that a DS is a good way for me to keep animating, especially when I travel. But not everybody has a DS, let alone a hack one. So I challenged myself to animate with my phone, with just my finger. That way, you don't have an excuse either. I downloaded this app called Flip-A-Clip, which, to be honest, you might be able to find a better app since you do have to pay to use a lot of the features in this app, but it gets the job done. I was able to animate, and I understand that the process took longer than usual because I had to be precise with my line art, but although it took a long time, I was able to animate on the go, which was the important part. Plus, there's people out there like the creator of Crunch, the first Latin American anime, and he animated the whole series on his phone. Anyway, here's a clip I recorded with my DS animating on my phone. I don't know, I thought it'd be funny. We've learned that even when we're tired, there's still multiple ways we can use to still animate. Do it in your bed, while at work, or even on a trip. There is no excuses. I even decided to show you my commitment with having you animating daily, because I ended up taking this post-it to work so I could make a flipbook during my break. And this was honestly a really nice challenge for me because I had to think about where to place the head of the character each time, and also because I was really limited with my frames, aka each post-it. If you really have nothing to make a drawing come to life, then practice on a piece of paper, even if it gets to the point of drawing different frames on the same paper. Although you won't be able to see it move, in the near future when you are able to use an animation software, you'll be ready to make quality drawings. During this whole challenge, my back has been hurting due to my chair. It doesn't really help my back, and that is no good. I swapped my chair, but it was still uncomfortable to animate, which was a deal breaker. So I tried a different chair, but all I got was more pain and a couple cracks. And because I can't give myself the pleasure to buy a good ergonomic chair, because, well, money, please subscribe and like the video. Maybe that way I can buy a chair. So I decided to change where my setup was because all I could do was find a more comfortable spot to animate. And to do that, I flipped my room to put my setup on my coffee table so I could animate for longer. And genuinely, all of this just connects to when I was a little kid and I would just be on the floor drawing hours on end and just having fun. On week 3, I decided to focus more into the movement of the animation and timing the animation better. And to make sure that I was actually practicing and focusing on the movement and the timing, I took a couple days on each one of them. So for this animation, I wanted the motion of the character to happen in an angle. So I focused on that, and then I just had to fix the timing of the animation and finalize it. So for this one, I wanted to focus on just the timing from how long I was gonna show the character to the hand with the beetle, then having the explosion happen. Then I made a head turn because I wanted to test what the motion for that would feel like, and I also made this animation which I put in week 2. For week 4, I decided to challenge myself into making an animation short film. So what I mean by this is that I wanted to spend the whole week working on the same animation, so that way I can put into practice this habit of animating daily I've created into some sort of workflow for the future. On previous weeks, I was editing the video while also working on the animation, but for this last week, I wanted to make sure I put my full time into the animation rather than editing. So I put aside all the editing bululu to focus on the short film. So let's go with the idea. So my idea is simple. I want to represent emptiness in this animation. So there's gonna be my main character, he's gonna be in profile, and there's gonna be a lot of this noise around and this negative feeling, smiling, but at the end, all of the negativity kind of just goes silent into representing this emptiness, in which then the smiley face basically becomes the character, but this time it's a serious face. You'll see, it's a cool idea, you'll see. So I started working on the animatic by drawing my character in profile view, and I animated this loop of his arm swinging back and forth, kind of like an idle animation. Alright, I finished the animatic, and now I just need to think about what kind of style I want the animation to have, but I'll do that tomorrow. It is the next day, and I've been thinking about the style I want the animation to have, and I think I want the kid to have like this paper texture, because I want like all this noise to kind of be written on him, but then by the end it gets erased, making he's empty. Yeah, I'm gonna try to work on that. So I knew I was gonna be masking the paper texture into the character, so then I decided to make my own paper texture image. So another thing that I've been thinking about while working on this is sound design, because I was looking at the texture of the paper and I was thinking, maybe I can make that negative feeling have like this scribble noises instead of like just a random noise that I would have originally put in. So yeah. I was listening to some sound effects here and there, and finally settled on one. Then all I have left was to just finish the animatic with the sound effects so I could have a good idea of what the final result was gonna be. So to recap what I did today, basically worked on the paper texture and audio design. So see you tomorrow. So it is the 3rd day, and I need to finish most of the animation between today and tomorrow because then I work, meaning I'll only have about an hour and 30 minutes in total to make progress. I'll leave you with this time lapse. If you don't want to see it, just tap 3 times. Alright, there's only 3 days left and I really just want to get this over with, so I'll just show you the animations really quickly. Day 28, I decided to show how I felt, and I was really tired, so I made this melting animation. Then day 29 came along and I decided to redo one of the animations I did when I failed. Nothing fancy, just wanted to get the motion down because I also ended up doing this head turn. Then I got fancy on day 30 with this monster animation. I had a lot of fun working on this video and on the animations. It was definitely a lot, but I was able to learn discipline overall. And I really recommend you to do this challenge for whatever you're trying to make a habit out of. At least for me, it really was about enjoying animation again, connecting to when I was a little kid and I would just love animation, because once you stop enjoying it so much, then the whole friction thing starts and it gets harder to animate every day. I showed you how I went through my struggles to hopefully teach you or give you some sort of idea of how you can solve your own problem. Since I am coming back, I decided to make a longer video. I don't know when I'll upload next, hopefully next month. I am trying to make just better videos that are more enjoyable to watch. If you like the video, please subscribe and give it a like. It would help me a lot. If you stay this long, come here. Give me a technological hug.
A group of people stand in a cave settlement. A warrior tells a priestess and a little girl to get along, urging the child's father to do something about them. A young man sits in front of his computer telling them to do their best as usual. This is the story of how Anit became a god of fate, saved some villagers, and got saved in return. 1 month earlier, the unshaved young man ate at his parents' home while his mother asked him if he had found a job yet. She points out that his father cannot work forever, and though they're managing for the moment, she wonders what he plans to do if they die. Lowering his spoon, he angrily punches the table and tells her that he knows, rudely telling her to shut up. As she admonishes him for not doing anything, he inwardly wishes she would save the sermon after he is done eating, lamenting waking up so early. The man suddenly rises from the table, stating that he lost his appetite, and storms off, leaving his food uneaten. He is aware that he is doing something awful. After graduating from high school, he enrolled and graduated from a normal college that anyone could get into. And though those days weren't exactly bad, the problem was what came after. Even before graduating, he tried his best at job hunting, but despite his efforts, he got rejected for all of the companies he applied for, gradually losing his motivation as he kept on failing while his friends and classmates progressed in life. Time went by, and year after year passed since his graduation until a decade had transpired. His mother told him about how their acquaintances progressed in life while he remained a NEET already past 30. But he was already aware that many of his classmates had stable jobs and even started families, while he just remained stagnant. His thoughts are cut short midway up the stairs when the doorbell rings. Using the intercom, he sees a delivery man holding a package with a peculiar logo, and decides to answer the door himself. His mother worries that he bought something even though he doesn't have money, but he denies it, stating he might have won a prize or something. Seeking to distract himself from the guilt of not working, he has been entering every raffle he sees by email, sometimes winning products. Some of those products are adult stuff, so he has to get his hands on it first so his parents don't see it. Exiting the house, he signs for the package, noticing the startled look of the courier, guessing it must be from seeing a man at his home in the middle of a weekday. He also notices his neighbors, who have been gazing at him with increasing blatancy to the point that he has grown accustomed to it. As he picks the package, his mother jabs at him with a comment before leaving. Alone in his room, he opens the box and finds a blank video game CD titled The Village of Fate, believing it might be an alpha test. The adjoining note confirms that he has been chosen to participate in an alpha test of a game using the latest technology, boasting characters with near human-like behavior, the first game of its kind. He is the god of fate, a being who will give instructions to the villagers once a day to develop their village, and will learn the other mechanics as the game progresses. Yoshio finds this quite negligent, and deduces it must be a village-building game. The note asks him not to disclose the details regarding the game with anyone, nor to publish them on the internet, warning that if he were to break the promise, his rights to the game will be revoked and the game retrieved. The man is surprised that the company didn't make him sign a contract, wondering how they would even know if someone posted on the net. The note tells him to always play while connected to the internet, warning that he will not be able to play it again if his village gets destroyed within the game, and revealing that since the game uses an autosave feature, reloading a previous save is not possible. Yoshio finds the terms hard, believing that it asks the impossible. Doubtful about whether to install the game or not, he searches for it but finds nothing online. Fearing it might be riddled with viruses, he decides to try it on his old computer, believing it might be a poorly made game or just a prank. Since he spends all his time playing games and scrolling through the net anyway, he relents, planning to post about the experience if he gets fooled. The game starts with a simple title sequence, which he thinks is poorly made. As he clicks enter, however, Yoshio's eyes open wide, as he sees a cart speeding through the forest, never having seen such amazing graphics before. A grizzled and scarred warrior drives the cart, desperately trying to outrun two monsters approaching him while riding boars. The boy sees this medieval fantasy-type troop being chased, and the game shows that inside the cart a family huddles in fear, and a priestess clutches her Bible, praying to the god of fate for protection. A monster hacks at the side of the cart, causing them to scream as the battering continues. One of the monsters speeds ahead, and Yosho realizes they're trying to hit the horses. The warrior sees this, drawing his sword and parrying the creature's blow, but the other monster takes advantage of the distraction to strike at the steeds. Before he can land his blow, the priestess's Bible glows brightly, blinding the creatures and causing them all to pull back. The warrior then checks on the passengers, and all of them smile with relief as they realize they are now safe. Seeing this, Yosho deduces that the game has now begun, wondering what he shall do next. As Yosho clicks on the warrior, his character background shows up, revealing him to be a 26-year-old warrior monk named Gams, and the older brother to Kem. The latter is a 19-year-old priestess of the god of fate, and the man notes that she doesn't look at all like her brother. He wonders where the game was created, praising its insane graphics, but decides to save that for later and check the other characters' backgrounds. The 3 remaining characters are a family, comprised of the 33-year-old former general store owner Rodus, his 30-year-old and strong-willed wife Layla, and their unusually mature 7-year-old daughter Carol. And along with the brothers, they are the game's main characters. Though he enjoys watching the game, he is still unsure about how to play it, and as he remembers the instructions, a chime notifies him that the characters are speaking, with their dialogues recorded in text. Gams kneels and apologizes for failing to protect their village, barely managing to get them to safety. But Rodus tells him to stand up, noting that it's a miracle that they managed to survive the tide of monsters. Carol asks about the bright flash, referring to the warrior as her big brother, to which Kem replies tensely, reminding her that Gams is her big brother. Yosho notes that she has a brother complex, and identifies the siblings as the main characters. Gams admonishes his sister for her childish behavior, and Carol takes the opportunity to mock them. Seeing the well-developed backgrounds and personalities, Yosho believes it might be a good game. Layla breaks up the girls, asking about the bright light from earlier, and Kem explains that it flooded out of her Bible. Another chime then informs Yosho that he will become their god, and lead the village to prosperity. And though he cannot interfere with them directly, he can bestow a prophecy to the villagers through the Bible 1 page a day, encouraging him to try it out. The man is surprised that he will be able to write commands instead of choosing through an option list, but chooses to worry about that later, believing that they can only respond to simple commands. After some time, he triumphantly finishes writing the god-like command, declaring that if an AI can understand even a tenth of it, then he can certify that it is a godly game, pressing enter to test how this self-proclaimed, high-performing tech responds. The Bible begins to shine once again, and the startled Kem opens it before falling to her knees and thanking God for such a miracle. She announces to the others that she has received an oracle from the god of fate, showing the Bible to the startled men and causing Rodus to cry in fervor, while his wife and daughter apologize for not being able to read. Since Gams is also only partly literate, he asks his sister to read the oracle aloud, and seeing the others' expectant stares, she prepares to read aloud. Introducing himself as the god of fate, Yosho takes credit for pushing the monsters away with his miracle, promising henceforth to bestow upon them 1 miracle a day. He states that his wish is that they follow his oracles and live a sound life, commanding them to cut down the trees and secure a place to live in. Seeing his command being read aloud, Yosho pushes his chair in surprise. Seeing Layla rejoiced at having God watching over their well-being, and Rodus being thankful for his generosity giving them 1 command per day, the man realizes that the characters understood everything he wrote. Shocked, he declares the game's technology is way ahead of its time, calling it seriously outrageous. Yosho is stunned to see the characters respond to what he wrote. Though he thinks they might be executing a pre-configured action sequence, he still wonders what the game actually is. Having received the oracle, Kem tells the others to split up and cut down some trees. Rodus interjects, noting that even if they cut down some trees, they can't use them as timber immediately, but must process them and let them dry out. Both the priestess and Yosho are surprised at this, the latter finding out that the game's mechanics are a little more complex than AoE 2. As Rodus explains that raw wood must be allowed to dry before being turned into timber to prevent warping, both the priestess and the Neat admit that they were unaware of this. Rodus deduces that God, with his superior thinking, must have his own plans, and suggests they cut down and secure the trees first, much to the deity's gratitude. He pulls some tools from the wagon, and while he and Gams harvest the trees, the girls scour the area in search of food. Yosho realizes that he can scroll with his mouse to zoom out of the scene, and seeing the thin strip of visible land on the escape route, he confirms that the visible area widens when the characters explore new parts of the map. He then wonders how time progresses in the game, wondering if it might be real time as well, noting that it would be impossible to make a game like that. Another explanation pops up, informing him that as the god of fate, he can use fate points to bring about miracles. Fate points are points granted in proportion to how much the villagers feel indebted to him, and are displayed at the upper right-hand corner of the screen, currently standing at 97. The more the residents are in gratitude to him, the more his points will increase. and if he gains more residents, the amount gained will certainly increase as well, with his points increasing the more indebted the villagers feel for his prophecies. He then realizes that his points will fluctuate based on the contents of his prophecy, and the explanation ends stating that if the village flourishes and the residents increase, the effects of the miracles will improve as well. He then checks his Miracles tab, starting with the visit of useful people such as a peddler, a traveling doctor, or hunters, and the reunion with the escaped villagers, realizing that he can manipulate people's fates. He also sees several weather-related options, but notes that he only has a few points, wondering what he should use them on. Yoshio opts to listen to the villagers and base his choice on that, eavesdropping on Rodus and Gams as they chop down trees. The shopkeeper tries to bring up some conversation praising the god of fate, talking about the weather and about Kem, but only obtains monosyllabic answers in return. Realizing that no conversation will come out of this, he switches to the girls collecting food. Asked by Kem, Layla reveals that they brought enough foodstuffs for 2 weeks. The priestess hopes they secure a food source by then, and Yoshio considers choosing a peddler's visits, so they can buy food from him. He deduces that to secure food on their own, they would be getting it from the mountain. Curious about what is to be found there, he considers sending Gams to scout the next day, but is hesitant at separating the only fighter from the group. If he planned on conquering the game objectively, he should use the relatively useless Carol to scout the area, but seeing her pick mushrooms, he realizes that if he were to cause them all to be eliminated because of a careless action, it would weigh on his conscience. Browsing the Miracles tab some more, he sees that he can summon familiars, deducing that he could use one to widen the visible area of the map. He sees more than 50 kinds of familiars, including mystical creatures such as slimes and unicorns, but concludes that he should settle on a bird for reconnaissance purposes, noting their range. Nonetheless, all familiars cost a lot more points than he currently has, even typical creatures such as cats and dogs. All he can afford is a chick, and despite its possible contribution to the food supply if it manages to produce eggs, it is unsuitable for reconnaissance. As the disillusioned Yoshio states that there is no other way to earn points besides getting the villagers to feel indebted, a chime notifies him of another instruction. It reveals there's another method to increase his fate points as well, and that is the payment system. Welcome to the marvelous world of microtransactions, Yoshio. According to the instruction, he will have 10 points added to his account for every 1,000 yen he pays. Yoshio grasps his head in frustration at realizing the game implements the most annoying system for needs. And even though having a payment system is natural, he is surprised to see it included in an alpha test version. Though his current points are insufficient for a familiar, if Yoshio sinks in 20,000 yen, he could get his hands on a cat or a small dog. And even aside from the familiars, having points would allow him to give the villagers a relaxing life. Swiftly opening a drawer, he checks his savings and realizes he has over 10,000 yen left. He deduces he could sell the books and games in his house for a reasonable amount of money, and if he were to take the unopened prizes that he won in the raffles and put them up for auction, he could earn even more. Grasping his head, he ponders about what to do. Later that night, he checks on the villagers and sees them going off to sleep in the wagon, even though it's still only 9 o'clock. Carol wishes Gams a good night, being interrupted by Kem doing the same thing. The warrior remains outside of the tent, sitting by the fire, and though Rodus suggests that he get some sleep as well, he calmly replies that someone has to stay on lookout, since no one knows when a monster might come attacking in the night. The father reassures him, noting that they actually witnessed God's miracle firsthand, and deducing that since he is granting them prophecies, it means that the god of fate is watching over them. Though Rodus insists that the monsters will not approach them with God's power, Gams is reluctant to accept that to be true. Yoshio apologizes to the villagers for not having that sort of power. Sighing, he notes that at this rate, they will be under the impression that they're completely safe from harm since God can do anything, wondering if he should tell them that he is not omnipotent, and his powers have limitations. The hesitant deity fears that doing that will cause their gratitude towards him to weaken, causing him to stop gaining points from the villagers' gratitude. Leaving the matter for later, he decides to look into wood manufacturing, researching the subject on the internet. As he does this, he wonders how many years it's been since he seriously looked up something like that, having spent the years leisurely watching videos in his room or shitposting on Reddit. He then notes that if he had devoted that wasted time on other things, maybe he could have given the villagers a bit more decent advice, and that if he wasn't a NEET to begin with, he would have had the money to increase his fate points. He then states that if the villagers had a normal working person as the player instead of him, they could have had a much more relaxing lifestyle. Sighing, he wonders why he's regretting his past over a game, when gaming is meant for pleasure. He then sees his disheveled reflection in the window, grasping his side in pain and lifting his shirt to reveal a deep scar in his abdomen, noting that it hurts when it gets cold. He then recalls the bad memory of when he got it. A creepy stalker was harassing his little sister and he confronted the boy, warning him to stay away. Obtaining no response, Yoshio grabbed him from his collar, demanding that he promise him to stay away right there. The boy muttered something inaudible, and Yosho then looked down in surprise as his sister screamed in shock. The stalker stabbed Yosho in his abdomen with a switchblade, pulling the knife away as the young man slumped to the ground and smiling psychotically. Panicking, Yosho cried for help and ran away in desperation, blood trailing behind him as he left his sister behind. Remembering this, Yosho describes that as the moment when it all started, since no matter what he did henceforth it never went well. He tries to push these thoughts away, noting that he's already at this point. Sitting in front of his computer once more and surrounded by trash, he decides to immerse himself in gaming some more, staring at the monitor with a remorseful face, while concluding that, after all, there is nothing else he can do anymore. As the sun rises, Yosho is awoken by the light pouring through his window. Realizing it is already morning, he had stayed awake all night researching wood manufacturing, falling asleep without even realizing it. Seeing it is only 7:05, he notes that it's been a long time since he woke up at such an early hour. Returning to his computer, he checks on the villagers, and notes everyone is up already, seeing Rodis and Gams preparing some logs, while Kem is praying and Layla and her daughter were picking herbs. He realizes it's the type of game where the villagers live in real time, wondering what sort of prophecy he should give that day. His divine thoughts are cut short when his stomach begins to growl, feeling hungry and realizing he was so focused on the game the previous day that he forgot to eat dinner, and he finished all the snacks he had in his room. Heading down the stairs, he wondered if there was anything left in the fridge, but he freezes as he approaches the closed kitchen door and hears his sister asking his mother for the soy sauce. Nervous, he presses himself against the wall, realizing it must be breakfast time. His father tells the family that he will probably have overtime that day, and his sister tells him to not overdo it. Yosho has not spoken directly with his younger sister ever since the incident with the stalker, nor with his father after they got into a huge argument over trying to find work. He imagines entering the kitchen and asking to have some breakfast, writing the fantasy off as absurd since everyone is having breakfast so they can work hard for the day, believing someone without a job like him could not possibly face them. Saddened, he quietly makes his way back to his room and decides to do some muscle training. Ever since the incident, he built the habit of muscle training, exercising regularly in his room. Back then, he ran away in fear, and he wanted to negate the weakness inside of him by getting stronger. Hearing a chime, he turns his attention towards the Village of Fate. There, Rodis tells his daughter not to overwork herself, but she eagerly carries on, stating that she's helping out as well. He then tells her to call for him if she ever gets into trouble or needs some physical help, to which she happily agrees. Seeing this, Yosho notes that even though it is a game, the villagers seem to be living more remarkably than him. Depressed, he turns to the monitor and decides to warn them to not put too much hope into an incompetent god. The Bible shines as the new oracle is delivered, and Kem frantically informs everyone that they've received a prophecy from the god of fate. Standing before the gathered villagers, she reads the command. Yosho informs them that he has currently lost half of his power, being able to only bestow minor miracles and watch over them like he's been doing. He tells his devout believers that his earnest wish is that they join forces with those around them to survive, blessing them. Silence falls as everyone processes the last prophecy, and the unsettled Yosho covers his face with his hand, wondering if they could be disillusioned towards a god that makes excuses, believing he should have thought of a better excuse. He is pulled from his dark thoughts when Kem remarks how magnificent it is that God is watching over them. To his surprise, Rodis praises him for the blessing, and states that his loss of power may be due to him battling the devils. Concluding that they cannot keep depending on God, he is resolved that they must strengthen their position further. Yosho is shocked to see they interpreted his depressed ramblings in a way that benefited him, noticing his fate points have gone up to 110. He realizes that the contents of the prophecy dictate the amount of fate points he gets, but having only gained 13 points in a day, he doubts he will even be able to activate a beneficial miracle once a week, and won't be giving the villagers an easy life. Eavesdropping on the girls, he heard Kem commenting that it was unnatural to sleep in the wagon, and that they needed a wall or fence to repel monster attacks, and Layla regretting the lack of salt. Yosho could clear away some of the insecurity if he had more fate points, but is reluctant to waste them. His only other option is to get more points through the payment system, and he has already put all the unopened raffle prizes he won up for auction, hoping to get around 20 to 30,000 yen for them. Looking at his comics and old games, he deduces he could get some quick cash selling them at a secondhand bookstore. The problem with that, however, is selling them entails going outside. Not counting the late nights, Yosho has not ventured outside of his home for around 2 years. As he ponders on what to do, his attention turns to the game, noting that it would be regrettable if he could not play it anymore if they were to be utterly defeated. Seeing no other choice, the young man decides to venture outside. As he puts on some clothes looking at the mirror, he notes that even though he didn't get particularly fat, his clothes feel tight. When he was a kid, he envisioned that during his 30s he would be a more refined adult, and even believed he would turn into one naturally, a stark contrast with the haggard and disheveled man looking back in the mirror. Nervously, he starts to get cold feet, and thinks he'll hold off for that day and do it tomorrow if he feels like it. As he sits back in front of the monitor, he sees Carol happily treading down a road while carrying some sticks. The girl trips on a stone and falls face first onto the ground, the sticks flying in every direction. The startled Yosho helplessly looking on as Carol grabs her bruised knee. Undeterred, the girl wipes off her tears and picks the sticks back up, bravely resuming her march back to the cart. The surprised Yosho then looks for the other villagers, seeing Gams and Rhodus heaving the logs and the girls washing clothes despite the cold. Realizing the situation is different from the previous day, he resolves to do his best and heads for the door. His mother is surprised to see him in the corridor, realizing that he's heading out. Noting that it is rare, she asks what's going on, but her son merely replies that he will be back, before exiting. Grabbing his bike, Yosho walks past his stunned neighbors, noticing their stares and the way they talk behind his back. He is then overcome by self-loathing and guilt, believing others find it funny to see him like that and belittle him for not working despite being old enough, closing his eyes in shame as he is weighed down by his own guilt and shame. Suddenly, he thinks about the villagers, and that resolve causes him to push the self-loathing aside, and he speeds on towards the bookstore. Once there, he sells his games and books, and later walks among the bookshelves searching for books that might help him build the village. He then stumbles upon several issues of isekai manga, noting how in them it was common for people in the other worlds to express their gratitude for being granted modern knowledge. Noting that though the situation is different in the game, it could be of reference. Right now, however, he is so broke that he cannot even afford something new that's just a few hundred yen. As he rides back home with his bike, he passes by a cake shop, recalling how he often went in there in the past with his family. Once inside, he is greeted by the vendor, and looking at the bakery displays, he has a flashback of picking treats with his sister when they were little. Without raising his gaze, he asks the vendor for 4 puddings, even though he thinks it is probably a bit of a waste, and he exits the store. Back home, he sees his mother in the living room and hands her the bag with the pudding. She thanks him for the surprise gift, and Yosho awkwardly tells her that he bought enough for everyone, before going up the stairs. In his room, he wonders what he was getting embarrassed over, remarking that a useless human should not feel content after doing one little decent thing. Disheartened, he looks to the skies and asks aloud what the hell he is doing at that age. After selling all that stuff, Yosho managed to pay 20,000 yen to earn fate points, raising his total to 310. Seeing the villagers eat together around the campfire, he wonders what sort of miracle he should use. The previous day, he unexpectedly noticed that there was a system that allowed him to review past conversations from villagers. Though he finds that feature neat, he doesn't feel like using it since it feels like he's eavesdropping. Believing there is no other choice if he wishes to grant the villagers some wishes, he resigns himself, and decides to take a peek and test it out, hearing a conversation that the girls had while he was out that day. While doing the laundry, they comment on the good weather and the convenience of having a river close to camp. Layla would like to bathe, but fears getting assaulted by monsters while naked. She states that she doesn't mind being seen by other villagers, since her husband and daughter are used to it and Gams would not be interested in her. When Carol joins in on the latter statement, Kem vehemently shuts her down, noting that despite being calm and composed, her brother is still a man after all. Yosho concludes that he won't have to worry about Layla or Carol, but realizes that Kem's brother complex seems more serious than he expected. The rest of the conversation seems pretty normal, except for when Layla mentioned the swarm of monsters that attacked the village. Since that day, the villagers were wiped out, as Kem revealed it was a large village surrounded by a strong stone wall, and guarded by several other hunters aside from Gams, but they were overrun, and many were lost. Wishing to know what happened, the God of Fate reviewed the conversation logs of the 3 girls further, and managed to get some more intel. The village had a few hundred inhabitants, but the place was raided by a swarm of monsters. They stood up to them for some time, but they were eventually overrun and had to escape. Others managed to flee, with them on horse wagons, but by the time the villagers realized it, only they remained. Though they managed to escape the monsters and venture into the forest, the horse wagon got damaged in the process, meaning it will be difficult to travel long distances. Having a clearer picture of the setting therein, Yosho now understands why the details of the miracles included the escaped villagers reunite. Looking at the screen, he promises the villagers to have them all reunite eventually, but is pulled from the game when his mother tells him that food is ready. Heading downstairs, he is surprised to see his expressionless father sitting at the kitchen table at such an early hour. After he became a NEET, they still meet face to face a few times each month, but all he tends to say in those encounters are disinterested phrases such as, "How's it been?" "I see," and "Do whatever you like." This strained relationship had been going on since a big fight they had. And rather than saying he's polite, it would be more accurate to state that he's not interested in Yoshio. He asks if Sayuki is doing overtime, which his wife confirms. Unlike Yoshio, his younger sister is working admirably, having managed to get into the industry she wanted to be in and apparently being happy every day, mentioning that she's not bothered by doing overtime. Yoshio's mother starts to ramble on about her day, telling them that she got some handmade tsukemono from a neighbor called Okiku, offering them to try it, telling them of how she met the woman while taking a stroll in the park. Okiku is an elderly landlady living in the big old house nearby, and in the past, Yoshio would often play with his childhood friend there, and the woman would bring them candy. His family's own house is not as great as Okiku's, but it is a reasonably spacious detached house with a garden. The reason Yoshio is able to stay as a NEET without being kicked out of the house is because his father is a hard worker with a decent income. Thanking his mother for the meal, Yoshio hurriedly gets up and moves to leave, taking his plates to the sink. His mother tells him to take a pudding with him, asking if his father would like some too, and explaining that the kid bought them for them. His father then opens his eyes at this, and Yoshio looks at him nervously, until he accepts the pudding. Back in his room and with the pudding gone, Yoshio returns to the game. He notices everyone besides Gam retired to the horse wagon, and as the warrior sits alone by the campfire, he remarks that his efforts for the night watch that day are much appreciated too. Gams intently watches the flames as he stokes the fire with a stick, and Yoshio notes that he truly is a dependable man, his silent aura being probably akin to his father's. Gams is the sole fighter among the group of villagers, while Rodus and his family are no good in battle, and though Kem can use healing magic, she's not suitable for combat. Turning his back on the screen, Yoshio remarks aloud that both the villagers and himself are dependent on Gams, and he would like to have a few more hands on deck. He is aware that he can summon people to the village using fate points, but summoning an individual costs a considerable number of points. There is a less costly option, that is summoning a random person, but this has a strong gambling element to it. If he's unlucky, using this could cause a criminal to show up and cause destruction to be right around the corner. He is also aware that getting hooked on an element such as a pay-to-win is a bottomless swamp, and it would be wise to not touch it if possible. Furthermore, Yoshio really wants a familiar as well, and feels like he should save some points for when he really needs them. Scratching his head, he's exasperated at how worried he gets for a mere game. He resolves to ponder over this the next day, feeling tired after going out for the first time in such a long time. Apologizing to Gams, he turns to sleep and bids the villagers good night. Yoshio is then startled by an alarm coming from the game, turning in shock to see an attack warning displayed on the monitor. An alert and steady Gams yells at everyone to wake up before the attack begins. The other villagers part the cloth flaps and stare at him from the horse wagon. They find him facing the woods with his back turned towards them and readying his weapons, having readied his dagger and slowly unsheathing his longsword from the scabbard slung across his back. Without turning, he declares he senses monsters. The warrior tells Kem to protect everyone, and not leave the wagon under any circumstance. Rodus is terrified at the news, telling Layla and Carol to stay inside the wagon since it's dangerous. And the little girl asks Gams about his well-being as the warrior prepares to fight alone. Kem declares that she will fight as well, but her brother refuses, pointing out that she can only use healing magic, and he is counting on her to take care of everyone, upon which the girl stifles back some tears and reluctantly accepts the command. The frantic Yoshio yells at the monitor, grasping it with his fingers and noticing that the area is too dark to see the monsters. Suddenly, two dark creatures emerge from the brush in front of the fire, growling menacingly at Gams. The god of fate sees the beasts appear, and the game identifies them as black dogs. These are stray dogs turned into ferocious and carnivorous monsters possessing heightened physical abilities compared to ordinary dogs, with there being rare cases where their fangs are poisoned too. Yoshio is worried by this description, noting that despite his strength, Gams is nonetheless fighting 2-on-1. Crossing his blades, Gams stares unflinchingly at the encroaching monsters as they snarl in advance. Yoshio begins to pray that Gams wins, before remembering that he's a god and grabbing his mouse, searching for a miracle to use in this situation. As Gams looks at the beasts dead on, the black dogs attack in unison and attempt to flank him from both sides while circling around him. Slashing with both his swords at just the right time, the seasoned warrior manages to strike both creatures at once. Falling some distance away from Gams, the dogs give out their final cries before succumbing to their wounds. Triumphant and with a grave expression on his face, the warrior approaches the nearest creature and kicks it in the paw, to make sure it truly is no longer alive. confirming its demise by thrusting his longsword onto the fallen canine. Having seen the fight unfold, Yoshio loudly cheers for the warrior, calling him badass, as he eagerly looks at the screen. Kem then approaches her big brother, asking if he's okay. The smile from her face turns to concern as Gams apologizes to her, and he struggles to say that he will be counting on her from then on before collapsing to the ground. The priestess's eyes become wide at the sight of this. She screams for her big brother as the man lies motionless and sweating profusely on the ground. Yoshio outright grabs the computer screen with both hands, his face contorted with shock and concern at the fate of Gams. He exclaims that it was a flawless victory, as Kem kneels and places her unconscious brother's head in her lap, holding him in her arms as Rodis rushes to help. As the warrior's face contorts with an expression of pain and is streaked by profuse sweating, the god of fate watches powerless as the most vital villager lies wounded on the ground, yelling at him to get a hold of himself. Kem desperately holds her brother's limp body in her arms, feeling it slowly get colder and desperately screaming at him. Shocked, Yoshio grabs the monitor and loudly yells at it, trying to figure out what's wrong with Gams. Rodis approaches the distressed priestess, telling her to calm down. Grabbing her brother's arm, he manages to feel a pulse, yet feels that his body temperature is rapidly decreasing and his face is getting pale. Further examining his arm, he notices a deep wound in his forearm. Alarmed by its color, he turns to gaze at the black dog impaled by Gams' sword, realizing that the warrior was bit. Deducing the monster's fangs were poisonous, he asks Kem if she can use any antidote magic. Hearing this, Yoshio holds on to hope, recalling the priestess can use healing magic and thus Gams would be alright, starting to believe that he was startled for naught. The priestess, however, shatters that hope when she regretfully reveals that she has not learned any antidote magic yet. She then frantically asks Rodis if they have any antidotes in their luggage, but the former storekeeper lowers his gaze and apologizes for not having any such potions. Huddling by her mother's skirt, Carol looks on in fear, realizing what this means. Kem shakes in anguish and panic while hugging her big brother and begging him not to leave her. Raising her head towards the skies, she pleads with God to somehow save her older brother, offering to do anything in return and begging with all her might, as tears stream from her eyes. Seeing the pleas of his devout followers, the terrified god of fate wonders what to do, fully aware that if Gam perishes it would be all over, and wondering if there was anything he could do. Seeing how worried the villagers are, he asks God to do something. Suddenly he regains his resolve, remembering that there he is God. He brushes aside the panic and steps up to the challenge, declaring aloud that only a miracle can put an end to the situation. Remembering what he has learned about the game so far, he recalls that there was a means to overturn the situation. Opening the Miracles tab, he browses through the Visits section, discarding options such as a peddler or hunters that would be useless for this particular predicament. Finally, he finds a miracle titled A Traveling Doctor shows up, noting how steep the 300-point cost is, but certain that the physician will have an antidote. He frantically moves his mouse, activating the miracle and loudly declaring that even if he activates it, there is no guarantee the doctor will show up immediately, but he can only take a gamble on it now. Startled by the noise so late in the evening, his mother calls to him from the stairs, but Yoshio barely pays her any mind. Fully invested in the situation, he wonders if the immediate appearance of a doctor would be suspicious, since their timing is too convenient. Looking at his wall clock, he realizes it is already past midnight, so he types something down and waits to see what will happen. At the camp, Kem continues to hold her brother tight and desperately tries to get a response out of him, when she suddenly hears a voice behind her. A hooded figure emerges from the forest on the opposite side of the fire, a leather satchel strapped to his hip, and a determined look on his face. Seeing the stranger, Kem demands to know who he is, without letting go of her brother. And Rodis nervously holds Gams' secondary blade, pointing it at the man, while his family looks on in fear behind him. The man tells them to not be alarmed, introducing himself as a traveling doctor. And while Rodis stands firm, the girls look at each other with confusion and suspicion. Yoshio considers it only natural that they would suspect this timely stranger, and smiling warily presses enter. The Bible next to Kem swings open and glows once again, its pages turning by themselves until they reach the God of Fate's newest prophecy. Reading the glowing letters, the shocked priestess cannot hold back her tears and raises her head to the skies to declare her heartfelt gratitude to the deity, before clutching her brother once more. Rodis witnesses this, and the doctor declares that it was the right place after all, and asks to be allowed to take a look at Gams. The startled shopkeeper relents, and the physician moves forward and stands above Gams and his sister. Still holding to the warrior, Kem lowers her gaze and asks the doctor to help him, while Carol prays for his safety. Examining the oozing wound left by the black dog, the doctor soon realizes the cause of the ailment. He opens his satchel, pulling out a vial and pouring part of its contents into Gams' mouth and the remainder over the open wound. The warrior's face contorts with pain as he reacts to the treatment, but it soon relaxes as the antidote takes effect and color returns to his cheeks. The villagers rejoice this development, and Yosho sighs in relief and leans back in his chair, expressing his gladness that the miracle worked, and the doctor made it in time, noting that he will have to thank the long-haired physician, while also being unsure of his gender. While Kem continues to hold her brother in relief, Rhodus picks up the Bible and reads its contents aloud. The god of fate wrote to them that by his power he guided the doctor to their location, telling them that Gams does not belong with him just yet, and he will grant his benevolence to the brave warrior. He further states that hardships will continue from then on, but reminds them that he is watching over them. Yosho tried to write it sounding like a god, but is unsure if it will work, and the young man lets out a sigh of relief as Rhodus interprets it the way he intended it to. Addressing the screen, he declares that they have all done well, and he can only observe from then on. The next morning, Layla and Carol head out to collect berries in the forest. The little girl asks if Gams will be better after eating them, and her mother happily declares that he will. Meanwhile, a nervous Rhodus stands guard in the forest after having taken over Gams' guard duties, turning everywhere with his blade drawn while declaring that he must now protect everyone. He's startled by some movement in the nearby bushes and falls backwards to the ground, only to see a white rabbit emerge and hop away. Back at camp, Kem kneels next to her brother as he rests, while the doctor uses a mortar to mix some herbs. After some hesitation, the priestess asks him why he has come their way, and the physician tells her that his family has been doctors for generations, and the place they're currently in is called the Forbidden Forest, which, despite crawling with monsters, is also abundant with herbs. The previous night, as he finished gathering herbs, he was preparing to make camp when he saw a pillar of light in the forest. Seeing this strange phenomenon, he was at a loss about whether he should check it out or not, but as his chest kept feeling unsettled, he decided to go towards the light. Kem devoutly declares that it must have been God's guidance, and the physician concedes that, although they put Mother Nature above all and thus do not believe in any particular god, last night's incident may indeed have been a divine act. Yosho crosses his arms after realizing the doctor is agnostic, deducing that they recognize the existence of gods, but whether they believe in them is a different story. Before yawning from exhaustion, Kem asks the doctor if he will be heading back soon, but he states that even though they have overcome the hard part, he still cannot abandon his patient, telling her that he can spare a bit of time, and asking if they would allow him to stay with them. Kem's face brightens up at this, inviting the doctor to stay as long as he likes. She then points out that they don't have any dwelling at the moment, asking if he's okay with that. Yosho looks on in satisfaction, having been saved now that the doctor is staying in the village, and he takes stock of the living space issue. The wagon is full already, so if one added the doctor, someone would have to sleep outdoors. Moreover, despite having managed to prevail this time, it was no more than a temporary respite. Yosho is aware that if black dogs were to attack again, annihilation would be inevitable. Even though Gams was saved, chances are he won't be able to move normally for a few days, and Rhodus is not a suitable replacement. The young man concludes that what they need is a safe place to live and wonders how he should use his fate points to achieve this. The doctor then solves this issue, revealing the location of a nearby mine ruin cave, in which they can protect themselves from the wind and the rain, and even find leftover tools that the miners used. Yosho is marveled by this new development, surprised that the doctor would be aware of the existence of such a place nearby, and thankful that the villagers now have a place to rest. Overjoyed, Rhodus asks the doctor to show them the way there, and they soon get underway. It seems that the destination is about 5 minutes away from the current campsite, meaning the group will be able to head back later to fetch the wood as well. The horse wagon makes its way past narrow roads hugging the cliffside until it finally reaches a boarded-up tunnel accessible by 2 doors. The doctor explains that the larger door is used for transporting goods, while the smaller one is the primary entrance to the tunnels. It seems that people used to mine there, but they found a nearby place with more precious ore that they could mine, so the miners repurposed the disused place for residence and storage. The doctor and Rhodus open the large doors, and the villagers drive the wagon into the cave. The doctor then taps a lantern hanging from the wall, causing the ore inside to glow brightly, soon followed by all the other lamps in the cave. The light reveals a spacious area furnished with a table and several chairs, as well as crates and several doors embedded in the cave walls. The villagers are amazed by the size of the place, and Yosho isn't far behind. He notices that the place looks dirty all around, but compared to living in the wagon, it is a world of difference to the villagers. Rhodus is excited to see that the doors lead to rooms, and the doctor explains that the miners dug them up themselves to have separate quarters. This explanation falls on deaf ears, however, as everyone seems too absorbed by their new residence to be listening to him. In the wagon, Kem tenderly holds her brother's hand and tells him that they've safely arrived at a new land, hoping that he gets better soon. Meanwhile, Layla notices a spring of fresh water flowing from a wall in the cave, as well as a stone furnace and all of the basic cooking equipment. She proudly announces that they can start with the housework, much to her daughter's delight. Before that, however, she rolls up her sleeves and resolves to do a big cleanup. Yosho then declares himself to be eternally indebted to the doctor for leading the villagers to a place they can safely stay. As time progresses, the doctor tends to Gams in one of the rooms as he recovers. In the main chamber, Layla tells everyone to remain quiet so as to not disturb the warrior, telling everyone to clean the place up so well that he will be shocked when he wakes up. The villagers eagerly set to the task, rearranging the items in the cave and scrubbing the floor, taking useless items outside while leaving any possible repairable objects in a corner. Carol scrubs the floor of one of the rooms, and turning to look at the bed, happily declares that since there are 4 rooms, she will share a room with Gams, fantasizing about sleeping in the same bed as him. Kem overhears this, scarily staring at the oblivious girl from the door. She states to herself that it is obvious that her big brother would share a room with her, and that though she is still a child and thus she doesn't give it much thought, Gams is spoiling Carol too much. She notes that he should refuse her even if she is a child if he does not like that. While unbeknownst to her, Layla overhears her and turns away. Yosho is concerned about Kem and Carol's relationship, but notes that they're generally getting along as villagers. He believes that as long as they can turn the cave into a livable habitat, there won't be any worries for a dwelling for the time being, so he can finally start to genuinely make a village. Sighing with satisfaction, he rises from his chair and stretches. Realizing it's noon already, he notes that his eyes are tired and he's feeling hungry, thinking of getting something to eat. As he exits his room, the door opposite to his also opens, and he ends up face to face with his little sister, who notes his disheveled state. Yosho freezes on the spot as he utters Sayuki's name. Sayuki brushes her hair aside as she looks at her brother. Yosho asks if she was on a holiday, but gets no response from the girl. She then asks him to move aside so she can head down to eat, but he nervously tells her that he has to head to the first floor as well. Hearing this, Sayuki authoritatively tells him to not use the bathroom on the first floor, placing her hands on her hips and looking down on him. Yosho turns to face her and starts to reply, but his mind is immediately flooded with images of the incident with the stalker. Lowering his gaze in shame, he yields and turns around once more, telling her that he will not use the first floor bathroom, while continuing to descend the stairs. Upset by this, she tells him to at least talk back a little, calling him pathetic and asking if he thinks she's stupid. Back in his room, Yosho notes that his sister was a lot more grumpy than usual. Ever since the stalker incident, whenever he meets his sister, it always turns into a serious mood, but it was not always so. They used to be so friendly that they used to chill together, but now the situation is completely different. Saddened, he wonders if they would still be close siblings if the incident didn't happen. He feels a sharp pain in his scar remembering the encounter, and pushes himself to move on, noting that even if he regrets it, nothing will come of it. He then decides to check on the villagers, zooming in on the common room of the cave. Almost done with the cleaning, Layla comments on the state of the place. Rodis asks where Kem might be, to which his wife replies that she was checking in on Gams. Hearing this, Carol decides to go there as well, but her father tells her to leave them alone for the time being. He then offers her to go on an expedition to the rest of the cave, and she joyfully accepts, promising to give Gams a tour once he's better. Meanwhile, the doctor is busy writing down some things while Gams recovers in the bed next to him. Kem then enters the room, asking him to allow her to nurse her brother while he rests. He agrees, noting that the symptoms from the poison have settled down, and telling her to summon him if anything unusual happens. Alone, Kem grabs her brother's hand and tells her that she is there for him. Yosho notes that Gams' condition is stable, believing it would be fine to leave him for a bit. Suddenly, his attention focuses on a pop-up window reading "Dream" coming out of the warrior, wondering what it might be. Curious, he clicks on it, and is startled to see the screen change completely. As the image settles, he sees an unknown place just as a younger Gams walks through the doors. A clerk then hands him a purse with his reward for subjugating some monsters, congratulating him for completing his first mission. And Yosho then realizes he is witnessing Gams' dream. Gams thanks the clerk, and though other adventurers invite him out for drinks, he politely refuses, stating his little sister is waiting for him at home. Yosho guesses that he means Kem, noting that Gams had an innocent period in his past as the warrior returns home. Entering the house, he sees his father drinking on a table surrounded by several empty bottles. Disappointed, Gams notes that he's drinking again, causing the man to violently throw a bottle in his direction, and yell at him for his attitude toward him. Unflinching, the warrior throws a purse on the table as payment to him for watching over Kem while he was out working. The man opens the purse, already planning on buying more alcohol, but when Gams asks about his sister's whereabouts, he falls silent. Descending a flight of stairs, Gams is horrified to see his sister wearing nothing but rags while lying on a dirty cloth on the floor and close to starvation. He lifts her up, desperately telling her to hang on, and asking her how many days she is starved for, while the shocked Yosho comments that this is child abuse. Shaking with rage, he apologizes for not making the decision to leave that place with her sooner, before he rose and moved to exit the house. His father tries to stop him, stating that he was just careless since he was drunk, stating he will be sure to abide by their promise from then on. Unwavering, the enraged Gams tells him to move unless he has a death wish, sending him a death stare that causes the man to immediately obey his command. As he walks down the street in the snowy night carrying his sister on his back, the girl asks Gams where they're going, to which he replies, anywhere but there. Kem fears that if they don't return soon, their father will be very angry, but he coldly states that they will not see him ever again, and so there's no reason to be worried or scared. She then tells him that their parents probably hate her for being a bad girl since she was always scolded, but her brother angrily denies this, stating that they're the bad ones. Her parents said that they were going to sell Kem as a slave for being bad, even going as far as to call her useless and telling her to at least be of some use in the end. As Yosho realizes the horrific environment they grew up in, Gam stops and lowers his sister, turning to her and telling her to not think of them as her parents anymore, and also saying that she should forget them. He tells her to live with him from then on if she wants to, and she happily states that she's content as long as her big brother stays by her side. Hugging her, Gams promises to have a ton of fun from then on and become happy, to which she agrees. As the screen comes back to normal, Yosho notes that he now knows how Kem got her brother complex, understanding her becoming dependent on such a cool older brother. As Kem holds Gams' hand, the warrior wakes up and tells her that he must have worried her. Tearing up, she hugs her brother in relief. The others soon realize that Gams has awoken, and Rhodus congratulates the doctor while Layla and Carol celebrate. Relieved, Yosho lies back and allows himself a breather, noting that all the villagers are happy too since there isn't a man out there as dependable as Gams. He's a character that would naturally be popular, and unlike himself, he is handsome and strong. Laughing dryly, the young man goes on to state that unlike a certain someone, Gams will always risk his life to protect his sister, certain that the bond between them will never waver from then on. He continues to laugh nervously until he notices tears flowing from his eyes. He rubs them away while wondering why he's remained unchanged until then, especially if he truly regrets what happened so much as to cry. Slumping over his desk in frustration, he declares that he wants to change, as tears continue to flow from his eyes. Yosho's father and sister leave the house early for work, with Sayuki praising his necktie, which he gave him a while back. Yosho looks on with sorrow from his bedroom window as they leave until he hears a chime coming from his computer. Turning his attention to the screen, he sees Layla cooking in the cave, telling Carol to set the dishes while she finishes preparing the food before Gams and the doctor return from patrol. 3 days have passed since the villagers moved into the cave. The cave has been set up with the equipment and furnishings necessary for living, as everyone does their part, and the villagers' lifestyle has dramatically improved as a result. As Rhodus finishes repairing some furniture and Kem builds a structure, Yosho notes the stark contrast between their makeshift forced encampment and the fully furnished and secure cave where they now reside, noting that it was worthwhile to pay for a miracle to happen. Checking what the patrol is doing in the forest, he admits that the greatest blessing from the miracle was the doctor. Out in a clearing, Gam stands with weapons drawn facing a ferocious boar, staring directly at the beast as it charges at him. Steadfast, he blocks the charging monster with his crossed blades and manages to retain his pose, as he is dragged backward by the creature. While Gams holds the creature at bay, the doctor draws his longbow and steadily aims for the boar's head. As he lets go of the arrow, the projectile flies true and embeds itself right in the boar's eye. Emerging from the thicket, the physician tells Gams not to force himself while he is still recovering from his wounds, and the warrior thanks him and addresses him as Mulus. He was summoned by Yosho using the "a traveling doctor shows up" miracle. And not only is he proficient at concocting medicines and healing, but he's also a master of the bow, perfectly complementing Gams' melee skills. Moreover, the doctor seems to be able to use magic that manipulates plants, and he used such powers on the timber so the log drying period that would normally require months was done instantly. It was also Mulus who led them to the cave, and seems just too capable, with Yosho sighing and hoping he could join the village. Mulus is currently being treated as a guest and nothing is known about him, with the conditions for getting him to join the village being secret as well. He is frustrated at him for not joining the party even after spending 30,000 yen worth of fate points to summon him, noting that the game isn't that straightforward after all. The doctor and the warrior tie up the boar and drag it to the cave, being greeted by Kem and Carol at the main chamber. Rhodus marvels at the prey they just hunted, and Carol celebrates as her mother notes that they will be having meat for dinner that night. She laments, however, that they don't have much salt or seasoning left, pointing out that they are crucial for cooking and preserving meat. Yosho acknowledges that this is a genuine concern, also noting that regardless of how abundant the natural crops, fish, and game around the cave are, if the villagers plan to secure a stable food source, they have no choice but to start up a brand new farm. Realizing that his villagers will soon need to acquire seasoning and salt as well as seeds for planting crops, he wonders if he should use the "a peddler visits" miracle to summon a vendor to the village. Nonetheless, he enthusiastically declares that there is another miracle that he wants to activate no matter what, that being summoning a golem as a familiar. A golem is a humanoid puppet capable of understanding and acting upon simple commands from its master. The creature does not need rest and can work all day, and what is more, the player can control it using a gaming controller. One can rely on these massive humanoid monsters made of rock for firepower, and their ability to work tirelessly all day could instantly deal with the lack of manpower in the village. The most attractive aspect to Yosho is the ability to control the golem with a gaming controller, which would allow him to switch from being a mere spectator to actually getting involved with the village. The problem, however, is that summoning the golem requires a staggering 700 fate points, which would equate to 70,000 yen in real cash. He already spent 300 points summoning Mulus, almost reaching 0 for a while. But saving Gams and his daily prophecies have increased the villagers' feelings of gratitude to God, and now he has recovered up to 160 points. He earns 10 points daily from the villagers' feelings of gratitude, and thus he hopes to save enough of them for the golem if he doesn't use any of them for close to 2 months. He scratches his head, noting what a long story that will be. Also noting that he can no longer purchase fate points since his savings are already gone. In previous years, he was economical and avoided using up all the savings he had made since he was a child, as well as the allowances his father gave him when he was in a good mood. But he has since poured all of that money into the Village of Fate. Lifting his head, he sees the villagers merrily having dinner around the table. Sighing, he gets up and heads downstairs to make himself some coffee. Sometime later, as he sips the hot beverage, he notes that Kem and Gams were working on something together a few days prior, wondering what they might be making. Kem merrily announces that it is almost finished, asking her brother if it's not disrespectful to make it like they did. Before them stands a shrine to the god of fate, with its crude effigy carved from a tree trunk. Gams pats Kem on the head, telling her that what matters is her feelings, certain that their thoughts are getting to their deity. Mulus approaches, asking if it's an altar and statue of their god, and the priestess confirms it, while apologizing for the crude craftsmanship, having erected the place to worship him and make offerings. Realizing that it was an altar, Yosho notes that he is pleased by the villagers' feelings, noting that since the statue was crudely carved, it is hard to make out whether it's male or female. Having been under the impression that he was a male god, he wonders what the god of fate's gender actually is. Kem places 3 fruits atop the altar as an offering, and as the villagers begin to pray, they start to glow and vanish. Yosho is surprised by this, but realizes that since God naturally exists in that world, vanishing offerings are not a particularly surprising phenomenon. He then sees his points increase by 1, believing it must be due to the offering. A window then pops up explaining that fate points increase not only from the feelings of gratitude, but also from offerings, with more valuable items garnering more points, and encouraging him to help the villagers like a TV host. Processing this news, he wonders if he should discuss it with the villagers and have them offer him anything they don't need. Though he would probably make more points with valuable items, he doesn't want to be a burden to the villagers, and decides to avoid sounding forceful. Kem's Bible glows as the new prophecy arrives. Yosho expresses his gratitude towards the villagers' feelings as they gather to listen, with Mulus looking with crossed arms from a wall. The god of fate tells them there's no need to burden themselves, and that they are free to offer him goods that are surplus or unnecessary to them, with him being able to convert goods and thoughts into miracles. The young man wonders if that came through as begging, but the villagers innocently declare him to be a modest and caring being. Yosho then notes how pure they are, and that if they were in modern-day Japan, they would probably get tricked by scams or dubious religions, admitting that they are indeed getting tricked by one at present. The next day, Rotus asks Gams to help him, and Yosho watches as the 2 men haul a log into the cave and place it atop the altar, praying and causing it to vanish. Surprised they can offer something that big, he wonders if they plan to make offerings every day, and if making tributes to God is such a happy event for them. Realizing it's already the afternoon, the young man stretches out, until he hears his mother tell him that he's got a parcel. Noting her impatience to himself, he heads down the stairs and receives the parcel, surprised to find it addressed to him from the Village of Fate. Unwilling to accept that he has received a present from the virtual world, he lies, stating he must have won some contest, while inwardly affirming that it must have come from the game company, and that they must have simply sent something extra such as reference material or a manual. As he sighs at getting flustered over nothing, his mother is already opening the package. Yosho's eyes open wide in shock, as he sees the parcel contains the 3 otherworldly fruits from the previous days. His mother is unable to identify them and innocently asks if he won some exotic fruit from somewhere, deciding to take some for dessert. Staring at a piece of fruit, he notes that it is similar to an apple but with a citrusy scent, recalling the villagers found them delicious. Taking a bite, he relishes at its heavenly flavor, and concludes it must be a thoughtful arrangement by the creators. believing it must be a novel fruit in Japan brought from overseas, having no complaints about receiving delicious fruit. The next day, he thanks the villagers for their tribute and tells them to not force themselves and waste their food, telling them that he will accept items aside from food if they have none to spare, and also telling them to put themselves first, since there is no need to make daily offerings. He then notes that once he has saved up enough points to obtain a golem, he will definitely be of assistance to everyone as he sees Kem cleaning the statue. Yosho is pulled from the game by his mother screaming at him to come quickly, noting that she feels pissed off. As he arrives downstairs, she asks what he plans to use that for, and is shocked to find the log from the previous day has been sent to him by the Village of Fate. Startled, he declares that the joke is going too far. As Yosho hauls the heavy log to their backyard, he recalls the conversation he had with his mother, who told him to do something with that absurdly trained body and move the log. Exhausted, he realizes that Rodus and Gams were involved in hard labor when he told them to start by lumbering trees, before trying to shake the thought and reassure him that it was something happening in a game. Unable to take the delivery seriously, he plans to file a complaint with the game company, searching the stamp for a contact number, and being surprised to find nothing there. He sees it has been shipped from Hokkaido, but even looking up the company's address, he finds no information. Searching for their building with a satellite map, he finds only a small building, finding it unlikely that such a small company would produce such a high-quality game, and wondering if they developed it elsewhere. He moans at how secretive the company is, being unwilling and unable to go to Hokkaido to confirm his hunch. And he wonders what to do with the log. The next day, a new package arrives. This time, it's a cooler, and as he opens it, he finds it full of fresh meat, guessing it must be from a ferocious boar. Recalling that Gams and Mulus took one down the previous day, and Kem offered him some at the altar, much to his shock. His mother approaches him in the kitchen, and as he tries to explain what that is, his mother worriedly asks if he's been spending money on something dubious. Thinking quickly, he tells her about a place online taking ideas on how to revitalize a village, stating that his was approved, and therefore he has been talking with the villagers and they send him local specialties as gifts every so often. His mother is pleased to hear this, wholeheartedly believing it, while Yosho inwardly points out it's technically the truth. He then hands her the meat, stating it to be wild boar and telling her to use it in her cooking. As she wonders how she should prepare it, Yosho worriedly wonders if it is safe to eat, telling himself that it cannot truly be monster meat. Ever since then, he's been getting gifts from the Village of Fate almost daily, including various kinds of fruits and monster meats, as well as a crystal that illuminates when he stimulates it that is used for lighting in that world, which he believes must have a light bulb inside. He also receives logs from time to time, having gotten 3 thus far, and wondering if he could get them bought off of him somewhere as he hauls it to the garden. Seeing these tributes, he develops the hypothesis that by developing a village inside the game, high-valued items are sent to the player as tribute, meaning that the game was made by some of the wealthy, and he was selected as a test player by mistake. One night, he sits at the table with his parents as they enjoy some of the monster meat he received from the village, his father staring in silence as he eats uncomfortably. His mother wonders if they could get some more fruit, revealing that she feels like she's gotten healthier after eating them, and Yosho tells her that he will ask the villagers. She tells him that Sayuki also devoured the meat, and his father tells him that it's delectable, praising its natural flavor, consistency, and taste. Yosho notes it's been a long time since he saw his father say such long sentences, noting how pleased he must be. In the garden, Yosho then tries his luck at woodworking with the lumber he's received, hoping to teach the villagers something. As he uses the saw, he notes that it's a lot tougher than he thought, wondering if he's doing it wrong as his father approaches asking what he's doing. The young man tells him it would be a waste to not use the wood, asking to borrow his father's spare DIY tools. Yosho then tries to continue using the saw, but finds it stuck hard on the wood, so his father asks him to step aside and grabs the tool. The young man is amazed as his father effortlessly saws through the wood while telling him that he was not handling the saw properly. Yosho realizes he was doing it to avoid embarrassment from the neighbors getting pissed off by the noise. Handing him back the tool, from then on, his father began giving him advice, and that weekend they made planks out of the logs to repair their garden fence. Wondering whether he could instruct the villagers on how to cook meat, he has his mother teach him about cuisine, managing to become able to cook on his own and adopting the daily routine of having lunch together with the villagers. One night, he was at the kitchen when Sayuki returned from work, being able to talk to her and welcome her home. He notes that this is all due to the Village of Fate, and is unsure whether he has been helping the villagers, or the villagers have been helping him. The only thing he's concerned about is the defenses of the village. Gams inspects the palisade surrounding the cave entrance, and when Kem asks if monsters can jump over it, he assures her, stating that even if they do get through, he and Mulus can deal with them. The issue, however, is being heavily outnumbered like before, but he grimly states that there's no use in worrying about it then. Yosho notes that they seem to be more assured about their defenses then, but that the villagers have been acting strange lately, At a glance, it looks like they're living a peaceful and stable lifestyle, even seeming as though they shouldn't have any worries, although it appears they are pretending to be calm, as they seem somewhat restless, and Carol begins to notice this. Every day their conversations are awkward and boring, and they all sigh as they look at the wooden calendar and they approach the end of the month, causing him to wonder if something special is happening then. As all the villagers are gathered around the table, Carol asks them why they look so gloomy, and everyone exchanges nervous glances. Rhodus and Layla try to reassure her with a lie, but she points out that everyone tenses up when they look at the calendar. Realizing they can no longer hide the situation, her father pats her head and sits beside her. He recalls that when they were in the village, they always told her to never leave the house on the last day of the month, and she remembers that the village was locked down and the adults were scared and easily angered that day. Rhodus tells her daughter that it was all meant to protect the children, and asks if she recalls the world calendar. She then explains that every month, one of the 7 gods is in charge of the world, these being the gods of the earth, the moon, nature, water, fire, light, and thunder, with Yosho keeping note. Carol then asks her father why only 7 deities are in charge, especially since there are 12 months. Rhodus then explains that the 7 gods were originally only in charge for a week, giving their names to each weekday. These 7 gods are considered the chief gods of the world, and have many lesser gods, such as the god of fate, under their control. Yosho now understands his position a little more. The 7 days system collapsed when a massive battle ensued among the gods, with power shifting between them and causing dramatic weather changes whenever one took the upper hand. It took a whole year for the gods to cease fighting, and thus the 7 gods came to be in charge of both the 7 days and the periods in which they flourished. The gods who lost were considered evil gods and banished to the depths of the earth, but they continue to build their strength to the present, and once a month, they try to reappear in the world and lend their power to the monsters. The final day of the month is called Evil God's Temptation, and it is a time when monsters grow powerful and wicked. Yosho realizes this was the reason for them being tense. Seeing that their calendar numbers coincide with the calendar in his world, he realizes there are 10 days left before the Evil God's Temptation. Yosho realizes that with his current amount of fate points, he doesn't have any way to protect the villagers, and as the clock strikes 11 p.m. he notices Rhodus sitting alone at the table, noting it to be a rare occurrence. His wife asks him what's wrong, pointing out that he's not been sleeping lately. He grasps his head while stating that he cannot get the last evil god's temptation out of his head, stating they were lucky to escape unhurt. Considering the possibility of another monster attack, he cannot help but be worried that he might lose his family that time, as he continues to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing the man's reaction, Yosho wonders what happened in the last evil god's temptation. Roughly 3 weeks prior, at the previous village, Carol wakes up in her bed on a sunny and peaceful morning. Wondering where her parents might be, she heads to the mirror and checks her face. Glad to see that she's adorable that day as well. Heading down, she finds her parents in the kitchen and bids them good morning, to which they merrily reply while her mother tells her to go wash her face. The giggling girl heads outside and washes her face in the well, noting how chilling and refreshing the water is, before realizing that she forgot to bring a towel. As she fixes her hair and notes what a good girl she is, Kem approaches with a bucket and asks if she just woke up. Carol asks her about the whereabouts of Big Brother Gams, to which she weirdly replies that he's keeping watch at the village gates. Yawning, Carol declares that if he's not there, she doesn't care, annoying the priestess, before rushing off and shutting her door behind her as Kem screams at her. Returning to the table, the girl feigns ignorance to her mother regarding her exchange with Kem and digs in on her breakfast. Having eaten, Carol heads for the door and prepares to leave, and as her mother asks where she's going, she happily declares that she's heading to see Gams, quickly exiting the house while ignoring her mother's warning against it. As the spirited girl rushes through the town, the villagers greet her and note her energy, with a vendor even offering her some fruit, while another asks about her parents' whereabouts. She eventually stops dead before the curtain wall protecting the village, remarking that it is as big as always, before turning to see Gams and the other hunters assembling by the city gate, armed to the teeth and with weary faces. She rushes towards the surprised warrior and embraces him. Gams tells her that she must not go outside that day, and as the girl inquires as to why not, he explains that it is a special day, pointing out that there isn't a single child out in the streets beside her. Realizing this and seeing the weary warriors preparing themselves, she asks Gams if he and the others built the wall. He explains that there was a massive war in the region several decades prior, and the site served as a major stronghold. After, the war refugees settled within the walls of the abandoned fortress and began to prosper, giving life to the town. Not fully understanding it, she asks if the walls protect everyone from any kind of enemy, but their conversation is cut short by the heaving and concerned Layla approaching triumphantly and playfully grabbing her runaway daughter and carrying her away. Another warrior asks Gams if he knows them, and he reveals that they're his next-door neighbors, and have been really kind to wanderers like his younger sister and himself. The soldier comments on how they seem to lack even the slightest fear, and Gams notes that ever since the town was established, the walls have never been breached. Layla apologizes for Carol's interruption, promising to scold her thoroughly afterwards, but Gams tells her to be moderate, as Carol waves at him, telling him that she will see him again later. Gams waves back until she's out of sight, before dropping his hand and grimly wondering if there will be a later. Noticing the rush of activity all around the village, Carol asks her mother if something such as a festival is happening that day. As she knits, Layla looks at the window, stating that it would be nice if it were a festival, and then changing her mood and merrily suggesting that they can have a feast the next day. And Carol rejoices as her parents smile at each other. While the unassuming Carol continues to play, the villagers rush around bringing up material to reinforce the gates and prepare the town for an assault. Staring out of the window, Rodas informs his wife that he has already packed everything they need into the wagon as a precaution if it ever comes down to it, hoping that nothing happens and that the preparations will be unnecessary. Clasping his hands together, he prays that they can get through the day unscathed, for everything to stay the same, so they can welcome the sunrise again the next day. That night, the warriors unleashed a volley of arrows at the swarm of monsters approaching the town, felling many. The brave defenders were shocked to see over 20 monsters attacking all at once, noting that they've never faced that many before, and a lot of different species have formed a faction and are attacking all at once. The man in command of the gate orders its defenses be strengthened, hoping that the monstrous tide will exhaust itself, crashing against the reinforced doors without making any progress. Outside, the creatures claw at the iron-reinforced gates and hammer at it with their weapons. Suddenly, one of them falls dead, impaled by a spear. Atop the wall, Gams stands poised, a brace of projectiles in one hand and another spear at the ready in the other. The warriors follow Gams' lead, determined to not let the creatures into the town no matter the cost. Suddenly, an even larger creature appears behind the goblins. A green creature jumps into his hand and is instantly thrust towards the walls, kicking the man next to Gams off the wall and landing inside of the town. As the warrior realizes what is happening, more and more monsters are flung over the walls, outflanking the thinned-out defenders and slaughtering them from behind. Gams wonders how things ended up like this, as the creatures mercilessly approach and breach the gates. The villagers cry out in horror as they flee for their lives deeper into the town. In their home, Rodas and his family crouch and hug each other while the parents beg God to at least spare Carol. Rodas screams as something begins to kick the boarded-up door until it finally gives out. Bloodied, Gams enters the house with his sister in tow, asking if everyone is all right. The family is relieved to see the warrior, and Layla asks if they're all right as well. Gams reassures them, stating that he is covered in the blood of monsters and Kem with the blood of the people she healed. As Kem tends to her brother's wounds, Rodas asks the warrior how the fight is coming along, and he starts to reply that it's not favorable, before leaving all ambiguity behind and declaring the fight to be hopeless. The gates were breached, and a horde of monsters is swarming the town, with the majority of the able-bodied defenders having perished. Gams abandoned the front as all seemed lost, wondering whether he could at least get his sister and Rodas' family out, and declaring the situation to be out of their control, tells them that they should flee at once. Looking at his family with fear and resignation, Rodas steps up and informs Gams that they have already prepared the wagon and loaded it up with several boxes of goods as a precaution, urging them to leave. The group approaches the stable as Gams stands guard, watchful of any incoming threats. As everyone gets on the wagon, Rodas tells the warrior that they're ready to set off, before noticing 2 goblins approaching. Having been discovered, Gams tells Rodas to get on the wagon as he dashes forth, ready to dispatch the creatures in one fell swoop. He strikes down with his longsword, but the monster dodges the strike and lunges back, slashing back and dealing a mortal wound to the goblin. With the monster dispatched, Gams tells Rodas to go and hops onto the wagon as the shopkeeper drives on at full speed past the barricaded houses. Gams tells him that the gate will be impassable, but a portion of the town's northwestern wall has collapsed and they might be able to escape through the breach. Rodas acknowledges this and looks forward, his eyes widening in horror as he's confronted by a ghastly sight. The town is aflame, and the monsters fall upon the defenseless villagers and finish them off, while black dogs feast on their remains. Rodas covers his mouth in horror as he hears his neighbors' desperate cries for help, while they continue to speed past, crying in silence and unable to do anything for them. Beside him, Gams dispatches a boar-mounted goblin and points to the breach ahead of them, and the shopkeeper successfully drives the wagon through the opening and into the forbidden forest. The town has fallen, and as the monsters mercilessly put everything to the torch, Carol's fairy tale book burns to ash in what until a few hours earlier was her home. Everyone remains silent as the wagon speeds through the forest road. Carol breaks the silence, asking her mother if they can't return home anymore, causing Kem to turn as well, and Layla warily replies that they might, but there will be many new experiences awaiting them elsewhere. Kem enthusiastically declares her belief that they survived because of God's divine protection, and that the god of fate is guiding them. Back in the present, a delivery man rings the doorbell of Yosho's home, informing that he has a parcel. The young man opens the door to receive another parcel from the village of fate, signing for it. Gams trains Rotus in the ways of war, criticizing his spear thrust, stating it would not even scathe the monster. The nervous shopkeeper acknowledges this, his resolve unwavering. As Yosho looks on, the man sinks to one knee, and Gam tells him that he is not cut out for battle after all, and he should leave the front lines to Mulus and himself and to assist them from behind the lines when the day comes. Distraught, Rotus notes that he thought every bit of strength would help, but it seems he didn't know his place, apologizing to the warrior for having to spare time for him. Yosho notes that Gams is pretty strict. Later, as everyone gathers for dinner, Rotus continues to look downcast and beaten. Layla tells Gams that they are short on fruit, asking if he could harvest some for them while out on patrol. As he agrees, Carol eagerly jumps in and declares her intention to help, catching her father's attention. The girl states that she has not been able to go outside at all since arriving at the cave, and Rotus explains that when the evil god's temptation approaches, monsters grow violent, and it becomes much more dangerous than usual to go outside. Carol shrugs it off, stating she'll be fine with Gams, and as her father protests, she merrily declares that she will harvest a ton of tasty fruit. Rotus then violently slams the table with his fist, yelling that it is dangerous outside, and telling her to listen to what he says. Everyone falls silent, with Layla looking with concern while Kem and Gams look down and Mulus minds his own business. Startled, Carol begins to tear up, and as Layla addresses him, Rotus realizes what he has done. But before he can say anything, his daughter runs away in tears, declaring she hates him, locking herself in her room. Having watched the whole scene unfold, Yosho remarks that Rotus is being driven pretty hard up the wall. Right now, all he can do is try to give the villagers courage through prophecy, but that would not be a fundamental solution to the problem. Thanks to the stream of tributes, Yosho's fate points have been building up steadily to 214. He considers using a miracle such as a group of hunters stay for 3 days, but fears that no matter how much he boosts his ranks, if the hunters turn out to be savages who would harm the villagers, they would lose everything. As he pictures the 3 hunters taking over the cave, Yosho notes that if it were an ordinary game, he would be fretting over something not worth fretting over. He believes that the ideal miracle for this situation is to summon a golem, and he already fantasizes about controlling the golem to help the villagers and being able to adapt and deal with any unforeseen circumstances. The problem is, he doesn't think he'll be able to get 700 points required over the next 10 days. He briefly considers pleading his parents to lend him money, but immediately realizes that if he were to borrow money to spend in a game, he would get kicked out of the house. He wouldn't even get a chance to protest. Borrowing from his younger sister is an even more unlikely prospect. Yosho then considers selling the tributes he received from the villagers, but hesitates, as he realizes that they are pretty dubious, and there is no certainty that he will be able to sell them and cash out within 10 days. Sighing, he finds himself at a stalemate and slumps on his desk. He then raises his eyesight and realizes there is a way, quickly pulling out his laptop and searching for part-time jobs. This is the simplest solution for people, but he has never worked before. He once interviewed for a part-time job during his enrollment in university, but was too nervous to speak properly and quickly blew it. Thinking back to that moment, he realizes that it wasn't the only reason he blew it. Back then, he had a strange sense of pride and only wanted positions with high hourly wages and good perks. Though he should have learned his lesson there, even when he started looking for work, he made the same mistake again, and applied to a corporation targeting graduates from first-class universities, ending up with the expected result. Unable to turn a blind eye, his father used his connections to refer him to several companies, and yet he did something that brought disgrace to his father. Somewhere in his heart he had this naive thought during the interview where if he were to fail it, it would give him a reason not to work anymore. At least that was how the thought went. It has been 10 years since then. Regardless of if it's a part-time job, he figured he would give it a shot. He considered working many times before, but he's scared, knowing that he is pathetic and old enough to know better, being spoiled with everything and terrified at the prospect of putting in effort and getting denied. Haunted by his past failures, he doesn't want anyone to be disappointed in him anymore. As he browses job offerings, he notes that people would make fun of him if they found out his motive for trying to get a job would be a game. But he feels that if he doesn't work now, chances are he will never change for the rest of his life. If he cannot help the villagers that way, he would be putting the cart before the horse. He thinks it would be nice if there was a job that ended by the month that allowed him to earn what he needed. But short-term employment at a convenience store would take half a year or a few months at least. And since he never normally spoke to anyone outside of his family, dealing with customers is an insanely high hurdle. There are also day jobs that require physical labor, but he doubts that he could even work at places that rely on strength. There are barely any short-term jobs in the vicinity, and though he would have more options if he had a driver's license or a motorcycle, doing nothing until then makes even finding a job difficult. Looking at the monitor, he sees Rodas try in vain to apologize to his daughter, only for her to angrily turn away as his wife kindly tells him to let her be for now. Seeing his distress, Yosho regains his resolve and dresses up, declaring that he will be of help to everyone. He then speeds away on his bike while planning to search for job listings on free magazines, urging himself onwards. He returns home sometime later, and his mother notes her surprise that he went out, before noticing the job listing magazine he brought back, smiling as she welcomes him back home. Back in his room, he keeps searching for jobs until he hears his mother declare that food is ready, and as he goes down, he's surprised to see his entire family sitting at the table. Yosho is surprised to see his sister there, but as she answers back, he welcomes her home, much to her surprise. As they all eat, Sayuki asks her mother if something nice happened, noticing the meal is more extravagant than usual. Happily, she announces that Yosho is interested in getting a job, causing him to cough in surprise. His sister notes that he is finally motivated, but Yosho notes it's just a part-time job to start since he's in need of a little cash. His father looks at him and states that the motive isn't the important part, just denoting it's a good thing that he's motivated at all. Yosho is surprised, having expected his father to say something along the lines of only accepting a full-time job. Addressing him as her big brother, Sayuki notes that he has changed lately, wondering if he got himself a girlfriend. But his mother denies it, noting he doesn't seem that popular. Despite his uneasiness at his mother's answer, he notes that his sister referred to him as Big Brother. His father asks if his change could be related to the village that has been sending them goods, and Yosho replies that despite helping them with revitalizing the village, it would not be right to just keep receiving things, so he just wanted to give something back to them. Sayuki looks around in confusion, realizing she's the only one out of the loop, but her mother merely declares that it is poor manners to talk while eating and promises to tell her all about it later. After dinner, Yosho sits on the porch when his father approaches him and asks if he's found a job yet. He tells him that he's found 3 potential choices so far and is going to call them up the next day. His father asks if it is just a short-term job, and Yosho replies that there's some unavoidable business in the village at the end of the month, so he can work any time from right now until that date. His father remarks that he's willing to start right now even though he would always lose his temper and push things for later, asking if there are any other requirements. Yosho does not think he can handle customer service, and thus thinks of doing something involving physical labor, noting it's all he could find in his current situation. Hearing this, his father tells him that he will ask a friend of his to help. Yosho looks on in surprise, grateful for the offer, but scared of relying on his father, and throwing away the opportunity again. But his father declares that he will always be his father regardless of his age, and there's nothing to get embarrassed over if a child gets help from their parents. He notes that if he wishes to accomplish something, he should leverage whatever he can, even his own family, since that's what it means to be an adult. For some reason, Yosho then sees Rodas in his father, recalling how the shopkeeper would often try to get his daughter to rely on him for help, wondering if his father is trying to convince him to rely on him for help. Bowing, he then asks for assistance, and his father turns around and calls his friend. Having no way out now, Yosho trembles with fear, as his father talks with his friend and asks if he can change into something flexible for work. With that settled, his father tells him to be ready in 30 minutes. Yosho then shaves off his beard and changes into a jersey, as the fears of disappointing his father emerge once again. He then punches himself for his lack of resolve and turns to the screen. In the village, Rodas sighs in frustration and asks his wife if there's anything he could help with. She tells him that Carol has dealt with everything for the day, and tells him that ever since they came there, she would take the initiative to help out and is trying her best to help everyone. As she notes that kids truly grow fast, she notices Rodas is gone. The man has rushed to Carol's side, and as he begins to apologize, the girl apologizes in turn, revealing that everyone has told her that he treasures her more than anything, and only gets angry because he really wants to protect her. Rodas looks at her in embarrassment as she declares that she will no longer say that she wants to go outside, kneeling and caressing her cheek while admitting that he was wrong. In his fear, he forgot that they made the decision to live together in this new place, and thus cannot seclude themselves in fear forever. Declaring her to be a splendid member of the village, Rodas tells his daughter that he trusts her, and she can do what she wishes, causing her to smile as the rest to look on. Getting up from his chair, Yosho grabs his face between his hands and smiles, as he thanks the villagers for giving him the courage he needed. He then tells them all that he will be back, before exiting his room and heading downstairs while the villagers rejoice. As his father drives him to his new job, Yosho asks him what kind of work it entails. The man replies that he will be doing cleaning duty, since there's a lack of cleaning staff for the night shift at his friend's supermarket after one of his part-timers quit recently, and the man is thrilled that he fits right in. Nervous, Yosho wonders if cleaning duty will be suitable for him. Arriving at a small supermarket, Yosho and his father are greeted by a bearded man in work overalls who greets the young man as a lifesaver. He energetically places a hand on his shoulder, noting that he heard that he was a shut-in, but noticing that he has a muscular body, while Yosho states his hope that they can get along well. With that said, Yosho's father takes his leave. The young man starts reaching out to him before thinking it over and realizing that he's no longer a kid, and he is the one who is working from then on out. Yosho's new boss walks him in and reassures him, telling him that he only needs to do what he's told and telling him to ask him or the other two employees for help if there's anything he doesn't understand or cannot do. He then addresses the other two workers, a man and a woman, introducing their new coworker to them, and telling them not to bully him or give him any weird ideas. Both workers made a few jokes and welcomed the newcomer, causing Yosho to realize that unlike him, those two seem to have excellent social skills. Aware that he is just a typical newbie there, he resolves to throw away his worthless pride and accept that he will be incompetent, planning to do his best modestly. Nervous, he courteously greets his new coworkers and hopes they will get along well. Yosho's boss drops him off at his home after the first shift, asking if he can check in the next day. The man explains that the next day will be a late night shift as well, and he'll pick him up at 8 p.m. His coworkers congratulate him for the day's work and happily bid him farewell before the van drives on. Content, Yosho enters his home, certain that no one would be awake at that hour. Everyone treated him kindly and cordially that day, so he managed to calm his nerves and fulfill all of his duties. He was tasked with sucking away all the dirty, foaming water used to scrub the floor, so he was constantly pushing an industrial vacuum that could suck even liquid and gravel. He was also tasked with chores like moving things and washing the cleaning equipment after they were done. And Yosho thinks the manager got the wrong impression, and entrusted him with the most comfortable work. Tired and dirty after a hard night's work, Yosho wishes to take a bath as soon as possible, but he first heads to the kitchen to drink something. As he flips the lights on, he's surprised to see a plate filled with food waiting for him with a note from his mother, congratulating him and telling him to eat up. Smiling, Yosho sits down and removes the plastic foil. As he takes his first bite, he finds the onigiri delicious, noting that a meal tastes even better after a day of hard work, giving thanks for the meal. As he undresses upstairs, he wonders what he was so afraid of when it came to working, before realizing the bathroom is warm and hot water has been prepared. He realizes his mother must have taken him into consideration, cleaning up the bath and reserving it for him, thanking her as he soaks in the bathtub. As the clock nears 3:30, Yosho sits before his monitor and decides to check how the villagers are doing. Checking the village, he finds most spaces empty and everyone asleep in their rooms, saying aloud that he could persist until the end of the day because of them all. Watching them all work tirelessly every day helped him to put in his all. Having said that, he heads to his bed to get some shut-eye, wishing everyone sweet dreams. The next day, Yosho wakes up with muscle pains, with his behind feeling particularly bad. Having to work that evening as well, he wonders if he'll be alright. As he enters the kitchen, he's greeted by his mother, who offers to heat up his lunch, but he insists on handling that himself. As they sit at the table, his mother asks Yosho about work, and he replies that everyone was nice to him and work was a breeze, telling her that he must go to work at the same time that night as well. His mother is pleased to see him giving it his all, and an embarrassed Yosho changes the subject, asking about the previous night's dinner, thanking her for going out of her way to make it and causing her to playfully note how obedient he has become. As he thanks her for the meal, she tells him of a new parcel that has arrived from the village, which he takes upstairs. By its size, he judges it must be from Carol, and upon opening it, he confirms its origin as he happily pulls out a dirt ball. Though the villagers are convinced they can only pay tribute to him once per day, the truth is different. They can send up to 2 tributes per day, but Carol mimics the adults every day and sends him things arbitrarily, effectively reducing the number of times the villagers can pay tribute to 1. The girl gives him somewhat misshapen or pretty stones gathered from the riverside, small white flowers, and even shiny Dorodango dirt balls. Lately mimicking the God of Fate statue that Gams carved out of wood, she has also started offering palm-sized figures that she carves with all of her efforts from blocks of wood. As she sends them on a regular basis, quantity is leading to quality, with each successive statue becoming more detailed, and watching her carve with the knife in hand still keeps him in suspense. As the girl finishes carving her latest creation, she approaches a somber-looking Mulus, pulling him from his thoughts to show him the new statue. The doctor smiles at seeing it, realizing it to be the God of Fate. Carefully, Yosho places Carol's dirt ball next to her other offerings. Though these may seem like worthless trinkets to others, they are treasures for Carol and himself. Having been sent from a game world, he's unsure if they're actually being handmade by some employee at the company or by the girl herself. though he knows the latter is impossible. Even so, he wants to be deluded that the tributes were actually being sent by Carol, no matter how ridiculous it might look to others. Yawning, he lies down to get some sleep, wishing the muscle pain to ease. As he closes his eyes, he admits that he never fathomed that his mother would be so happy just to see him working, and he's thankful that he can make money by being helpful to others. That night, Yosho's boss notes that he has gotten the hang of his new job, telling him that there's no need to be so tense, and that there is no way he would get used to all of it in just 2 days. He explains that his staff are all good people, and that the other boy may seem pretentious, but he's actually a pretty hard worker. Staring at the other young man, Yoshio notes that he indeed thought he was pretentious when they first met, but he is serious when he works and does his job quickly and skillfully, so he should not judge a book by its cover. The boss states that what matters most on the job is being diligent, and with that in mind, Yoshio is an excellent worker, causing the happy young man to thank him for the praise. The other employees then tease the manager with some jokes, and as he takes the bait and jokes back, Yoshio notes that the workplace feels pretty good. He believes he will probably be able to put in his all there, glad that this was his first workplace. After being dropped back in his home, Yoshio notes that there is close to another week before the evil god's temptation, so he will have to motivate himself for the sake of the villagers as well. Having had less time to look at the game, he decides to check the day's conversation log. Reading it, he imagines the scenes as Kem approaches Gams, suggesting he take a short break, while Carol steps in and suggests they take a nap together, causing them to quarrel among themselves while Gams walks away. He then turns to a conversation between Rhodus and Layla, where Rhodus reveals that Mulus has been teaching him about antidote mixtures, though he cannot guarantee the effects just yet. Since he cannot fight on the front lines like Gams or the doctor, he wondered whether he could help everyone out in some other way, causing his wife to embrace him and call him super reliable. Yoshio is glad that they managed to live optimistically every day despite the uncertainty they bear towards the evil god's temptation. But as he turns to the next conversation, his eyes widen in shock. He hears a voice reporting on the villagers, describing them as ordinary refugees who do not appear to be much risk, and promising to return after a little more observation. The voice notes that even if they don't make a move, they may perish from the evil god's temptation, as had befallen the humans who resided there previously and the dwarves. Yoshio cannot see the individual's name since he isn't one of the villagers, but the voice notes that the only concern is that the village is blessed by the god of fate, and they would risk incurring his wrath if they were to make a move. Thus, the voice believes they should observe and not act, understanding what the other person says, and declaring that they shall give nature's judgment to those who set foot on their holy land. Shocked, Yoshio realizes the spy is none other than Mulus. Reading the doctor's name, Yoshio's shocked to realize Mulus was a spy. He thought he would be a reliable doctor, but now he can understand why he was treated as a guest character instead of an ally. Based on the conversation, Mulus is a member of a tribe that lives in the forest, and has been vigilant of the villagers since they showed up. However, he knows that the village is blessed with the god of fate's divine protection, so he does not intend to make a direct move on them. Yoshio notes that the setting of them being protected by the god of fate has helped, happily realizing that his existence can be of some contribution to the villagers. However, if he cannot count on Mulus to help them fight, then Gams would be the only one who could seriously fight the monster set against them during the evil god's temptation. He wonders what to do, but realizes it's getting late. He decides to give a prophecy the next day that hints towards his awareness of Mulus's true identity. As soon as he gets up, he will need to give a warning so that Mulus changes his mind and does not try anything strange. The next morning, as the villagers and Mulus gather for breakfast, Yoshio sends them his new divine prophecy. Noticing her Bible glowing, Kem enthusiastically declares that they have that day's prophecy. Yoshio apologizes for interrupting them at breakfast, stating it to be an emergency. He tells them to somehow bear with the evil god's temptation, promising to invoke his miraculous powers to aid them a little as well, and reminding them that they are under his divine protection. He closes the prophecy, reminding them that anyone that poses a danger to them will incur his judgment, causing Mulus to anxiously look around. And though he plays it down when Kem points it out, Yoshio realizes that he truly fears the god of fate's power. Gams happily declares that they may be able to get through this with the god's assistance, but they should still do what they can since God despises the idol, his words piercing Yoshio. The young man believes he has managed to stop Mulus from unnecessarily interfering for the moment. Turning to the matter of their fighting strength, he concludes that he can only take his chances with the golem, getting hyped at the prospect of joining Gams in combat with a golem that he can control. For that to happen, he must work for another week to save enough money to buy the 350 fate points he still needs. That night, he is picked up for work once more. As he steps into the van, he notices the other worker named Yamamoto isn't there. The woman tells him he wasn't feeling well, so he took the day off, and their boss tells him that the three will work cleaning a smaller than usual store, and thus should finish earlier, praising Yoshio as a lifesaver for coming with them. Returning early, Yosho finds his parents in the kitchen. His mother laments that he didn't tell her beforehand that he would return earlier, since they could have dined together. But he explains that he managed to return quickly since the job started in the evening, and the finishing time varies depending on how the cleaning progresses. His mother laments that before cheerfully turning around to reheat something for him, noting that she is in an awfully good mood. He thinks about asking his father about it, but he cannot bring himself to speak due to his lack of confidence. Deciding to bite the bullet, he wants to break the silence and thank him for the job as well. But before he can say anything, his mother announces the food is ready. As he eats, Yosho notes that his mother is giving off an aura like she wants him to ask what happened, which is pressuring him. Finally, he asks her about it, and as she starts saying something about his father, the flustered man interrupts her, stating that her favorite show is going to start soon, much to Yosho's surprise. Back in his room, Yosho notes how exhausted he is, believing that being told by his boss that he would be counting on him must have gotten him a bit too enthusiastic. Yawning, he believes that he would fall asleep instantly if he were to lie down, but he decides to check on the villagers at least once before going to sleep. He finds Carol sound asleep, while Gams and Kem prepare to do the same, and Rhodus and Layla seem like they're about to get intimate in the kitchen. Mulus, meanwhile, lies in his bed looking at the ceiling, having chosen to remain in the cave. Yosho wonders what the doctor may be thinking, believing he may choose to observe and see if the villagers will leave before the evil god's temptation. Considering that the villagers feel more reassured living there with Mulus around, he concludes that he cannot just force him away, and decides to watch him carefully. Despite it being relatively early, Yosho notes that it has been a long time since he felt like dozing off while doing something, planning to go to sleep. Before he does this, however, he notices a button with the real kanji on it. Yosho recalls what happened when he pressed the dream bubble over Gams and decides to press the real button before heading to sleep. As expected, the screen changes completely, and he is surprised to see a modern house. Zooming in, he explores several parts of the house until he starts to notice that the room layout looks familiar, suddenly realizing he's looking at his house. Unable to process this, he wonders how he can return to the original game. Unwittingly, he peeks into the bathroom and sees his sister taking a sponge bath, while wishing her breasts would get a little bigger. Yosho notes that his sister would murder him if this were real, comforting himself with the belief that he must be dreaming after falling asleep playing Village of Fate. He then sees his parents in the living room, believing it would be okay to eavesdrop on what they were saying since he's dreaming. His father tells his mother to stop trying to mention it in front of Yosho, but she notes that there's no issue with that since he gave her a wedding anniversary present for the first time in years and wants to brag about it. Yosho was unaware that today was his parents' anniversary, noting that it would be embarrassing for their child to see their relationship firsthand. His father then states that he's honored that she liked the present and sorry that he was out of it for the past 10 years. His mother notes that he stopped smiling ever since that day, asking if that worries about Yoshio. The young man's face turns to sorrow as his father admits it's true, feeling the words like a thorn through his heart even if it's a dream. Thinking back, he recalls that he was a lot calmer before he became a NEET, and though he still talks as little as he did back then, he would always put in his best effort for everything, even pulling a muscle after getting too enthusiastic at a father-son relay. Whenever Yosho pondered over something he didn't understand in his studies, his father would explain it to him in an easy-to-understand manner, and whenever he would cry from his mother being angry at him, he would secretly give him some ice cream and stay by his side until he stopped. Yosho wonders why he had forgotten all about such treasured moments until then, always having had the impression that his father was a strict and cold person. He didn't want to accept that it was his fault that his family turned sour, so he had unknowingly altered his memories to suit himself at some point. And even though he continued to be a NEET, those biased memories remained buried deep into his heart. Yosho punches his desk in frustration and regret, but his mother notes that now he's found a job and he looks brighter. His father replies that he truly is relieved, and that he always wanted to apologize to him since that day. Yosho is surprised by this, being aware of a myriad of things he must apologize for, but believing there isn't any need for his father to apologize to him. His mother realizes he refers to the argument they had back then, which the man never forgot. Back then, he shouted at Yosho that he was not putting in enough effort, and that anyone can find a job as long as they were serious about it. And Yosho was shocked by those words, since he thought he was taking it seriously. His mother giggles, noting that the words contrast with the chill attitude her husband had back during his university days, recalling that he was a party-goer and kept fooling around in school to the extent that his grades barely made it. Yosho cannot reconcile this image with his stubborn father, finding it too ridiculous even for a dream. The man admits that if the him of that time were still there now, he would have surely ended up worse than Yosho. Back in his day, the environment was far more forgiving, with companies begging you to work for them. He states that Yosho was a more diligent student than himself, and has been doing his best to find a job. And yet someone like him who's just fooled around all the time overlooked his own faults and patronized him even though he had no right to say such things. Shaking as the words come out, he tried to be a father, and thought he lived on earnestly, carrying a burden greater than what he could handle. But for him to be under the impression that he'd become upstanding and then to preach to him without any regard for his own past, he is an absolutely terrible person. He never really studied properly, but couldn't stand his mother who would force him to study like that, and hence chose not to bother the kids about studying. But in truth, he is not changed at all from that woman. Yosho then bursts into tears, shaking as he states that he's wrong. Regardless of his past, he was the one he looked up to, and he seemed serious in the past while trying to catch up with his diligent father, who would put in all of his might for everything. His mother grabs his father's hands and states that he has been wonderful both now and in the past, telling him to release some of the tension off his shoulders. They are good adults who also have big children, but parents are just older people who have a little more experience than their kids, and that doesn't mean they can be upstanding. Wiping his eyes, Yosho's father admits that he thought of adults as upstanding, and his wife suggests that they think of themselves as still growing, and just like their son is trying his best to change, they need to change from then on as well. As his parents tenderly hold hands, Yosho cries with relief. Even though he knows this to be a dream, he is glad to see his parents expect adults to have a similar image to his own. He sees them as upstanding, being worried and burdened with more than they could handle, and his heart feels lighter. The next morning, Yosho wakes up in front of the computer, smiling as he confirms that he was dreaming and noting he doesn't feel bad about it. As he heads down the stairs, he notes that from that day, he feels like he can talk to his parents honestly like always. Opening the door, he bids his family good morning. Yosho pants as he rushes at full speed down the street. It is November 30th, the day of the evil god's temptation. It is 1:32 a.m. and Yosho strives to reach his computer in time, asking himself how it all ended up like that. November 28th, 2 days earlier, Yosho's eyes are glued to the monitor as he watches the villagers go about their daily lives, determined to watch them carefully until it's time for work. Everyone seems to be steadily getting prepared for the evil god's temptation, as the girls prepare food and supplies while Gams and Rotus reinforce the palisade. The villagers have rebuilt the fence to remove any gaps, making it sturdier, and have installed a new and simple platform to serve as a watchtower and provide them with a vantage point within the walls. Mulus stands crouched atop the watchtower, watchfully scanning their surroundings. Spotting some movement, he stands upright, and notches an arrow aiming at a black dog approaching Gams and Rotus from the brush. As they focus on repairing the wall, the monster snarls and the bushes rustle as it poises to attack. Sensing this, the doctor instantly draws his bow and fires the arrow, placing it right in the dog's throat as Yosho notes that the watchtower is perfect for him. Noticing what just happened, Rotus waves at Mulus and thanks him for the timely intervention, to which he kindly replies. The doctor is still staying at the cave for the time being, but Yosho wonders when he plans to leave. He cannot imagine that he also intends to weather the evil god's temptation together with them, and guesses it would be safe to assume that the situation will develop into him escaping during the chaos ensuing from the monster's attacks. The evil god's temptation is Yosho's first major raid event, and though in an ordinary game such an introductory event would be a tutorial with the difficulty setting lowered, he is fully aware that the Village of Fate is not ordinary. Since it is a hardcore game, failure is not permitted. Watching their progress, Yosho is pleased to see the villagers eagerly test and reinforce their defenses. Were he to fail in this game by some rare chance, the young man can clearly see himself losing half of his will to live and returning to his past neat self, and is adamant in not allowing that to happen. The growth of the village is one thing, but he does not want to let the progress he has made in his life slip either. Right now, Yosho has 540 fate points. He can get more points by pumping in the daily wages he's making from his part-time job, and after adding a little more, he will be able to perform the Golem Summoning Miracle using 700 points. As long as he can manage that, he will be able to provide a reliable backup for the villagers after Mulus leaves. The fact he can control it himself is the biggest factor. Not trying to boast, Yosho notes that he has grinded a lot of games over the past decade, ranging from Tetris to Street Fighter and FPS games, and has reasonable confidence regardless of what the controls might be. His work for the month will be over late in the night that day, and he must diligently get ready and prepare for the evil god's temptation the next day. As night falls on the village, Kem tends to the altar while Gams readies his weapons. Carol approaches the warrior, tugging his sleeve and asking if they will be all right. Smiling reassuringly, Gams tells her that they have reinforced their defenses, so even if the monsters show up, they will be fine. Seizing the moment, Carol uses the opportunity to cuddle with Gams' arm, and flirtingly asks him to protect her. causing Kem to flare up behind them. The priestess then scolds the girl, reminding her that he is not Carol's big brother but hers, gesticulating while Carol addresses her as stepsister while talking to Gams. Leaving the matter aside, Kem brings up the main subject once more, asking if they will be able to weather past the assault in their current state, while Rhodus recalls the incident of their previous village, his eyes downcast, and silence falls upon the cave. Mulus breaks this silence, reminding them that the place is called the Forbidden Forest, being a dangerous place that is home to many different species of monsters. He also tries to stay away on the day of the evil god's temptation, and apologizes in terms of what may happen. Kem replies that it is more than enough that he has already lent his strength to them like he has, remarking that he has been a great help, as he looks down. Yosho would have also admired him as a kind and reliable doctor if he had not known anything about him, but unfortunately he does know better. Gams points out that even if they chose to leave, the wagon's wheels are nearing a breaking point, and they don't have the skills to repair them, and leaving the forest on foot would be impossible. Mulus confirms this, noting that if he were alone or with Gams, it could be possible for them to leave, but he would not be so confident of the success if others were with them. Hearing this, Gams gets up, head held high, and he clenches his fist with all his might, while he declares that they will stave off the monster somehow, since it is their only chance to live. He will be putting in everything he has, and mobilizing everyone to survive together. All but Mulus look at each other with renewed hope, and Yosho notes how reliable Gams is. The warrior then turns to Mulus, bowing and thanking him for everything he has done, and telling him that though part of him wishes he would fight with them as well, he would not want him to get involved against his will. Mulus is left speechless by this show of gratitude, even more so as all the other villagers bow down in thanks as well. Yosho realizes that everyone had a feeling that the day would come when Mulus would leave the village. The doctor asks them to raise their heads, admitting that he should have been the one to break the ice first. He tells them that he indeed desires to help everyone, but has a family and someone important waiting for him, so he had planned on leaving the village that night, leaving some prepared herbs for them to use as they see fit. Carol approaches the doctor asking him if he's gonna leave, and he apologizes while stroking her hair, upon which she tells him to come by again and play. Smiling, Yosho notes that he could not get a read on what kind of person Mulus was, but he feels he is not such a bad person. He was watching the villagers because his village ordered him to, but that did not mean he was abiding to that by heart. Even if he cannot fight alongside the villagers, he doesn't bear any ill intent towards them, or so Yosho wishes to believe. As he lays back and stretches, the young man realizes it is almost time for work and hurries downstairs, promising to return. Yosho works tirelessly cleaning a supermarket with his co-workers, pushing his commercial vacuum around as it gets heavier from all the liquids he sucks up from the floor. His boss uses a polisher while Misaki scrapes off the liquids that Yosho then sucks up with his vacuum, and Yamamoto mops and waxes the floor. As they take a break, Yamamoto talks to Yosho and gets a milk tea bottle. Nervous, he tries to give a decent reply and attempts to make some small talk, feeling embarrassed by the result. Yamamoto then tells him to talk casually, and as Yosho notes that he is his senior, the other man accepts it would be difficult to suddenly shift to casual talk, and he would be looking forward to it whenever he does feel comfortable. Yamamoto then turns his attention to a mobile game he's playing, remembering he has a free gacha that he has to do every day. Yosho notes that the man is quite the gamer who buys every console game he can, and visits the cyber cafe weekly to compete. The man asks him if he plays any smartphone games, and Yosho tells him that he didn't have one since he was a shut-in. He merely points out that using a PC in that environment would be better. Yosho surprised that Yamamoto's attitude didn't change after finding out he was a shut-in NEET, and even told him that he went through a shut-in period as well, and opened up about it as if it wasn't a big deal, causing his impression of the young man to jump. When asked about any interesting games, Yamamoto begins to talk about a game with insane graphics he was addicted to, but as he struggles to recall its name, their boss tells them to get back to work. As he returns to his chores, Yosho notes that he doesn't have time to play anything besides Village of Fate anyway. After another night's labor, Yosho's boss drops him off by his home, and noting that he is free on the last 2 days of November, tells him that he will be calling him up for another stint during the great cleanup period at the end of the year. Yosho thanks everyone and waves at them, as the van drives away. Back in his room, Yosho turns on the monitor and confirms that Mulus has left the cave, leaving a neat row of medicinal concoctions and instructions on how to use them on his bedroom table. Smiling, the young man remarks that the doctor was not a bad guy after all, and takes solace in the thought, and wants him to return if the villagers manage to survive the evil god's temptation. November 29th. A weary Gams stands guard atop the watchtower, while Layla and Rhodus nervously go about their chores and Kem fervently prays at the altar. Noting the tense atmosphere, Yosho wonders if he can do something about it so they can relax. He considers writing a reassuring prophecy, and instantly Kem's Bible begins to glow. In his prophecy, the God of Fate tells the villagers to remember his protection in this time of peril, promising to lend them a hand should they encounter true danger. That way, Yosho believes the villagers won't rely too heavily on God while remaining in high spirits, also preparing them for the golem's assistance. Relieved, Kem tells everyone they have divine protection, and the villagers' mood drastically improves, as hope is rekindled. Satisfied, Yosho leans back. He wished to test drive the summoned golem, but is still unclear about how the creature is controlled or what the conditions are, so he decides to save it for an emergency. With nothing left to do for the day, he briefly considers taking a nap, before settling or having some lunch. Downstairs, he grills some of the mysterious meat, and has some mysterious fruit for dessert, noting how delicious it is, and how his family's health has also improved since they have started eating the offerings. Yosho then hears the phone ringing, picking it up and hearing his boss on the other side. After reassuring him, the man tells him of an impromptu job that came up, and musing that he only has to watch the villagers that day, he asks when the job will finish. As the man tells him they're expected to end by 9 p.m., Yosho accepts the job. His boss then calls him a lifesaver, stating that Yama suddenly took the day off. Yosho wonders what might have happened, believing the young man went to chill, and considers what he is doing a quid pro quo. Late that night, Yosho's boss argues with the owner of the store they're cleaning as he attempts to haggle on the details of the contract, hoping to get cleaning extensions. Yosho eyes his watch nervously as it strikes 9:15 p.m., but when released by his boss, he insists on staying until the work is done, believing they will finish quickly. At 12:37 a.m., however, Yosho remains stuck in traffic as a policeman tells his boss to turn back due to an accident. With the evil god's temptation underway, Yosho fears the monsters might have already commenced their assault and finished the villagers off. Desperate, Yosho tells his boss that he will return home on foot, saying his farewells with a smile before sprinting towards his home, while lamenting his bad luck. As the clock strikes 1:23 a.m., Yosho pants and struggles after running seriously for the first time in years. Thinking of the villagers, he powers through the pain and dashes home to make it in time. Yosho continues to pant as he reaches his home, taking off his shoes and rushing upstairs. He yells, asking if everyone's alright, but despite his fears, he finds no trace of a monster attack, as Gams stands guard and the others remain in their beds. As Yosho sighs in relief, his sister calls him out from the doorway, complaining about the noise he's making. The young man apologizes and promises to keep it down, but his sister looks at him intently, noting that he reeks of sweat and his uniform is dirty, suggesting he take a shower. Averting his gaze, Yosho promises to take a bath. Checking on the villagers, he sees Rodus take over watch duty from Gams as they rest in turns. The girls, meanwhile, remain on alert, with Kem praying for his support. Yosho wants the monsters to come, but also wants the day to end peacefully. Yosho eventually nods off, slapping his face in horror and planning on fetching some coffee. Suddenly, he senses something in the woods. Gams scans the surroundings before jumping off the watchtower in alarm. As a warning begins to sound, the evil god's temptation begins. Picking up a spear, Gams peeks through a hole in the wall and sees 5 black dogs approaching the village at once. Yosho recalls their poisonous fangs, doubting they will be able to get in that easily. As they turn, he wonders if they will just give up and retreat, but one of the creatures takes momentum and sprints towards the wall, managing to jump over the sharp stakes. The monster is immediately impaled on Gams' spear and falls to the ground as Yosho cheers on, with the 4 remaining creatures turning to charge simultaneously. The 4 wolves jump over the fence. The first 2 are skewered by Gams' spears, and a survivor manages to get through only to be immediately cut down by the warrior's sword. The last dog circles towards Gams as the latter draws his second blade and rushes towards it, sliding and slashing at the monster from below, causing it to lifelessly barrel away with blood seeping from its wounds. Yosho is ecstatic at this, noting how amazing and strong the warrior truly is, while Kem and Carol exit the cave to praise him. Gams tells them to stay back, fearing another attack, but Rodus climbs the watchtower and does not detect any sign of monsters, believing they'll be alright. A worried Layla also emerges, worried about her husband leaning over the wall and warning him to not be so rash. Sighing, Gams resigns and asks Kem and Carol to help him, and the girls eagerly jump at the chance, while quarreling among themselves, until the warrior reveals that he needed help tossing the monster corpses past the fence, causing their faces to shift from excitement to dread. Rodus then takes over the grisly task alongside Gams, while his wife asks the girls to help her inside. As the men clear the courtyard, Yosho is reassured that the first wave was thwarted, noting they might not even need a golem to win. 4 hours into the evil god's temptation, Gams rests by the watchtower after successfully repelling another wave while Kem brings him some water. The black dogs and ferocious boars came attacking, but the fence that he informed the villagers to erect beforehand to serve as a countermeasure allowed them to survive without any issues. Unlike black dogs, ferocious boars lack the strength to jump over the fence, and stakes were installed in the palisade to match the height of their forehead in such a manner that they would off themselves while charging at the wall. The dogs, in turn, were calmly dealt with by Gams as they jumped over the fence. That attack took place at 5:30 p.m. Having recorded the exact time in which the different waves took place, Yoshio notes that new enemies appear around 30 or 60 minutes after the previous wave gets wiped out, and more enemies show up in the hourly intervals in what he deduces must be hourly events. For now, Gams has survived with minimal injuries, but Yoshio fears that no matter how good he is, if the attacks keep coming non-stop, he will eventually run out of stamina. Keeping this in mind, he plans to prioritize adding more fighters once they survive the evil god's temptation. While Rodus repairs the wall and Layla hands Carol food for Gams, Yoshio decides to take a break and get some food and drink himself. As he grabs some snacks and starts to return to his room, his mother asks him if he will not eat with them. Yoshio replies that he cannot leave his PC at that time and will eat upstairs. Undeterred, even as his mother reveals that she is making his favorite, fried chicken. As he climbs the stairs, he notes that the chicken is the best when it has just been fried, and resolves to find time to bring some up to his room once they're done. As the clock strikes 7 p.m., Rodus looks an alarm from the watchtower, and warns of an approaching wave consisting of 4 black dogs and 3 ferocious boars. This is the first time Yoshio has witnessed a combined attack, and as Gams orders Rodus into the cave, the man tells the warrior not to push himself too hard. Picking a spear, Gams declares that the only way he will defeat them is going all out. Ferocious boars smash themselves against the spiked wall, as black dogs jump over the palisade, with 2 of them being immediately skewered by Gams. Drawing his longsword, the warrior promptly turns to face the 2 survivors. But just as he finishes dispatching them, he hears a loud crash as the wall gives out under the onslaught of the boars. With the defenses breached, Yoshio briefly considers summoning the golem, but hesitates, as there are still 5 hours until the day ends. Grunting, Gams picks up another spear and faces the incoming boars as they charge. Suddenly, he sticks the spear on the ground and uses it as a pole to vault above the monsters, pulling his knife from his belt and throwing it expertly at a boar's skull. Picking another spear, the warrior braces himself and raises the weapon, as the last remaining boar charges at him, successfully embedding it in its skull. Yoshio celebrates this flawless victory, declaring even men would swoon for him after this, not to mention Carol and Kem. Looking at the fence, Gams declares that he should repair the gap, but Rodus immediately appears and takes over that duty, telling him to take a break since everyone would die if he were to collapse. Layla in turn tells her daughter to give the warrior a big fat hug to restrain him, to which the girl eagerly complies. Rodus then asks Kem to help him by bringing the string and nails, and also requests help from his wife, causing Yoshio to nod in agreement and remark that he's a good and reliable man as well. As the night drags on, Gams rests while his sister prays and Rodus and his family finish repairing the fence. Yoshio deduces from the time that the next attack should come soon, but his eyes open wide in horror as he notices a large group of monsters approaching the camp, counting more than 20 creatures. Alarmed, Gams tells everyone to get into the cave, as he senses the group of monsters coming their way, and as they hurry to comply, an alert appears on Yoshio's screen, telling him this will be the final attack, causing him to get fired up. The final wave consists not only of ferocious boars and black dogs, but also the grotesque humanoid monsters that attacked the wagon at the start of the game. Clicking on them, Yoshio confirms that they are named Green Goblins. One of the goblins begins to hack away at the stakes, meant to stop the ferocious boars, and Yoshio realizes that it has working intelligence, since it is built like a human. Behind the wall, Gams braces himself, holding 2 spears as the fence creaks and groans, before finally giving out. Monsters begin pouring through the gap, and a ferocious boar charges straight at Gams and sends him flying in pain. Seeing this from behind the door to the cave, Kem screams in alarm, as her brother struggles to get up while surrounded by the creatures. Kem opens the door and heads outside, begging her brother to get up, but Rodus holds her back and tells her to calm down. Frantically restraining her, Layla tells her that even if she goes, there's nothing that will happen, and Carol quakes in fear as the situation unfolds. Declaring this is not the time for him to just be watching, Yoshio activates the Summon Golem miracle. The screen shines brightly, briefly blinding Yoshio. As he looks again, he realizes the screen has changed to the golem's perspective. Realizing that the creature he got summoned into was in the cave, he recalls the direction of the exit, picking up the gaming controller as a window shows him the controls, and he manages to get the golem moving while noticing it is wielding a sword. Reaching the cave entrance, he notices the villagers huddling next to the open, smaller door. Everyone turns in confusion and shock at sensing something approaching them from behind, and stand motionless as the golem rushes past them while Yoshio declares that he will now save Gams. As he rushes past her, Kem looks on in shock and awe, as the God of Fate's avatar joins the fray. Outside, a wounded Gams stands before the cave entrance with his bloody blade in hand, having managed to slay several monsters and bravely declaring that he cannot allow them to pass, even if it costs him his life. A green goblin then jumps him from behind, wrapping its claws around the warrior's throat until the latter manages to drive his knife into its skull. As another goblin moves to strike at him from the front, the now disarmed Gams closes his eyes and prepares for the inevitable. Suddenly, he feels a rush of air, and as he opens his eyes, he sees the green goblin's arms being severed, as the creature is sent flying. As the warrior looks in surprise at the dark silhouette of the golem standing before him, Yosho tells him to leave the fight to him from then on. 2 black dogs attack in unison, only to be swiftly cut down by the golem in a single slash. Yosho is thrilled by this, being glad that he saved up his fate points to summon the golem. Having observed and memorized the enemy's attack patterns and movements from that day's battles, Yosho is able to easily cut a path through the incoming monsters, dealing with them effortlessly as he advances. Though he is used to the controls, Yosho believes it would be easier to use the golem in a third-person view where he could see the character. After this, he notices a perspective change button, and upon clicking it, he sees the golem's form for the first time. Far from the rough, stone-like figure he had imagined the past few days, the golem has a fully human form, wearing a robe tied around the waist and greaves in its arms, with its long hair tied in a ponytail and a bloody sword in its hand. Yosho notes the difference between the golem's form and what he had imagined, but nonetheless remarks that he feels like he has seen it somewhere else before. He then realizes that the golem was made from the wooden statue that Gams and Kem carved to enshrine in the altar, meaning that the golem truly is an incarnation of the god of fate. After some time, the golem stands alone before the smashed fence amidst the carnage of the slain monsters. Rodus and Kem help Gams to his feet as everyone stares at their savior with awe and caution. Yosho's screen is then filled with a notification telling him that the evil god's temptation has come to an end, and there will be no more monster attacks that day, causing him to yell in excitement. Kem looks at the golem with tears in her eyes, noting how gallant he looks, and showering the deity with her gratitude. The other villagers join her in thanking the god of fate for saving them in their time of need, and Carol excitedly recalls how fast the statue moved. Even though he is aware that this is how the game was produced, being praised that much by the grateful villagers is still embarrassing to Yoshio. As their god, Yosho deduces that he should respond to the villagers for the time being, but realizes that the golem won't budge, wondering if it might be broken. He then looks in surprise as a notice appears on his screen detailing the golem mechanics. The operation of the creature consumes fate points every second, and it will become immobilized once his fate points are exhausted, and he can only activate it once per day at most. Staggered at the cost, Yosho notes in horror that using the golem burned through a few thousand yen in such a short time. Realizing that despite his plans to contribute to the village's well-being as a golem from then on, this meant that he will not be able to use it that easily. Nonetheless, seeing the happy villagers puts a smile on his face. Raising his arms, he declares victory and yells "Banzai," urging himself to be happier, and deciding to inform the villagers that there will be no more attacks that day. The Bible glows as the prophecies transmitted to the devout villagers, and after rejoicing with the news, they all help in carrying the statue of the god of fate back to its altar. As they bow down in prayer, Yosho praises their efforts, and tells them to rest peacefully before zooming out to inspect the area around the cave. Seeing the aftermath of the battle, he notes that even though it's a game, the corpses of the defeated monsters don't disappear on their own, noting that whoever has to clean it up later will have a bad time. His eyes then focus on an arrow protruding from the neck of a ferocious boar, smiling, as he realizes that Mulus helped the villagers from afar with his bow. Some days later, Yamamoto apologizes for Yosho for what happened late the previous month, when he suddenly took a day off, telling him that he seriously saved him, and explaining that something suddenly came up. As they get some drinks from a vending machine, Yosho reassures him, stating that he also had business at the very last day of the month, so it would not have been possible for him to cover for Yama at that time, but the sudden job came up just the day before. Delighted, Yamamoto offers to treat him to a drink, and after some thought, Yosho settles on a hot milk tea. As the young man gets the drinks, Yosho asks him about something that suddenly came up. Scratching his head with embarrassment, Yamamoto asks him to keep it a secret from their boss, to which Yosho happily agrees, believing it must have been a date. Yama then reveals that there was a limited time game event, noting that as a fellow gamer, he would understand. And Yosho laughs nervously at the unexpected response before showing empathy and asking if it was a rare event. Reassured that he didn't get angry with him, Yama tells him once more of the game that he was addicted to, explaining that there was a sudden event at the end of the month in it, and he had been preparing for it for quite a few days leading up to it. Finding the end of the month event too similar to what he had just went through in the Village of Fate, Yosho asks him if the game involves town building or role-playing, but he declares that he's not into that sort of thing, since there's no sense of excitement. and thus he devotes himself solely to PvP games. Yosho is reassured by his words, noting to himself that Yama's game has nothing to do with the Village of Fate, and that even if he does kill to protect the village, his enemies are monsters. He then replies that he tried PvP games, but turned out to be bad at them, causing a disappointed Yama to note that he would have recommended some if he were into that sort of game. Drinking his hot milk tea, Yama notes that it is nice to get hyped up over games like that during his break time. Later that night, Yosho realizes that they seem to be done cleaning up the monster corpses and are progressing nicely with repairing the fence. He then decides to look at the day's conversation logs, first reading a conversation between Rhodus and Gams. The shopkeeper tells the warrior to take a break, pointing out the wounds he received during the evil god's temptation, regardless of how much he recovered with Kem's magic. Gams insists, remarking that he is in charge of the hard labor, and continues to work tirelessly despite Kem's pleas for him to not push himself too hard. Carol then pushes the priestess aside, eagerly offering Gams a massage, causing the two girls to clash as Kem tells her to stop getting in the way while she talks with her brother. When Carol retorts that he would enjoy talking to her, Kem turns towards him and notes that it could not possibly be true, with the warrior being saved by Layla's timely intervention asking the two girls to help her out. Yosho smiles, noting that the villagers are truly hard workers. Although his fate points dropped to 0 after using the golem, they increased to nearly 100 thanks to the villagers' feelings of gratitude toward their god. Since they plan to send him some of the monster meat they managed to obtain from the attack, he can also expect a boost of his fate points from the offerings. Content with how things are progressing, he decides to head downstairs and have some meat for dinner, while also clearing the fridge in anticipation of the coming offerings. As he is in the kitchen, Sayuki returns from her work after doing some overtime. While the meat sizzles in the frying pan, he offers to make some for his sister as well, and she is delighted by the smell, gratefully accepting the offer. Yosho eagerly returns to the stove, and after some time he hands her a platter of delicious-looking mystery meat. Overjoyed, Sayuki thanks him and playfully asks to kiss him in gratitude, causing the startled young man to keep her at bay while noticing that she smells of alcohol, suddenly realizing that his sister is drunk. They then sit at the kitchen table and give thanks for the meal before digging in. As Sayuki eats with joy, Yosho notes that she was pretty late that day as well, asking if she's feeling okay. She reassures him, noting that the job is fun and easy for her, before suddenly lowering her gaze as if something was wrong. Yosho tells her that he will hear her out if anything is amiss, since even if he may be a hopeless older brother, sharing her complaints may help her feel better. After a pause, Sayuki admits that she has been tailed by someone lately, or at least it feels like she's being watched. Recently, while she was picking up some groceries at the convenience store, she felt as if a man was intently staring at her from the aisle. When she turned to see who it was, the person exited the convenience store. And though she at first thought it was her imagination, she would have sworn that the man that was leaving the store had been stalking her. Recalling the previous person who had stalked Sayuki 10 years prior and stabbed Yosho when he confronted him, the young man admits that the incident was present in his mind, and he had been worried since she began returning home late these days. His sister is surprised by his concern, but he points out that despite being how he is at present, he is still her older brother, repeating his current state. His sister tells him there's no need to state the obvious twice, fidgeting and looking elsewhere, before admitting that she also thought that he hated her because of how she was. Calmly, Yosho states that he thought it natural for her to hate him, even if it was shameful for him to admit it himself. Looking up with renewed joy, Sayuki addresses him as her big brother, and notes that he's returning to the way he was before, and is a tiny bit more decent than his usual self, and much cooler. Yosho is surprised by this statement, and even more so as he notices his sister looking down in embarrassment. He then interprets what she said as a sign that she was happy with the change, telling her to contact him whenever she is returning late from work so he can pick her up, pulling out a smartphone his mother gave him and showing it to her. They then exchange phone numbers while Sayuki asks if that means she can ask him for help whenever she's in trouble, which he confirms, while stating that he won't be able to help while he's busy cleaning late at night. She thanks him for this nonetheless, asking him not to be reckless like he was the previous time, which he agrees to. Despite Sayuki keeping her cool, Yosho can see that she is absolutely terrified on the inside, and resolves to do something about it, certain that this time, he will surely prevail. After another successful night in his cleaning job, Yosho returns home in the van with the rest while they note that they finished up with work earlier than usual that day. He is lost in thought, however, and looks out the window before turning to his boss and telling him that he has to drop by the convenience store on the way home to buy something, so he will be getting off there. The man drops him off at the convenience store, and Misaki and Yamamoto bid him farewell as the van drives on. Alone at the bus stop, Yosho sees a businesswoman returning from work, as well as some street youth drinking and smoking next to some dumpsters. Wary but determined, he enters the convenience store. While picking up some groceries, he's disturbed by the thought that Sayuki's stalker might be close by, noting that his sister must be stressed out about this as well. Remembering the time he was stabbed, he recalls that he was hospitalized after the incident. And though luckily there weren't any irregularities with his body, he remembers Sayuki crying non-stop. The stalker was apparently sent off to a reform school due to the assault, and both Yosho and Sayuki received apology letters several times, but all of them contained stereotypical remorseful sentences with no real substance to them. He never heard what happened to the culprit after he was released from reform school, nor did he want to, and yet he wonders why once again the situation has re-emerged at this point in time. As he walks home with his groceries, Yosho sees a woman struggling to reach for something on the ground while leaning on a couch. Her left foot is injured, and she is trying to reach for the keys to her house. As he gets closer, he recognizes her and addresses her as Sekiya, offering to pick up the keys for her. The woman thanks him and is surprised to see Yosho. Sekiya is a childhood friend who lived next door to him, and they've been together since they were born. Their friendship persisted from elementary school up to university, but since then, Sekiya got a job at a company she dreamed of while he became a NEET. Even after he became a recluse, she would still email him and visit his house during the first few years, but he was too ashamed of his situation at the time, so he never tried to respond to her kindness. This is the first time the two have seen each other face to face in 10 years. After a long silence, he rubs his eye and asks about her leg. She enthusiastically tells him that she missed a step when taking the stairs while distracted and sprained her ankle, and her coworker drove her back home. Yosho then tells her to be careful, since there's a surprisingly clumsy side to her, recalling an event from their childhood when she tried to climb a tree like him and got hurt in the fall. Embarrassed, she tells him not to remind her of something that happened so long ago, before they both start laughing. Sekiya then notices his work outfit, and he tells her that he's been working a stint at a cleaning company for almost a month from a referral from his father, starting to feel embarrassment for doing that at his point in life. The girl cuts him short, stating that's not the problem at all. She will always support him. The surprised Yosho thanks her, suddenly noticing that she's begun to blush and apologizing for the long talk, suggesting that she go inside. Sekiya nonetheless tells him that she's glad they were able to talk after so long, and she thanks him and bids him farewell as she enters her home. As he turns to leave, Yosho notes that the talk went along quite smoothly, considering it was their first time talking in 10 years. Glad to see that his lifelong friend hadn't changed at all. He merrily heads home, until his self-loathing thoughts hit once more, and he starts to think that it couldn't be possible. She was only speaking on his level. It has been 10 years since she went into the world and has experienced both the good and the bad to become a fine adult woman. Compared to Yosho, who just started to work recently, she has far more experience in life, and he cannot bridge the difference in the gap any longer. While he looks down in shame, Sekiya emerges from her home and calls out to him. He immediately turns to reply, and his friend blushes as she tells him of a new sweets cafe that opened up in front of the station. She tells him that given its young clientele, it's hard for her to go alone, so she would like to go there with him once her leg heals. Surprised, Yosho agrees, stating that he likes sweet things too, to which Sekiya replies thanking him, and stating she will send him an email later. As Yosho continues his trip home, he wonders if the outing with Sekiya is a date, but he brushes the thought off, repeating to himself that all she did was ask him to be her escort, wondering why she would pick him. Shaking his head, Yosho remarks that there's no use of being in such a frivolous mood with the issue of Sayuki's stalker still unresolved. As he enters the kitchen, his mother welcomes him back, noticing the sinister smile on his face. A few days later, Yosho relaxes on his day off and prepares to play the game as much as he wants. There hasn't been any sign of Sayuki's stalker since the incident at the convenience store, so there's a chance that she might have just imagined it. Furthermore, next Sunday is when he will be going as an escort with Sekiya to a sweets shop in what is certainly not a date, and he must also think of a way to deal with the next evil god's temptation, too. The previous battle demonstrated the great power of the golem, but given its severe limitations, he can only activate it as a truly last resort. Worried about having to rely on Gams as the village's sole military force, Yosho considers spending some fate points to supplement some fighters and wonders what miracle would be best. Suddenly, Gams looks down in surprise as Mulus approaches the village, eagerly greeting the doctor. Yosho notes that it would be perfect if he were to join the villagers, but remains hesitant. The other villagers immediately barge out of the cave to welcome their friend back, with Carol embracing the doctor. Lowering his gaze, Mulus expresses his gladness to see everyone all right, apologizing for fleeing alone. Layla cuts him short, pointing out that he only stuck around them out of goodwill and, though thankful, they can't have complaints. Rodis seconds his wife's motion, being glad that they can meet again, and Kem interprets it as a sign from the god of fate. Watching the scene unfold, Yosho smiles and notes that there are many selling points about the game, but one of them is that there isn't a single character in the village that one could hate. Gams then thanks Mulus for supporting them from the shadows, and Yosho muses that if he noticed his presence, the warrior would have as well, Still lowering his gaze, the doctor states that it was all he could contribute, and apologizes once again. Falling to one knee, he declares that he's in no place to ask something like that, proceeding to ask for everyone's help. An alarmed Kem tells him to raise his head, recalling how he helped them when Gams was poisoned, and even after that, telling him to freely ask if there's anything that they can do to help him. Her brother confirms this, stating that kindness should be repaid. Mulus then begins by apologizing once more before pulling his hair back, as a pair of pointy ears becomes visible. He reveals that his true identity is not that of a doctor who suddenly showed up in their camp, but a member of a race that lives in the Forbidden Forest, and has observed them since they entered the woods. Everyone is shocked by this revelation, and Yosho identifies Mulus as an elf. With a sharp tone and an ice-cold stare, Kem asks the elf if he already knew how threatening the evil god's temptation in the forest was, which Yosho considered natural, considering how her beloved older brother suffered great harm during the assault. Gam gesticulates at her to calm down, and Mulus once again apologizes, stating he did possess an inkling of the danger, but the attack that time felt unusually systematic, and there were some peculiarities with the monster's actions. Gams notes that he felt that as well in the previous two attacks, including the one that razed their village, since even though monsters were normally ferocious during the evil god's temptation, they should have never been able to make coordinated attacks. Rodus adds that he never heard of a village attack during his time venturing the land as a peddler. Setting the matter aside, Gams asks Mulus what he wants. Raising his eyes, he reveals that his village was decimated by the evil god's temptation, shocking everyone including Yoshio. Mulus tells them that his race had lived in the forest for generations, and should have had the preparations and know-how to fend off monster raids, and yet they were crushed. The doctor tells them that a dying villager described it as a massive attack, unlike any he had ever seen before, and it seems that many different kinds of monsters attacked together in what seemed like a coordinated assault. Gams asks Mulus if there were any survivors, but he confirms that the witness soon passed away, and the entire village was decimated. However, he did notice that the number of corpses didn't match the number of villagers, with 10 or so corpses of children missing, and he held hope that they may have been transported away to a monster nest. Yosho cannot even fathom how painful and saddening it must have been for Mulus to see the village he was born and raised in destroyed, and then have to go around confirming the villager headcount as the sole survivor. Kem reaches out to the distraught elf, and Gams declares that if there's still a chance they may be alive, then worrying about them is a waste of time, urging Mulus to lead them there. Kem eagerly heads inside to fetch some weapons, while Rodus, Layla, and Carol ready other supplies for the trip, while Gams reassures the grateful elf. Seeing this, Yosho cannot help but praise his villagers. Everyone has decided to go and help, so he is not going to say anything about it. Though he wants to do something for him as well, he can only invoke a prophecy once a day, so he should be holding on to it until he really needs to use it, wondering if there is anything else he could do. Even if Yosho activates the golem, his fate points will run out before it arrives at their destination, and though he briefly considers having Gams carry the statue, he discards the idea since it would slow them down. Gams then heads out with Mulus, telling everyone else to stay in the cave, but Kem insists on going, stating that she should be there to treat any wounded children. Her brother protests that it might be dangerous, but the priestess replies that she's fully aware, and they have the divine protection of the god of fate, noting that if she brings the Bible, he could give instructions through prophecies. Yosho opts to leave the decision to Gams. The warrior repeats his concern about bringing his sister along, but also acknowledges that it would be futile even if he tried to stop her. Carol then approaches Gams, handing him a token to remind him of her. As he opens his palm, he notices it is a small wooden carving of the god of fate. Kem then bids the villagers farewell as the search party heads off, and Rodus and his family eagerly declare that they will take care of the cave and prepare food for their return. With everything thus settled, the group heads off. The group makes their way through the woods beneath clear skies. Mulus has grasped the whereabouts of the monster's nest, and it seems like it won't take much time for them to reach it. But Yosho is upset at being forced to watch things pan out without being able to intervene. The group advances through the thicket, climbing over the obstacles that come their way as a team. They finally reach a clearing at the shores of a fast stream, and Mulus suggests that they take a rest there. As they sit, Kem eagerly drinks from her water skin, and Yosho points out that it has been over an hour since they left the village, wondering if the path is a little tough for Kem to follow. Mulus tells Gams that he is unsure as to how many monsters remain at the enemy base, noting that there were countless monster corpses scattered about besides those of the villagers. He believes that in their final stand, his comrades managed to repel many of them and thin their ranks, and Gams in turn adds that there probably won't be many unscathed monsters either. The elf then explains that of the 3 main monster types in the forest, ferocious boars and black dogs do not have the habit of bringing their prey back alive, so it would be logical to think that this was an act of the Green Goblins rising. He suggests that they should resume their march. Hearing the word prey, Yosho muses that he's been treating the situation as a hostage rescue event, suddenly wondering if the children are okay. He points out that in this extremely realistic game, it would not be strange for some sort of cruel scene to appear. After some time, Mulus raises his hand, signaling everyone to stop, raising a finger to his mouth so they remain quiet. Crouching, they approach the edge of a cliff and see the monster nest below. It consists of several straw huts, and Yosho can see 9 green goblins at a glance, remarking that regardless of Gam's and Mulus's strength, it would be dangerous to take on that many enemies all at once. The elf notes that if the sky wasn't clear, it would have been possible to sneak in and close in on their foes. Yosho agrees that the fine weather is not suitable for a surprise attack, noting it would be nice if there was a way for him to make rain fall. Suddenly recalling that there is. Scrolling with his mouse, he opens the Miracles tab and heads to the weather control section, eagerly declaring that rain will mask their footsteps and obscure visibility, allowing the group to attack the monsters in their huts. The God of Fate browses through the multiple weather options, deducing that the amount of fate points one spends differs based on one's choice of weather. Scratching his head, he wonders if he should use torrential rain, regretting having neglected to test the weather control at least once. As he selects his miracle, Yosho realizes that the player can designate the area to execute weather control by moving a circle on the screen with the mouse, and adjusting its radius using the mouse wheel, believing the larger the radius, the larger the amount of fate points used. As he clicks, the miracle activates and the torrential rain starts pouring over the village and the surrounding area, and, as expected, the green goblins rush for cover inside their huts. Mulus notes how convenient the weather change was, but Kem excitedly declares that while that happened, the Bible shone faintly, hypothesizing this could have been assistance from the God of Fate. With the rain pouring all around them, Gams reckons that they should be able to ambush the goblins' habitat now. He then hands his excess gear to Kem in order to move as lightly as possible, and his sister begs him to be careful. He heads out only with his dagger, with Mulus following suit, and the two then split as they enter the camp. Splashing through the puddled water, Gams reaches the nearest hut and crouches next to its entrance. Pausing for a second, he closes his eyes, before steeling his nerves and entering the hut, dagger in hand. Monsters scream briefly before falling silent, forever. Gams then emerges from the hut covered in blood, a grim expression on his face. Seeing Mulus emerge from another hut, he gestures asking if he found the children, and upon his negative reply, they decide to keep going. As the carnage continues, Yosho notes that they've managed to remain undetected, with all that is left being for them to find and rescue the children. As the rain subsides on the silent village, the men confirm that they failed to find the children. Turning to an unexplored cave, Gams takes point, but as soon as he reaches the cave entrance, he jumps back in shock and draws his sword. Kem wonders what's the matter, but Mulus tells her to get back, as a gigantic red cyclops emerges from the cave wielding a massive club. As the monster stares down at him, Gams is shocked to find a ferocious creature in a place like that. The cyclops then swiftly swings at him with its club, landing a direct impact that sends him flying backwards as Mulus, Kem, and Yosho look on in horror. Gams has managed to pull out his sword in time, however, and the flat of the blade has borne the brunt of the impact. Doing a reverse flip, the warrior once again adopts a fighting posture and faces the incoming monster with cold determination. Mulus fires an arrow straight at the Cyclops' eye, but the monster's reflexes prove superior, as it effortlessly swats the arrow away with its hand. Yosho is just as shocked as the elf at the monster's ability to repel the arrow so easily, loudly wondering how tough the creature's skin must be. A window pops up, giving detailed information on the red Cyclops. Although part of the ogre family, they are a wild and ferocious species on bad terms with the green goblins, and are hostile towards those monsters. Due to their great physical abilities, ordinary hunters are no match for them, and the monsters enjoy feasting on human flesh. The monster lets out a blood-curdling roar, as Gams and Mulus prepare to meet it head-on. Seeing the odds stacked against them, Yosho looks on in shock and wonders if the two warriors can even defeat a monster like that.
This incredible story began with a very fateful and important battle, which in turn began with a blow from a battle axe. This weapon moved in space so quickly that from the outside it seemed as if it had passed through the enemy's body. But if you look at this fight from the outside, you could see that the axe was able to cut off the enemy's head without much effort. The warrior who had just done this began to wrap the iron chain to which the axe was tied around his hand, and heard the question. It was an ancient monk who asked if the enemy had been defeated. And then the warrior asked him if he could see the severed head. The monk answered him that for some time he had not seen anything at all, and for this reason he was interested in the warrior. Then the warrior began to come closer to him, and said that he was sorry to hear this. When he came close enough, he sat down right in front of this monk, and looked into his eyes silently for a while. After a few minutes of silence, he told him that it was all over, and then the monk replied that it was good work. It took Shinjio only a few years to stain the Central Plains with blood. In the end, Baekdo and Hukdu had to unite and fight back. And today that day has come. It was the day of the final battle, the day when everything was to be resolved once and for all. This moment required maximum concentration and concentration of strength from all participants. But now, the warrior understood that he had done everything right, and at the same time his life was coming to an end. The monk decided to ask the warrior if he was okay, and he, at the same time holding his hand to the open wound, said that he felt fine. With the last of his strength, the monk said that he thought that the warrior was a great master of the Black Path, and if not for him, Hikdo would have been exterminated 10 years ago. The warrior answered him that if it were not for the Lord of the Murim, then Pekdo would also have been erased from the earth. The monk laughed and said that perhaps he was right, because the one who is sitting in front of him now is none other than Yong Hojong, the Emperor of Darkness. He also notified the warrior that he had a small question for him, the answer to which he would like to hear before his death. He was wondering why the heir of the great Baekdo family defected to Hukdu's side and became their leader. Yong could not answer this, because in fact he himself did not know the exact answer to this question. He just looked away and said that it just happened. And the monk, in turn, said that he just wanted to satisfy his curiosity before he died. The warrior answered him that he would lead the monks on the last path, and in his opinion, this would be right. But no one could even suspect that one enemy was still at a short distance from them, and had already prepared his weapon. When he waited for the right moment, he swung his sharp weapon and pointed it straight towards Yun. Literally a second later, this needle reached his body, and due to the fact that he could not expect this attack, he could not block it. The warrior could not believe that this really happened, because just a second ago he was sure that all the enemies were defeated. His entire body began to glow purple, and a needle protruded from his chest, taking away all his energy. When the warrior began to look around, he saw the one who had just thrown this needle. It was Tang Guan, and it was a real surprise to Yun Hojong that he didn't die. Yong immediately fell to his knees and the monk told him that he was not asking to understand him, but he also understood that no one would stop him if the monk died. Some more time passed, and the monk added that she would apologize to him in the afterlife, because he would go there first and they would meet soon. Experiencing incredible pain, Yong conducted a dialogue in his head and could not understand why his life was so difficult and ended this way. 26 years ago, his world collapsed when the Pyoxin clan fell. That day his father was killed during the battle, and his younger brother also suffered an early death. After these events, he was left alone in the void, and there was no one he could rely on. Because of these conditions, he eventually defected to the Hyukdo side and rose to the position of commander-in-chief. All his life he desperately fought for the right to exist, and only now realized that it seemed like it was all in vain. After all, even the last moment of his life was filled with pain and betrayal. And few people would like to feel these emotions before death. For a moment he closed his eyes and heard only incomprehensible voices inside his head. But when his eyes were open, he saw that someone was sitting in front of him. This man, who was in front, talked about the need to study in order to fulfill his duty to the clan and achieve enlightenment. Yong didn't understand what was happening right now, and bet that it was all a dream or some kind of illusion. While he was trying to understand this, he felt that someone was trying to draw his attention to himself, poking him with a finger. Then Hojong turned his head to see who was doing it, and was very surprised when he realized. This guy's face seemed very familiar to him, and he didn't even hear this guy say that the ceremony was not over yet and he needed to sit down immediately. It took Young a few seconds to understand who it was, and all this time he just silently looked at the guy. After a while he shouted his name. He immediately hugged this guy, because he realized that his brother was finally here, and they would meet at least in the afterlife. But even though Yon was overcome with emotions, he still asked himself the question of where his brother, who died 20 years ago, was here from. While he was hugging his brother, he heard someone talking to him from behind. And this voice also seemed incredibly familiar to him, and for a couple of seconds he tried to figure out who it was. But when he turned his head, everything finally became obvious, and a second wave of joy enveloped him again. It was his father, who also died defending the clan in battle a long time ago. It was difficult to believe my eyes, because Yong did not expect to see his family in the afterlife, and thought that he would be doomed to eternal pain. He immediately pushed his brother away and began to run towards his dad in order to finally hug him. The guy ran at incredible speed to his father. He had been waiting for this moment almost all his life. But as soon as he got close enough, his father grabbed his hand, and blue energy immediately began to be extracted from his palm. For some reason, Yun's hair also started to rise up. It was like a small electric shock. Now Yong was on his knees in front of his father, due to the fact that he, using one of the techniques, was able to make him fall to the ground. It looked really very strange, because the father only needed half a second to put his son to bed. Yong didn't know what to think at that moment, and didn't understand why his father didn't want to see him here in the afterlife. Moreover, his gaze was very dissatisfied, and even a little angry, when he looked at his son. A few seconds later, he asked Yun why he was making noise during the ceremony, and ordered him to go to the ancestral home for 3 days and apologize to the deceased for what happened. Ancestral house. This was a house that had belonged to the same family for several generations. The son looked into his father's eyes and replied that he would immediately go to this house and apologize to his ancestors. Well, when Young began to examine his body, he thought that perhaps he was not actually in the afterlife. After all, the scars and calluses disappeared from his body, and even that needle wound disappeared. This was his past, and Yong realized that now he had returned to the Pyoxin clan. A few minutes later he had already moved to the house of his ancestors in order to fulfill the order that his father had given him. Everything here was the same as before, and nothing in the interior had changed, and he concluded that his father was as ruthless as ever. And again he gave him a stern instruction to ask for forgiveness from his dead ancestors for 3 days. Hojong could not understand why he returned, and for now he could not rejoice, because what cannot be explained could soon become a problem. Everything was as unclear as possible, and this made Yong constantly angry and think about what had happened. He did not understand anything, and also realized that reflection would not give any answers. He fell onto a small bed that stood nearby and for some time simply silently looked at the ceiling. While he was doing this, a not very pleasant realization came to his mind, which made him think very hard. The guy was wondering how old he really is now. 18, or maybe 20. After all, apparently, it was autumn now, and judging by the appearance of his father and brother, the guy returned about 26 years old. And this fact could only speak of one thing, something that Yong didn't even want to think about. And this filled his soul with even greater anger. Since he did not understand how to influence this problem. In less than a year and a half, his Pyexan clan would be destroyed, and he would be unable to do anything about it. The guy quickly realized that he couldn't just lie there and needed to start doing something. He ran closer to the entrance doors to the house of his ancestors, and at that very moment his brother opened the doors. Jipyong didn't understand what was happening here, and why his brother was running around his ancestral house like crazy. With a trembling voice, he decided to ask Young where he was going to go, since he came so close to the doors. He didn't know what to answer, because he remembered that he had recently received an order from his father, which in no case should be ignored. Jipyong asked Yun why he wanted to run away from home when his father gave him a task. He still couldn't answer, so Jipyong decided to take out a small gift from his inner pocket. He lowered his voice a little and told Young that no matter how severe the punishment was, he was worried about his brother, who would drink only water for 3 days. Having finished this sentence, he opened a small package that now contained food. The brother sincerely smiled and said that it looked very tasty, especially considering that Young would have absolutely no food here. But now Young couldn't think about anything except that Jipyong would die soon. He looked around in all directions and told his brother to quickly eat it while his father wasn't looking. When the younger brother said the word father, Young again plunged into memories. He remembered the fact that his father, as the head of the clan, fell by the sword along with the entire clan in battle. It was simply terrible, and it was painful to realize that at that time he could not influence the outcome of these events in any way. Therefore, Yong decided for himself that since fate had given him a second chance, he would strike first. He hugged his brother silently, without saying anything to him all this time. At the same time, he thought that he needed to try very hard to prepare and protect the clan. Moreover, he swore an oath that he would find and kill every enemy who dared to attack the Pyoxin clan. Long days passed, and after this time, Yong was finally able to open the doors from his ancestral home and go out into the world. He immediately knew where he would go, and covered the distance towards the building where his father was right now. Walking inside, he saw two guards who immediately greeted the young master. Then Yong stopped and realized that the guards were not going to let him through further, and he needed to explain the reason why he needed to enter. But these guards looked very stern, and it seemed like they wouldn't let him through anyway. One of them, after a few seconds of silence, decided to ask the young master what brought him here. Yong replied that he needed to meet with his own father in order to report something to him. And then one of the guards asked if the head of the clan had sent him, and Hojong, in turn, replied that this was not so. Hearing this answer, the guard took several small steps towards the guy in order to tell him the following. He informed him that in this case, Yong cannot go inside, and unfortunately this is only an order that they are following. Hojong told him that it was very urgent and he needed to go in there right now. The second guard entered the dialogue and added that they were ordered not to let anyone in until noon. He asked for forgiveness and advised Yun to come back later. But the young master, in turn, asked to convey a small message to his father. Turning around and walking away in parallel, he asked one of the guards to tell father that he was beginning to study the technique of true azure silk. The guard said that he understood everything and would soon convey this message to his father. But after a few seconds, he, along with the second guard, could not believe their ears, and decided to ask again. He asked Yun if he had really just mentioned the true azure silk technique. Then he stopped and said that the guard had heard everything correctly, and everything needed to be conveyed in exactly this form. Yong continued his movement and had already left this corridor in which the dialogue with the guards was taking place. He knew that in a very short time he needed to master the true azure silk technique. The guards also realized that the true azure silk technique was one of the 5 great martial arts of the clan. And this could only mean that the young master had already mastered the soaring swallow method, which was beyond the control of the young masters. Only the second young master, who was the only one who succeeded, was capable of this. The younger brother just met Yun near the exit from the corridor, and Hojong was lost in his memories. In the past, he hated Jipyeong because he had outstanding talent. And for this reason, the head of the clan often spoke about Jipyeong, forgetting Yun. Hojong treated his younger brother as if he did not exist at all. They were offended by fate. Meanwhile, Jipyeong treated him with understanding, and during his stay in the ancestral home, he said that starving was too severe for even punishment. He also constantly repeated that it was simply impossible to survive for 3 days only on water. Moreover, the younger brother asked Yun if he was hungry and if he wanted to eat somewhere now. Young didn't answer, and then Jipyeong said that he had found a place that his older brother should like. The younger brother was constantly talking, and so Young decided to interrupt him and said that he wanted to say something important. Now the two of them were silent, and Jipyeong was looking forward to what his older brother would say now. The atmosphere during this dialogue was very tense, and overall the younger brother could not relax. The silence broke when Young said that he wanted to talk about how he treated his little brother all this time. Hojong sincerely said that he was very sorry for everything that happened before. Moreover, he said that he was a real freak who did not praise his younger brother for his successes, and never supported him, always remaining petty. Young asked for forgiveness, and swore that this would never happen again. Jipyeong couldn't believe his ears and eyes, because his older brother had never behaved like this before. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Young added that he was very sorry that he caused him trouble, and added that he would not blame him if he could not forgive him. Jipyeong almost burst into tears when he realized that his brother had changed, and it seemed that he no longer hated him. It was incredibly difficult for him to hold back his tears, but after a few seconds he stopped even trying. This reaction brought a smile to Young's face, and he realized that all this time this problem had been so easy to solve. All I had to do was meet my living brother again. He laughed very quietly, and they began to walk further and further from the building where their father was. The guards could not believe that this happened again, because they witnessed that conversation. Jipyeong burst into tears again and went somewhere with his older brother. Now the two brothers moved to Goyanglu, which was a very famous place among those who want to eat delicious food. The brothers occupied a small table and Young ordered some fish, which was steamed and served with hot peppers. While he was eating, he suddenly heard that Jipyong wanted to address him. The younger brother was wondering why Hojong's gait changed so dramatically. Young asked why he got it, and then he answered that the gait is different from the one it was before. After thinking a little, the younger brother made an assumption that his elder brother's ki moves in front of his body. Young realized that all these changes happened because of those 3 days in the ancestral home. All this time, all he did was practice the soaring swallow method. He did it even though it was very risky. This method has an incredibly detrimental effect on blood vessels, pressure, bones, and muscles. Through all these tests, his body regressed. Young understood that using this technique, this is what should happen. It was unbearably painful, but Young was no stranger to such an amount of energy inside her body. But nevertheless, this test was quite difficult, and he managed to pass it. The younger brother saw right through Young, and realized that his technique could be rated at about 7 stars. He looked at his older brother for some time, and then said that he had a very bold assumption. But Young did not wait for this assumption to be voiced, and told Jipyong that he had mastered the soaring swallow method. When the younger brother heard this, he immediately got up from the chair he had been sitting on all this time and said that he didn't believe it. But seeing the seriousness on Young's face, he immediately congratulated him, and realized that his gait had changed due to Ki's awakening. It seems that Jipyong was able to notice the slight changes just by looking at Yun. His skills were truly incredible. While he was thinking about this, the younger brother heard a presence behind him. He said that this is a very familiar Ki, and it looks like his friends came here. There were 3 of them, and one of them was distinguished by a particularly large amount of energy compared to the others. Jipyong immediately stood up from the table and apologized to his older brother, saying that he needed to greet them. While he was running, he accidentally bumped into a woman who was just walking near their table. She looked at her younger brother disapprovingly, but said nothing. Jipyong asked for forgiveness, and meanwhile the girl began to move on, along with her assistant who walked behind. That assistant immediately asked if she liked the local landscape, and at that time Young realized that this was the young lady from the Namgong clan. It was Namgong Sanghua, and she told her assistant that she didn't really like the scenery. She constantly shouted at this man, and Young tried to listen to this conversation as much as possible. He was very interested in this woman, and he tried to extract as much information as possible from their dialogue. The assistant said that the lady should try the fish, and her mood would immediately improve. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a Jipyong near him. It was one of his friends, and the younger brother immediately invited his friend to meet Yun. Hojong introduced himself and said that he was very pleased to meet new people. One of the younger brother's friends also bowed and said that his name was Lee Jonghak. He almost managed to say which clan he was from, but the young lady interrupted him. She asked if he really brought her here for this mediocre scenery. And then he replied that this was not so, and gave the order to the second assistant to place an order. After some time, the food was already on the table, and the assistant realized that Namgong was not very happy. She turned her head towards Lee and asked if he really wanted to call this normal food. The younger brother was already sitting at the table with Yong, and the two of them listened to the screams that came from the next table. Jipyong apologized and said that he just wanted to show this wonderful place, but it seems that now there are circumstances that are interfering. But suddenly his elder brother turned to him and said that he wanted to ask him for something. Young asked to treat him in honor of his recent success. A smile appeared on Pyung's face, and he asked Yong to order whatever he wanted. After some time, the situation inside improved, but this did not last very long. Inside, screams were again heard, the source of which was the young mistress. She screamed and asked Lee Chonghak how he even dared to tell her. That guy was very scared and asked Namgong to calm down. He also said that there are people here who are also watching all this. But the lady said that she didn't care about the insects at that table. Jipyong was at that table with his older brother, and the peonies didn't like this phrase at all. Despite the fact that he heard Lee say that there is no need to insult others, because these are children from the Pekson clan. The lady said that the Namgong clan did not recognize the Baexiang clan as one of the 7 great clans. She liked all this chaos, and she expected some kind of reaction from her older brother who was sitting at the table. Yong really didn't like everything that was happening here, and he also noticed that her chatter spoiled the taste of the drink. Suddenly he noticed that his younger brother stood up from the table and silently began to look towards the young mistress. He didn't like this fact even more, but at the same time he was interested in what would happen next. He just looked at Jipyeong, who stood rooted to the spot near their table. It was difficult to find out what his intentions were, since he also did not react at all to the words of his older brother. Jipyeong just watched. Jipyeong was unstoppable, and he asked the girl. It seems to me or to her that she has already gone very far. Of course, Namgung couldn't even understand what this young master had just said, because she was not used to listening to anyone. Then Pyung's voice became even louder, and he said that the girl had violated etiquette and gone too far. Moreover, he added that he did not even know that these manners were taught in the Namgung clan. For some time the girl simply listened, but soon a grin appeared on her face, and she realized how this skirmish would end. She laughed and asked Jipyeong if he really thought he was special since he was considered a descendant of the great clan. Well, then the younger brother said that if the Namgung clan was not involved, then the girl clearly did not receive the proper education. Then this girl was already angry, and it was clear from her face that she would resort to action very soon. She gathered all her strength into a fist, and with just one blow she broke the table that stood not far from her. A new pause was created, and now the younger brother was already looking at the girl, who was able to destroy a rather thick wooden table with just one blow. Then the smile on her face became even more noticeable, and she told her little brother that it seemed like they needed to gut him and check his insides. At that moment, Yong turned to his younger brother and said that the next time he meets such people he needs to behave differently. You shouldn't waste your time, because such people can be corrected only by beating them well. The girl said that for the first time some upstart wanted to correct her. She pointed her finger at her assistant before pointing at Yun. An order was given to force the two to kneel before her, and such an order immediately threw the subordinate into horror. He began to ask the girl why exactly he should do this. But instead of answering, the young lady only hit him in the face with her palm, after which she said the following. She asked her subordinate whether he wanted his family to be unable to enter Anhui territory any longer. This guy began to come closer and closer to Yong, his younger brother, and raising his head a little, he still realized that he was doomed. He asked these of yours to kneel, but by that time, Yong had already stopped his movement with his hand. He held this assistant by the head, and directing more and more energy and effort into this hand forced him to sit down. Hojong looked with contempt at the one who was essentially just following orders, and who had no other choice. After that, he released the body of this victim, and it slowly began to fall down. Taking advantage of this unexpected moment, he increased his speed, and thus, in half a second, he was even closer to the body of this assistant. A moment, and Yong hit him right in the stomach, after which his body began to fall to the ground. The assistant got down on all fours and tried to stop the vomiting that began after such a blow. Then the young lady realized that she would have to deal with this problem alone, and she began to run. Her speed became faster and faster, and while moving, she shouted only one word. But the strangest thing was that Yong didn't even move from the place where he stood after immobilizing her assistant. She didn't understand if Hojong was really going to stop the heavenly wind with his bare hands. All she could do was hope that he would break all his bones after this attack. But after a second, she realized that everything would not be so simple, because energy began to come out of Yong's body, which reached her body. This energy did not allow her to move, and a moment later the elder brother himself grabbed her with his hand. Now the young lady's ki was interrupted, and the girl could not understand what the enemy had just done to her. She felt that the bone that was in her leg suddenly began to hurt and crack very badly. The pain was simply unbearable, and very soon the girl realized that it was all because Yong had stepped on her with his foot. The girl began to scream from the pain she felt at that moment, and with her hands she tried to move her body away from Yong. The older brother stopped pressing his foot on the enemy's bone. At that moment the girl was able to breathe normally. Whether she was pushed or stabbed, the severity of the injury did not matter. While harm is being done, he rushes into the attack and tears the enemy to pieces. Now there was real fear in that girl's eyes, and she put her hand in front of her and begged Young not to come closer. But he still continued to move, despite the fact that the same tears had already begun to flow from the girl's eyes. Then she began to shout and threaten, asking the enemy if he thought that his clan was safe. Even though Yong didn't answer her, she said that she would make sure that the entire Pyoxin clan was destroyed. After this phrase, a short pause appeared, and the girl very quickly realized that she would soon regret her words. The enemy came even closer and asked Namgong in a quiet voice what she was going to do. When Sanhua said that she did not hear, Young repeated the question, asking how she would destroy him and his clan. At that moment, the younger brother turned to Yong, because he no longer liked what this conflict had turned into. The girl said that she is from the Namgong clan, and if they find out what Yong did to her, it will lead to consequences. At that very moment, her older brother kicked the chair that stood near the broken table. This chair flew into the air and Yong caught the leg of this chair, which was just long enough. After this, Hojong told the girl that in this case he would have to kill and bury her, since after her death the Namgong clan would still not know anything. The girl started screaming and begging for help. She saw that this guy's eyes were full of madness. And indeed, Hojong's gaze was focused, and it became clear that, most likely, he would not flinch before this goal. The next day came, and now Young had to deal with the consequences of what he had done in the establishment. Now he was in the office where his father spent most of his day. The father himself was there now with his sons, and asked the elder brother to explain himself. He said that a dispute arose, and as a result of which they fought, and it ended the way it ended. The father said that he did not ask to summarize, because in fact he wants to know something completely different. The younger brother at that moment did not feel very good, due to the fact that the dialogue took place without his participation, although it was he who caused the problems. He looked first at his father, then at his older brother, and at that moment he no longer even knew which side he was on. The father emphasized that the son of the Li clan had his face broken, and the daughter of the Namgong clan had broken limbs. Moreover, he heard that the girl had serious external and internal injuries, and her recovery would take 6 months. The father was interrupted by his older brother, who said that the girl demanded that they grovel. Then the father replied that they could simply leave. He could not believe that his eldest son did not know what consequences bloodshed between the children of great clans would lead to. Yong immediately asked if they were a great clan. The father did not quite understand what this wording was for, so he decided to ask his eldest son what he was talking about. He replied that that girl did not consider their family a great clan, and he found out about this even before the fight. They talked a little more, and now Yong went straight to the guards who were standing there. At that moment, he thought that even if everything had gone so far, it was not his fault. Such cruelty is not characteristic of the teachings of Baekdo. It wasn't Baekdo. Baekdo, this is the way of the clan, and the will of his father. In itself, Baekdo is an orthodox path, and follows the accepted teachings of society. And Hikdu, this is the opposite of Baekdo. Yong is too accustomed to Hukdu's ways, having lived 30 years earlier as the Emperor of Darkness. He did not understand what to do with the true Azure Silk technique, since if he asked his father now, he would definitely not receive a positive answer. The action moved to a building where several doctors were now taking care of Sangwa's condition. They constantly updated her bandages to keep her limbs from moving less and to help her muscles heal properly. A fairly large number of bandages were also applied to prevent the bleeding from spreading. The head of the clan, Namgong-in, observed all this. He came here when the girl's condition became stable. He looked at his daughter for a while, then turned his gaze to the doctor to ask what condition she was in now. He replied that everything was not as bad as he thought, but a very big problem was his mental state. All because the girl was shocked by something. He also added that the physical damage will heal in 6 months, but he can't cure her psyche, and now he doesn't even know which way would be better for this. The head of the clan simply remained silent and looked at his daughter's body while the doctor left the room. At the same time, Ying's son entered the room and greeted the departing doctor. After all this, the son turned to his father to ask what he thought about it. Ying told him that his sister was seriously injured. But he just sent her to study and explore this world. Then his son decided to say that Sanghua must have learned a lot from this incident. But also, besides all this, he had an opinion that he decided to voice to his father. In his opinion, there is no need to forgive the bandit, despite the fact that he may have helped her realize the value of life. The father told his son that the culprit was a member of the Yun clan. Then the Hyung, that was the name of the son, replied that this clan is only 50 years old, and they already dare to attack the ancient Namgun clan. He decided to ask his father if he really intended to just leave them alone after all this. Ing said that he is going to do everything this way, and there are quite important reasons for this. Just because one child was injured, in his opinion, did not mean that he should challenge such a force. Then his son smiled and said that the head of the clan could not act rashly in such a situation. He began to leave the room, and when he already approached the door he decided to ask his son what about that bandit. He replied that he would take care of it, and since the culprit had already been identified, there was no point in rushing. It was already night, and as soon as the father decided to go out, Hyun also asked him when the meeting of the receivers would take place. Around the same time, Jipyong asked his father about a succession meeting. He replied that this was a meeting in which the successors of the 7 great clans took part. The purpose of the meeting is to bring the clans closer together. He gave his youngest son the entry permit, and explained that he needed to show him to Hefei, and he needed to leave on the 15th of that month. Moreover, he also said that he would be accompanied by an elite clan organization called the Hawk Squad. But it seems that Jipyong didn't really like this idea, as he said that maybe it would be better if his older brother went to these meetings. The father turned away from his youngest son and said that this was not particularly possible. He turned his head and I said that young Hojong is dangerous and poses a danger to many. Jipyong couldn't believe his ears, as over the past few days, his relationship with his older brother had only begun to improve. The head of the clan decided to ask his youngest son if it seemed to him that Yong had changed recently. Not even that, it seemed to the father that his eldest son was behaving like a completely different person. Meanwhile, Yun trained at night in the middle of the forest, and put all his efforts into this training. His gaze was focused, but at the same time, in those eyes one could see that he was gradually getting tired. The blows became clearer and clearer, and the amount of energy released increased exponentially. So far, at the most crucial moment, the amount of energy that was transmitted directly through the weapon to me became critically large. Then the temperature of the weapon became incredibly high, and Yun had to let go of it. He looked at his hands after all this and realized that he seemed to have reached his limit. One could forget about the axe, because it is obvious that he will not be able to master even an iron rod. Now it was difficult to understand how long it would take to learn a sufficient number of techniques. He picked up his weapon, which had already cooled down due to lack of energy, and suddenly heard a voice behind him. It was his father's voice, wondering why he was training so late. Instead of answering this question, Young asked his father what he was doing here. But he only said that he does not know that his eldest son trains so hard that his training takes place even at night. Yong replied that he just wants to master the staff and spear as quickly as possible. It was very interesting that Yong did not want to train with a sword at all. The father asked why his choice fell on the staff, because the great techniques of their clans are associated with the arts of the sword. And as the eldest son of the Yong clan, he must master these techniques. But Hojong told him that even if he mastered the clan's techniques, they would be no good if they didn't suit his body. My father didn't like this answer at all, and he only remained significantly silent. Then Young took the lead in the dialogue and said that martial art is something that needs to be felt with the body, and if he has found a path that suits his body, then he must follow it. The father turned away from Young, and for some time he simply looked into the depths of the forest, as he thought whether he should talk about what he had heard recently. After some time, he said that he learned some information from the guard. This information was that Yun wanted to learn the true Azure Silk technique. This technique was one of the clan's 5 great divine arts. No one in the clan could study any of the 5 great divine arts without the permission of the head. And so the father had a question for his son. When Hojong heard this question, you immediately became very tense, because you understood that you needed to think carefully about the answer. The father, in turn, understood that he needed to analyze every action and word of his eldest son in order to achieve a truthful answer. He turned his head to Yun, and said that his decision about whether he could study this ancient technique would depend on the answer. Yong moved into the depths of his memories, and before his eyes was the day when almost the entire village and clan were destroyed. The guards, who ran in panic in different directions, shouted that they needed to protect the clan and prevent the enemies from getting closer to the head of the clan. One of the guards who stood near the main entrance entered the office of the head of the clan, and it was clear from him that he had just been in battle. He said that they could not cope, and the head of the clan at that moment was just telling his children about the 5 great divine arts. The children immediately turned their heads towards the guard when they heard this, and realized that it wouldn't end just like that. Jipiang shouted towards the guard that he, too, would fight until his last breath for his clan. But the father ignored these words, and instead slipped his eldest son a manual on the 5 great divine arts. After he did this, he turned away from his children and began to look towards the street where the fighting was now taking place. He needed complete concentration in order to focus all the energy at one point in his body. After a few seconds, he took a very deep breath, and everyone noticed that the outer shell of his body began to change. He began to glow blue, and at the same time told his sons to hurry up and run away from here with all their might. The glow stopped getting brighter, and Yong realized that something very terrible was about to happen. The father shouted and said that the Iron Wall detachment would drive out the villains and protect the clan at all costs. Even though the eldest son had guidance on everything he was interested in at the time, he tried to dissuade his father from the idea. Yun's consciousness then moved to the present day when his father asked him one very interesting question. He wondered if Yun knew about the forms of the true Azure Silk technique. Since before this he told the guard that he had already begun training and mastered one of the forms. But then the eldest son interrupted him and said that it was not only about the technique of true Azure Silk. When my father heard this, he was very surprised, because he didn't understand what he even meant when he said that. Without hesitation, Hojong said that he already knew about all the forms of the 5 great divine arts. The father could not believe it, and asked his son what he meant. At first the guy didn't know how to respond to this, because he remembered well that in a past life his father himself taught him everything. In fact, he would like to tell his father about everything that he had to endure once upon a time. He wanted to talk about all the events that happened during this time and about all the fights that his son had. Young even got the idea in her head to tell her father about his past and the approaching danger. But after a second he realized that this idea was too dangerous, since his father might misunderstand everything. Therefore, the guy decided that now is not the time yet, and he will definitely talk about it, but a little later. Instead, he said that his father took him to the martial arts library when he was still little. My father couldn't believe that Young still had her memories. Therefore, he decided that most likely Hojong was simply lying and did not want to tell about the true reason. But at the same time, he noticed that Young had a very sincere look, and this could only mean that he really knows everything. Even if this is all true, it was still not clear why his eldest son was in such a hurry. So he told Yun to come to his office tomorrow morning and he would help develop the Soaring Swallow key to the true Azure Silk key. The next morning, Yong did just that, and now his father was sitting in the lotus position behind him and transmitting energy. At this time, the father only thought that approximately half a month should be enough. In the form of the development of his own key it took about the same amount of time. But while he was thinking about how long this should take, suddenly his son's body began to emit some kind of glow. A few moments after this glow appeared, a release of energy occurred, or simply an explosion. This explosion became more and more powerful and caused the objects that were in this room to fly in different directions. Yong, in turn, felt pain and felt his arteries expanding, since in addition to blood they now also had a much greater amount of energy. His eyes began to glow a very bright blue, as did the entire room. Even if you look at this entire building from the street, you could notice a very bright blue light source. The explosion stopped getting weaker, and the glow slowly faded away. The father moved a short distance from his son in order to better observe what was happening. But when almost all the glow disappeared, and his son's condition became more stable, he was very surprised. Even more, he considered it impossible. Not even an hour had passed since the start of the very first training. After a few seconds, Young exhaled all the air that was in his lungs during this training in order to normalize the pressure inside the body. Now his face was very focused, and he just stared straight ahead silently for a while. Night had already fallen, and the training could be declared over. Hojong he bowed and told his father that he was finished and thanked him for his help. But the father at that second thought only that he could not understand the source, and the reason why his son was able to learn such a complex technique so quickly. Yong also noticed this expression and realized that he needed to say something before leaving. Therefore, he notified his father that this time meant a lot to him, because he was able to sense someone's key. His dad didn't answer anything, but only looked sternly into his eyes, trying to sort out all the thoughts that were in his head. But after a few seconds, a small smile appeared on his face, and Yong realized that he was saved. The father said that it was a good job, and also told the eldest son that he had some news. He informed him that there would be a meeting of receivers soon, and he would like Young to go there instead of Jipyong. Instead of rejoicing, or, on the contrary, arguing with his father, Young only said that he understood everything. Then Dad decided to ask his son if everything was okay and if he agreed to such conditions. When the son did not answer, the father decided to assume that it seemed that Young did not want to participate in this meeting. Hojong answered him that hardly anyone needs a bunch of empty-headed children with excessive pride. After all, just the thought of this really drove him crazy, just as this idea of his father drove him crazy, who did not expect such a wording from Young. Some time passed, and now the two brothers were riding horses. Jipyong everything around was new, even the fact that the cart they were going there on was quite huge. He constantly looked around and commented on all the other carts, emphasizing that the smaller it was, the faster it was. A month passed, and the group moved to Anhui province. As soon as they had driven through this province for half a day, at one point Jipyong said that it was time to have a snack. Young in fact, he didn't even really like the idea of this trip, since he didn't understand why he should be here at all. But perhaps this was even for the better, since now the older brother has a chance to find out the true nature of the enemy. An enemy among the followers of the old teaching or a member of one of the 7 great clans, this was obvious to Young. He still remembered very well that the villain's key and fighting technique definitely belonged to Baekdo. Excluding his own clan, 6 other families also participated in the meeting. Among those villains, there were no people from the Namgong, Moyong and Tang clans. This meant keeping an eye on the remaining 3. The Peng clan, Myong, and the Jigul clan are the main targets and prime suspects. Meanwhile, the action moved to the forest, which was located just near Anhui province. There was a young guy moving around here who was very worried. This could be understood by the amount of sweat that was on his face and by his physiognomy. It seems that he was spying on someone, and when he saw the target, he immediately resorted to action. Moreover, this enemy threw some kind of bag at him, which meant that he needed to run away faster. There was an explosion, but this young guy was able to jump to the side at the very last moment and save himself. In order to accelerate, he used his internal energy and moved even faster. It seems that in addition to the explosive, this bag also contained some metal parts, since the fragments scattered 5 meters. In addition, after this explosion occurred, a tree also caught fire, near which the young guy was waiting for his target. The one who threw this bag stopped and began to look around, cursing the guy for being so fast. But suddenly this kid heard a female voice that did not calm him down at all. A moment later, the girl came out from behind the tree and said that there are so many old trees here, and therefore it is impossible to use fire techniques. This man was very scared, as he had expended a lot of energy during his escape. The girl came closer and closer to him, and with each step she felt the trembling and fear of this man more and more strongly. In a low voice she asked if the man had really spent everything. She turned to him and ordered him to give up the bag right now if he did not want to see the consequences. The man thought for a long time about what to do, and so the girl focused the energy in her hands and prepared to strike. This blow hit him directly in the stomach, and his body could not withstand such a large amount of energy. Therefore, the man flew at high speed into a tree that stood nearby. Meanwhile, the fire flared up more and more after that first explosion, which almost took the life of a young warrior. The girl received the bag from the man, and it seems that this was the item for which she was even ready to kill him. The young guy ran up to the girl and asked why he always plays the role of bait. The girl tied her hair into a bun and said that it was stupid to offer her older sister to be bait. And if he wants to change something, he should have been born earlier. This girl's name was Ahayan, and she was from the Jigul clan, and her brother's name was Zhong. She quickly pushed away from the place where she was standing and said that they needed to quickly continue their journey, otherwise they would be late for the meeting of successors. Further actions moved to another place, and specifically to a tavern called Kosunlu. It was now midday, and because of this, the tavern was full of customers, chatting loudly and eating. A small group that consisted of 2 successors of the Jigul clan was also here, and they ate the local food with great pleasure. The girl wasn't particularly interested in her noodles, but suddenly she felt and heard a sound nearby. She immediately paid attention to the source of this noise, and quickly realized that it was a scream. So she turned to her brother to ask if he had heard this sound. Even though he didn't answer because he was finishing his food, she still told him that he needed to move out. She very quickly pushed away from the chair she was sitting on and created a small wind current that pushed the plate towards Jun's face. The guy was just silent for a while, and then he screamed very loudly that he hadn't really heard anything. The girl moved around a small park that was located in the city, and looked with interest at every corner to discover the source of the sound. It turns out that at a short distance from this very tavern one could now hear a scream, and also the rotation of a stick in the air. The warrior, who was actually quite an experienced fighter, was now writhing in pain after a rather strong blow to his arm. Yong, in turn, stood unshakable, and said that this warrior's technique is stable, and his form is quite exquisite. He spun the stick in his hand and then threw it at low speed towards the enemy. After that he added that a warrior cannot fight as if it were a real battle, and this is a problem. The warrior tried to gather in his body all the strength that remained in order to carry out the last counterattack. By that time, the girl had already taken up an observation post and was watching how the battle would take place. The warrior shouted to Yong that he still had strength, and therefore he asked the young master for another chance. Without waiting for an answer, he attacked, and by that time Brother Aiken had also already arrived at that observation point. This battle was more like a mockery, since this experienced warrior made a lot of effort to repel the attacks. It was very difficult for him to counterattack because the speed and force of his opponent's blows was much greater. Moreover, Yong very often made counterattacks, even after successfully landing blows. The warrior tried to look around in order to take advantage of the circumstances around him, but nothing helped him. He lacked vigilance and speed to watch Yong's blows. But despite all this, he tried, and ignored the fact that he missed a lot of blows. He was indeed a very capable warrior, and he had even more self-confidence, but he still lost. The girl who was in the bushes realized what was the source of the scream that she heard. Hojong looked at the defeated enemy and realized that he had succeeded. He did it, now his body is so light, and this is only due to the fact that the training bore fruit. The true Azure Silk technique has become much more stable than it was on the very first day. Yang very quickly realized that he would soon be able to master the martial arts of the four gods, and then no one and nothing could stop him. While he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt someone's presence very nearby. This was the commander of the Hawk Squad named Xingpo. He looked very stern, but he always obeyed the orders of those with the highest rank. Yong began to walk away, and at the same time told the commander that he was leaving and he needed to wash, so he was leaving the guests to him. The girl who was in the bushes realized that Yong was talking about her, but still did not show any signs of life. Then the commander turned towards the bushes and said that he could wait all day. Then some movement began in the bushes, and the commander quickly realized that it looked like there was more than one person there. A girl who looked quite young suddenly appeared from the bushes. Also, if you looked closely, you could see an even younger guy who had a frightened face. The girl said that her name is Aiken, and she asks for forgiveness, despite the fact that she came because she heard cries for help. Then, with a deft movement of her hand, she lifted her brother by the collar so that the commander could see him too. Young realized who had been watching him all this time, and realized that these two were from the Jeagle clan. He vaguely sensed the two's ki while he was fighting, and it was a little strange to him. The girl told the commander that her brother ran first, and also promised to keep an eye on him from now on. The brother became very angry when he heard this lie and began to run after his sister, and there, in turn, she ran away as fast as she could. Yong analyzed everything that was happening. In his opinion, the human nature of these two was different from that villain. But it was impossible to draw hasty conclusions. The girl stopped running from her little brother at one point, and looked straight in Yun's direction. He, in turn, simply stood with his back and did nothing, which seemed strange to her. She waited for him to turn around, but this never happened. The night has come, which will soon change a lot. The night was quiet until one moment when a very powerful explosion occurred near one of the taverns. The dishes that were on the tables immediately broke due to the fact that people began to move the tables in a panic. Everyone was very scared and did not know what to do in such situations, as the wooden structures inside the building also began to crumble. Everyone who was inside began to run around in panic, and many even forgot where the exit was. The entire area was in panic, despite the fact that the explosion occurred on a nearby street and practically did not affect this building. The culprit was located near the epicenter of the explosion, and he did not hide his presence here at all. Moreover, his face looked quite confident and he very loudly asked all the civilians which of them mocked his subordinate. There was a smile on his face, and he shouted even louder that whoever did this had better come out, otherwise he would burn everything. By that time, the girl and her brother had already woken up, and Ayan said that this was nothing more than a continuation of yesterday. Brother didn't understand what she meant, but he already understood that they couldn't get out of this situation just like that. Then his sister added that the person who was responsible for this explosion was the boss of the guy she robbed and beat up in the forest. The brother thought for a while and said that they should ask the Yong clan for help, since innocent people could get hurt. But the girl had already pushed away from the balcony on which the two of them stood in order to cope with everything herself. The brother realized that he would have to ask for help alone. A few seconds later, the girl had already landed near the roof of one of the buildings, from which the scene of the incident was very clearly visible. She used one of the techniques to soften her fall, and carefully land and look around. She shouted towards the gang of bandits that she had come, and now she should stop playing with fire. The bandits who were close to the explosion site quickly realized that Aiken was to blame for the multiple fractures on their friend's body. The wards who stood near the boss of the bandits said that that girl was to blame for everything. He proposed to quickly grab her and kill her, and not hesitate for a second. The boss immediately struck his ward with his fist directly in the stomach, from which he almost died. Then the boss said that because of this abnormal subordinate, he could not even see the target normally. He shouted to the girl to come down, that is, and then they would discuss everything. After all you need to do is introduce yourself face to face. The girl was a little scared because he had just used a shadow palm on his subordinate, but she did not decide to show her cowardice, but instead notified the bandit boss that perhaps she would simply refuse. Then the boss gave the order to attack everyone at the same time at the point where she was standing, and a lot of bags flew in her direction. This boss was confident in his abilities, and simply looked at that roof, realizing that in a few seconds it would explode. A huge number of bags with explosive filling flew straight at the girl, and she did not understand what to do. There was fear on her face, despite the fact that she only had to push very hard to get away. But it's good that my brother was nearby, who just pushed off in the direction of the bags that were flying along the roof. He used the best technique in this situation, which was called the small star palm. Thanks to this, in a very short time he was able to catch almost all the bags, and they did not even detonate. He landed on the ground with about a dozen explosive bags in his hands. A very large amount of energy was spent, and on the plus side of all this, he felt some kind of pain in his body. It was not clear what the source of this pain was, but the sister who ran up to him had already realized everything. Sticking out of his hand were 3 kunai, which seemed to be laced with a very dangerous poison. Shun began to spit blood and experience incredible pain, while simultaneously losing strength. He was in shock, and he already very little understood what was happening around him, and what kind of girl approached him. The sister realized that this problem appeared due to the fact that there was a large amount of poison in his body, which means everything is not so bad. You just need to find a way to find the antidote and give it to your brother as quickly as possible. At that second, the boss was already as close as possible. He approached the girl and said that he had an antidote. Whether male or female, they must be alive to be sold. This was his philosophy. Philosophy of Ma Bang, the great lord of fire. The sister realized that now she has only one goal, she needs to get the antidote as quickly as possible. Her eyes began to glow blue and she notified the bandit boss that he should have immediately given the antidote to her. Some buildings were already completely destroyed due to the explosion, and all the people fled to several areas of this place. Yon was already standing on the balcony, and was trying to understand where the one who was guilty of all this was now. His younger brother ran out to him and said that he would give the order to the Hawk Squad to put out the fire immediately. He also notified his older brother that the Jeagle clan was asking for help, but Yon replied that he needed to calm down because the wind was blowing in the other direction. This was an argument that the fire would spread. Then the younger brother offered to help the Jeagle clan. The older brother again did not answer, and this was already starting to scare Jipyeong. Yun's eyes were focused and he was ready to go into battle at any second, but for some reason he didn't. He wanted the girl from the Chjeol clan to show him as many techniques as she could. He needed the martial art of her clan, and so Young understood that such a chance would never come again. He decided to take advantage of it. The bandit was very strong and easily dodged all these techniques, despite the fact that the girl used completely different ones. Now Hojong wanted to know if the Jegal clan was involved in the destruction of his clan in his past life. It was necessary to verify all this in order to draw conclusions and act based on them. Because if this turns out to be true, then starting from Aachen, he will turn the entire Hubei province into the Sea of Fire. The city was still on fire due to the fact that the fire after the first explosion spread to several buildings that stood nearby. The girl focused all her strength on her limbs in order to be as effective as possible in battle. She took the stance of her clan, and spread energy from the heart to all the limbs in order to add strength to them. The bandit, in turn, stood at a short distance from the enemy. I expected what would happen next. He shouted that he now finally understood the secret of the Jegal clan. It turns out that this was the divine technique of the first black birch. The girl did not answer him, but only continued to use this technique and accumulate on the ends of her arms. She understood that she needed to hurry, otherwise it might be too late for her brother, and even the presence of an antidote would not help. The bandit laughed and said that this was a very heartless sister who only used a secret technique after her brother lost consciousness. The girl got angry when she heard this, and began to concentrate the energy in her body even more diligently. Then the bandit was disappointed and said that the girl just looked pathetic, and it would be an honor for him to end her short life. By that time, the girl had already moved close to him and was preparing to kick him straight in the face. But he was ready for this, and slightly increased the distance to the girl so that his leg would pass by. The girl never expected this, but what was even worse was that the bandit did not lose any strength repelling this attack. Moreover, he had the nerve and energy to throw several kunai at once as a counterattack. Ayan was a fairly experienced warrior, so she quickly managed to dodge every kunai that was thrown in her direction. The girl began to accumulate energy in order to make another attack, and make it a little faster than the ones before. The girl's speed was increased several times and she moved straight towards the bandit. It was a small star palm technique, and it seemed that this time it was able to be directed directly towards the enemy. The bandit had to retreat some distance from the girl in order to catch his breath. Moreover, his center of gravity was shifted and because of this, it was very difficult for him to stand for several seconds. Ayan realized that this time she was able to reach the enemy, and now she needs to use this advantage. She picked up very high speed and began to fly straight at the bandit. In theory, she wanted to take him by surprise. In contrast, he could barely stand after missing one of her attacks. But as soon as she did this, she immediately saw a whole swarm of kunai in the air, which began to fly towards her at high speed. It was necessary to somehow react to this, since it was obvious that it would no longer be possible to carry out an attack. The girl was very fast, so without much effort she was able to dodge this attack by moving to the side. The bandits, in turn, were also not too surprised that he did not succeed. But the girl was definitely surprised, since not every enemy can counterattack immediately after receiving such a large amount of damage. Moreover, the bandit simply spat blood under himself and said that he was in a little pain. He began to look crazy and again threw several kunai at the girl, this time with more force, giving them greater speed. Ahoy saw the danger in front of her and began to move so that not a single kurai would hit her body. We had to be very careful, because this time the targets were flying in a very unpredictable direction. The complication was that the enemy threw more and more kunai approximately every second. While Ahoy was spinning and dodging all these knives, she did not notice how the enemy began to move closer and closer to her. This happened until the bandit moved close to her body. Of course, he took this chance and launched a kick with his foot right at the liver of the girl, who was just in the air. Ahoy missed this blow, and paid because it was now much more difficult for her to move. She managed to move her hand after the missed blow, and she quickly realized that she needed to take advantage of this chance. With her strong left hand, she grabbed the enemy's leg, and now the bandit stood on only one leg. Immediately after the girl made this grab, she swung her fist straight at the opponent's forehead. The blow, and Ma Bang loses consciousness for a few seconds, but still has the strength to stand. They both retreated a short distance, since it was still not clear who had the advantage. Ma Bang informed the girl that he expected a similar outcome, and also added that he now sees how weak the girl is. His face was very confident and it looked like the damage he received wasn't really a problem for him. Looking the enemy straight in the eyes, he said that this martial art was too difficult for her. He still had enough strength, but Ahoy was much more difficult, and she could barely stand on her feet. Ma Bang asked his subordinates what they were doing there and ordered to seize the girl immediately. At this very second, Zagel already admitted that she seemed to have lost this fight, and this would mean death for her. There was no strength even to simply evade, and not just fight off all these enemies. They were not strong, but they could easily take advantage of the fact that there were so many of them. Meanwhile, Yong simply watched until he heard that his younger brother had gained a little determination. Jipiang said that he can no longer stand here and watch all this and must intervene. Therefore, he pushed off from the railing of this very balcony and headed towards where the fight between Ma Bang and Ahayan was taking place. The older brother didn't particularly like it, but he also understood that he had to help his younger brother in any case. Because of this, he just sighed heavily and realized that he would have to do something that he didn't really want. For Yong, this was a strange feeling, and he didn't really like that he was feeling it now. The guy looked around and realized that he could use a stick that lay nearby to intervene in the battle. He swung this stick very hard and took good aim, since he only had one chance. Moreover, he concentrated all his energy in his right hand in order to give the object a very high speed. An instant, and the wooden stick flew with such speed that it almost broke the sound barrier. Meanwhile, one of Ma Bang's henchmen has already run up close to the girl and will be able to hit her with his iron sword without any problems. Ahoy could not oppose anything to him, and simply took a very painful blow. Now the girl was on her knees, and gradually lost the creature, realizing that in a few seconds she would most likely die. Her strength was gone, but she still retained her sanity. The bandits surrounded Ahoy and said that before her death the girl galloped like a mare during the mating season. The bandit who struck her with his mace turned to the ruler and offered to use her body before killing her. But he didn't even have time to finish this sentence, as the stick crashed straight into his neck, thereby separating his head from his body. The girl looked at all this as something that was not really happening, because it was difficult to believe. The henchman's lifeless body fell to the floor and no longer showed any signs of life. Through the fog and dust that the explosion site was still producing, someone began to slowly approach, and this guest was incredibly confident in himself. All the bandits immediately paid attention to him, and for some time they simply looked at him in silence. Ma Bang didn't know who it was, but this person didn't look like someone who had incredible power. The bandit decided to ask the stranger who he was, realizing that most likely he would not receive any answer. With the last of her strength, the girl raised her head and saw in front of her the young master of the Pyeoksan clan, named Yong Hojong. The realization that he came here to help her passed very quickly, but then it was unclear why he was looking at her like that. One of the bandits who stood closest to Yong immediately turned to the young master. Before doing this, he came closer to him in order to make a claim. He said that when the boss asks something, you need to answer it immediately, otherwise you can get a mace in the face. A second passed, and for some reason this bandit immediately fell to all fours and could not move at all. Moreover, his limbs began to tremble, and because of this, he dropped the mace that was in his hand. Everyone who stood around could not understand how Yong, without even touching the enemy, made him fall to the ground. They immediately drew their weapons, despite the fact that they understood that this enemy was much stronger than all of them combined. They were driven by fear, and none of them understood what Young had just done, but they also understood that they could not retreat, since the enemy would definitely strike them from behind. At first they did not know what to do until their leader ordered to stop this enemy now. Yong was concentrated and ready for the fact that about a dozen enemies would attack him simultaneously. Therefore, he used one of his moving techniques in order to be in a different place in less than a second. He moved faster than light, and very professionally wielded a mace, which he had only picked up a few seconds ago from the body of an immobilized enemy. Moving very quickly, he constantly froze the enemy by surprise and dealt them a decisive blow with his mace. And the enemies scattered left and right, without even having time to turn their heads towards their enemy. But the young master's strength was definitely no less, and he continued to jump from side to side, constantly getting closer to the enemy. When he moved into a large group of opponents, he again drew his mace and began to swing it around his head. Such strong blows instantly broke the thin bones in the hands of these bandits. The bandits felt incredible pain and then fell to the ground, as they did not want to continue this battle. Ma Bang watched all this and understood that it looked like some kind of mockery. His last henchman who could stand on his feet gradually fell down from the fact that he was losing strength. While Yong was getting closer and closer to him, he was already lying on the floor and trying to move his limbs. Now only Ma Bang and Young are left, and it looks like the bandit will have to try very hard to win this time. All his henchmen were now dead, and no one would cover his rear during the next attack. Without thinking for a second, he took out several of his kunai and focused the harmful energy on his fingertips. He was really angry, and as combat practice shows, he could quite successfully convert his anger into damage. But it seems that Yon was not yet in the mood for this fight, because for some reason he came closer to the girl. When the girl noticed this, she immediately thanked her savior for not just standing by. But Young grabbed her hand and pulled her closer to him, causing bewilderment in the girl herself and even more so in Mo Bang. The girl began to scream and ask what the young master was doing, but he only asked her to be a little quieter. All Hojong wanted to see was her true ki power. And thanks to such a simple method, he succeeded quite successfully. Holding her hand, he felt the girl's energy transfer from her hand to his. He asked himself whether Aiken was his enemy, or an enemy for his clan. The young master received the answer when he scanned the energy that was emitted from the girl's body. Therefore, now he could calmly let go of her hand and stop exploring her internal ki. Approaching closer and closer to the bandit, he ordered the girl to take care of her younger brother. But the girl ignored this order and said that this guy's main weapon is daggers. Each blade is coated with poison and one scratch can cause death. Yong took out his head and asked the girl if she heard him well. Then the young master turned his head and shouted to Ayan to get out of here, since she was only in the way. For a few seconds the girl didn't even know what to do. This is the first time in her life that she has had such a situation. She picked up her brother, who by that time had almost lost consciousness, and I had already spread throughout his body. The bandit felt confident and asked Young if he was done with this performance. He also added that it is in vain that the young master pretends to be strong in front of a woman. But Young did not listen to him, but only said that this is not the art of silent white frost, this is the art of silent red flame. In a trembling voice, Ma Bang asked your opponent how he knows about his technique. A smile appeared on the master's face, and he said that he had one more small question. He was wondering if the bandit knew what equipment he would use now. Meanwhile, the sister carried her brother, and transferring all her internal energy to her legs, she pushed off strongly in order to move faster. It was very difficult, despite the fact that the younger brother was much lighter in weight than her. This situation irritated her very much, and it was also very difficult for her to help him, even though he was a close person. Having collected a lot of air in her lungs, she shouted that next time she would make the eldest son of the Yong clan her debtor. The commander, meanwhile, was at a short distance from Jipiang, and decided to contact him in order to report important information. He said that he and his squad put out the fire at the southwest gate, and asked if they should help young Master Hojong. But the younger brother did not answer anything, but only looked in the direction where the battle was now taking place. He turned to the commander and said that it seemed that he was very inattentively watching everything that was happening. The brother pointed his finger at the mountain of corpses that lay near the site of the current battle. And then he looked towards his older brother, who was moving so fast that the bandit didn't even have time to turn his head behind him. In a quiet voice, he asked the commander if he really believed that his older brother really needed someone's help. Mo Bang was defeated due to the fact that he did not have time to use his kunai and bags of explosives. Hu the Time Yan was so fast that it seemed to the enemy that he was simply teleporting in space. His mace moved so fast that it seemed to leave a trail behind it, due to the incredibly sharp air spreading. A moment, and the elder brother delivers an incredibly strong blow directly to the cheek of his opponent. After such a missed blow, it will be very difficult to remain in a more adequate state. But the bandit was also not the weakest opponent, so even after this missed blow he was still able to retain strength in his legs. Moreover, he found the strength to throw one kunai right at Yan's neck. But with just one jerk he was able to dodge this kunai and get even closer to the enemy. Having come close enough, he did not strike directly, but instead did a somersault, thereby moving in space. Ma Bangna understood where the enemy had disappeared, but was very frightened by the fact that he now did not see him. A second later, the older brother delivered an incredibly powerful blow with his head to the unprotected area of the enemy's back. The pain was unbearable, and it was now much more difficult to endure it. The bandit stood up and said that they would have to end this once and for all. Yong landed on the ground and said that he was getting bored and did not see the point in continuing this fight. After all, as he said before, the enemy is using the silent red flame art of the silent god that he wanted to look at. He felt that the fact that the bandit was only using this technique to enhance his daggers should be a shame. But the bandit just gritted his teeth and asked Yong, why should he care? And he quickly answered that you cannot call yourself the Lord of Fire, when there is not a drop of fire ki in your attacks. To be honest, in Young's opinion, the bandit hardly learned this technique from the silent god. Moreover, the young master believed that Mo Bang had not seen the silent red flame art in his life. Or perhaps I only heard about him in legends. For God's technique. The study should begin with the divine energy of the north. Yong, it was interesting why it was necessary to start from this moment, and not from some other. And then the teacher clearly decided to show him how this happens, and why everything is exactly like this in this world. The water god's ki is the hardest among the 4 gods, but at the same time it is quite soft. This energy is capable of stopping rams and artillery, as it is truly the most powerful. This power is enough to eliminate almost any enemy who has mastered some kind of secret technique. The teacher directed energy with his fingers so that Yong could make everything more clear and understandable. By running his fingers over the stone, he created streams of energy that emerged into interesting patterns. Yong watched these drawings while the teacher said that at the same time, improving the martial arts already studied is the main task. He ran his fingers over the stone a few more times, and then a full-fledged drawing emerged. It was the god of the north, the water god Kayaki. One of the most powerful. The young master asked what he should do if he wanted to awaken the power of the 4 gods. The teacher replied that, to tell the truth, now the master is not yet at this stage. But the best option would be to use the intention to kill the enemy's fighting spirit, and then the fire of battle would release the energy of the water god. Yong realized that this is the only option that suits him, and which will most likely save his life in this situation. The bandit began to shout and tell the enemy that if he wants, then he will show him what he is capable of. Flames began to appear around him and he pulled out 2 kunai from his extra pouches. Now it was even easier for him to move. But most likely it was just a gesture that was supposed to prove to the enemy that he was strong not only thanks to knives. The bandit attacked his enemy with great speed, and was ready to tear his body to pieces with his bare hands. But Young did not react to what was happening, but only looked arrogantly at Mo Bang. The way his opponent looked now could easily scare a lot of people, because the fire that emitted from his eyes really looked ominous. This was the same silent red flame technique, and only at that moment the bandit decided that it was time to use it. He constantly struck with his fists at the place where his opponent was, but had never been able to hit. Yong understood that this was not the full strength of the bandit, these blows were very slow and incredibly weak. That's why I dodge, he told Mo Bang that with such a light he couldn't even stop an ant. At first, the enemy ignored this, but only until the moment when Yong asked him if he had any other talents. The enemy's body lit up even more, his eyes began to glow an even brighter red. Gritting his teeth, he began to shout that first he would take on the young master's insides. His eyes burned with a bright fire, and despite the fact that Yong was a little uncomfortable when he saw it, he did not show it. The bandit shouted again that after the inside of the enemy, he would burn everything around here, and everything would burn with a bright flame. The punch was very close to the young master's body, but still flew past and flew into the wall. After this blow, the wall almost also began to burn, due to the fact that the bandit's fists at that moment heated up to hundreds of degrees. But a grin only appeared on Yong's face, due to the fact that he was achieving this effect. The bandit was uncomfortable with the fact that his opponent found time to laugh, and this made him even angrier. He pounced on the young master and began to strike him with fists, which became more and more intense with each blow. His body was red hot and every centimeter of him, every cell of his body was shrouded in flames. He was constantly eager to fight and tried to catch up with the enemy, not allowing him to retreat normally. But the young master understood that he needed an even more obvious result, and for this he needed to be patient a little more. He decided to throw his mace into the air, and thereby distracted the bandit a little. But very quickly Mo Bang lowered his head and again swung his fist to tear apart Yun's body. It was at that moment when the fist was almost near the body of the young master that Yun also put his hand in that direction. The bandit constantly screamed, and Yong tried to concentrate all his energy in the hand that held the enemy's fist. Now Mo Bang realized that he could simply channel all his fire through this hand into Tae-yong, and thus quickly burn it. His laughter grew louder as he was confident in this tactic, and did not believe that it might not work. But just a few seconds later, all the fire with his body suddenly disappeared, and he felt that the air became more humid. The bandit could not believe that now it was not a very hot flame coming from his hand, but just ordinary steam. He also felt that he was now in water, and this also prevented him from extracting fire from his body. There was so much water under his feet that it was as if he was standing in a puddle that rose up to his knees. Mo Bang to realize a little what just happened, and what unknown force is preventing him from creating fire. When he lowered his head, he saw the outline of a turtle appearing simply out of the water. He even wanted to start running away from here in order to save his life, but due to the fact that his hand was blocked, this was not possible. After a few seconds, realization came to the bandit's head, and he realized what he had done. His technique awakened the water god Kyahi, who was none other than the ruler of the entire north. Drops began to appear on the water that was right under the bandit's feet, and within a few seconds something began to crawl out of there. It was Hyunmoo, a mythical creature in the form of a turtle with a snake, which symbolizes God guarding the north. Before his eyes, the bandit saw what had been blocking his energy all this time, and what would become the reason for his defeat. He lowered his head and looked at his hand, and quickly realized that the fire could no longer gather there. It was hard to believe that this young guy absorbed all his energy, and it didn't even make him feel worse. Blood began to flow from the bandit's mouth, and this only meant that there was not much time left before his death. He became very angry because he realized that defeat was most likely very close. Therefore, with the last of his strength, he swung his left hand and, asking Yong what he had done with his key, tried to strike. But instead of a blow to the young master, a very loud scream was heard, and the dull sound of a body falling on the floor. The bandit flew to the side at high speed until he fell to the ground. Now, as the elder brother began to come closer and closer to him, he quietly thanked Mo Bang. After all, thanks to him, he was able to awaken Hyunmoo, and he also added that the victim of this bandit would be used for the best purpose. And with the last of his strength, the bandit quietly, due to the fact that blood had already accumulated in the respiratory tract, asked Yong to spare him. The young master said that there was no need to expect mercy, but instead he would thank the bandit, and now he could have fun with his beloved fire. A second after he said this, he swung his leg, which also emitted a large amount of bright energy. The bandit could not believe that his life would end right now, and with a frightened face he looked at the master's leg. After this blow, he almost completely lost consciousness, as the concussion was very strong. His body flew at high speed into the fire that was created after he detonated a bomb in the middle of the city. Despite the fact that he practically lost consciousness during the flight, he still felt pain and felt a burning sensation over the entire area of his body. And in his eyes, only the silhouette of Young was visible, who watched Mo Bang die, emotionless and motionless. The scream was frantic and very loud, and what was happening now caused very different emotions in the young master. At first he just looked at the fire for a while and listened to the scream that came from there. And then he felt the presence of his younger brother, and he already knew how surprised his face was after he saw all this. Some time passed, and day came in the city, and a small brigade was busy eliminating the consequences of the fire. Many of them did not understand how the outer walls were so badly burned. Well then, one of the builders said that everything was not so bad, and in fact, such damage was a miracle. There was a slight pause, and the builder said that he heard that the young master of the Pyoxin clan personally caught the arsonist. The second added that he also heard that he not only caught him, but burned him alive after this happened. This seemed nonsense to the second builder, since the young Baekdo master could not do this even to his opponent. While they were talking about what happened last night, someone very quickly began to run up to them. This man was dressed very expensively, and was glad that the guest had come here after all. He grabbed one of the beggars by the hand and said that if he had warned him in advance, he would have allocated more time. There was a smile on his face, and in general it was clear from his image that he was very happy to see this beggar. Then the man said that the beggar cannot take up the time of the Josian the tavern owner. He also added that he was curious about how the recovery after the fire was going. He replied that everything was going well only thanks to his help, and the beggar replied that if difficulties arise, he should be informed at any time. After this dialogue was completed and the beggar began to walk away at a leisurely pace, one of the builders asked the tavern owner who this person was. He told him that he was the one who hired the entire construction crew to fix everything. He was the head of the Bekto Information Guild, and also a follower of the free life. A person who is in no way attached to material wealth. He was interested that there was a person who easily won the battle with Ma Bang, who was one of the 13 heroes of Hukdu. The successor Gaduksan was dying of curiosity, and realized that he had to see with his own eyes the young master of the Pioksan clan. He started running like crazy along the road and shouting that it was time to go to the meeting of successors. Meanwhile, the action moved to the forest, where Yong was currently training. He honed his use of his stick and thought at the same time. Now he was thinking about Hyunmu, a martial art that specializes in defense. But it is also worth understanding that if forces are distributed correctly, it can also be used for an active offensive. Hyunmu also clears the cloudy ki. It is said from ancient times that if Hyunmu's ki is strong, then there will be no cloudy ki in your body. And he stopped and paused his training because he saw that someone was coming closer to him. It was the squad leader who notified the master that they had completed the training. After looking around everyone, Yong asked the commander where Pion is now, and he replied that his brother wants to be alone for a while. The young master couldn't believe that Pion was actually acting like a little boy. But he also noticed that something was wrong with the squad with which he had been traveling all this time. They were very afraid to look into Yong's eyes, and constantly led them away. The master looked at them. And in general, the atmosphere in the detachment was completely different, and it was saturated with fear. The guy also felt someone's presence, and saw in front of him a girl whom he had saved not so long ago. Without waiting for her answer, he said that if Ayan was healthy, then it was better for her to return to the members of her clan. The girl also did not dare to answer this, so she simply grabbed the guy by his outerwear. In this way, she took him away from the commander a little and said that she wanted to ask him something. The action moved to the younger brother who was now sitting on one of the highest branches on the tallest tree in this forest. It was quite difficult for him to climb here, so his breathing was rapid. While he was here, he was just thinking about different things, and he felt very bad after what he saw last night. It was difficult to deal with all these thoughts that came into his head and did not give him peace. Until this moment, Jipyong thought that the day had finally come when he realized that he knew his older brother well. But very soon the younger brother realized that all this time he seemed to be wrong, and knew absolutely nothing about his older brother. While Jipyong was thinking about all this, he suddenly witnessed some kind of dialogue. I turned my head. He saw that Yon was walking with a girl who had one question. The younger brother quickly realized that this girl was the eldest daughter of the Zegal clan. A dilemma appeared in his mind, because Bekto did not approve of eavesdropping, but on the other hand, following these two would be quite interesting. Even though Jipyong felt sorry and a little ashamed, he still followed his older brother. He moved very carefully so that Yon could not notice or feel him. To do this, it was necessary to maintain a fairly large distance at all times and hide behind the bushes. When Young was far enough away, he decided to ask Ayan what exactly interests her. Then the girl used the first black birch technique, and said that this technique is the secret art of the Zegal clan. She also added that that day she struck Ma Bang in the stomach, and expected that with just this technique she would eliminate him. But it was not clear why, after such a powerful attack, he was not injured in any way, and was even able to counterattack. Then Yong interrupted her and said that the girl's ki are of the tree type. The girl didn't quite understand what he meant when he said this, but the guy didn't answer anything, but only turned his head towards the trees. After that the guy said that it was cool, soft with a refreshing aroma. The girl's ki definitely smelled like birch. But in turn, there is a small fact that prevents the Ki girl from fighting on equal terms against such opponents. It was all because that enemy used the silent red flame art. Fire Ki is like a scorching flame, and for this reason, their techniques are not suitable for each other. Because if you throw wood into the fire, the flame will definitely not go out. What I didn't even think about was that it might have something to do with the nature of Ki, and I definitely didn't suspect that everything was actually much simpler than she thought. Yong said that that was all, but the girl asked to ask the guy one more question. She asked the young master if he thought that he had behaved too cruelly towards the enemy. Yong didn't quite understand what the girl meant, and asked her if it was really cruel. Yes, she answered that a normal person would definitely consider this cruel, plus everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Now everything became clear to Yun. Jipiang said that he wanted to be alone, and the atmosphere in the Hawk Squad also confirmed this. This is the place of the followers of Baekdo, and the young master in this situation behaved like a real emperor of darkness. But he did not agree that one should behave differently with such enemies, and therefore explained his point of view to the girl. The guy told her that this enemy was threatening her life, and also threatening the life of his younger brother. He was a criminal who started a fire, endangering the lives of countless people. The girl could not disagree with this. Then the young master added that death is fair to everyone, whether you are a good person or a bad person, death will overtake everyone. He also added that the last moment of life should not be different. By that time, the girl's face was already very surprised. Young believed that the villains should meet a painful death, and therefore he thought that he was right and acted completely fairly in relation to Ma Bang. The girl, in turn, did not know how to react to these words, and could not believe that after Baekdo she was saying such terrible things. She didn't understand how old this young master was, because he looked her age, but he spoke and reasoned like a real grandfather. When Young continued his movement, the girl said to him in the back that he had the manner of speaking like an old man, and he replied that he was only 18. Ayan recommended that he stop frowning, as the young master had an expression on his face as if he had already lived 5 lives. At that second, the young master heard some rustling in the bushes, and felt the presence of his younger brother. He realized that they were being watched and told himself that one day Jipiang would understand everything and forgive his older brother. While they walked, the girl thought about everything, and came to one very important conclusion. This man helped her, and this meant that she needed to keep such a strong warrior with her. Coming closer to him, she also said that she hated being in debt, and Yong told her that then she should repay him. The girl did not agree with this, and asked the young master to call her sister, since she was a year older than him. Some time passed, and now it was 2 days before the successors' meeting, and the action moved to Hefei City. The Pyoksan clan group, along with a troop of hawks, moved around the city on horses. The commander turned to the young master and said that they had finally arrived in the city of Hefei, which was their final destination. They walked a few more streets, and then arrived at a gate at the end of one of the alleys. The commander began knocking on the doors and shouting, "Is there anyone inside?" while simultaneously introducing himself and saying that this is the Pyoksan clan. The gates suddenly opened, and now in front of the commander of the Hawk Squad were several people unfamiliar to him. For some time they were simply silent and examined everyone who stood in front of the entrance gate. Then one of them said, "Are these really members of the Pyoksan clan in front of him?" The commander bowed and said that his name was Xing Mo, and he was in charge of accompanying the young masters. The man who met the group also introduced himself, saying that his name was Han Homian from Seishan, and also added that it was a great honor for him to meet the warriors of the Pyoksan clan. Yong, who was on a horse all this time, tried to analyze everyone he saw now. He realized that the man standing in front of everyone is from Seishan, which means that the guy behind him is the one who will interest him in the future. His attention was attracted by a young guy who stood behind him and looked very suspicious. Hojong realized that most likely, behind him was a guy from the Tang clan. Memories immediately began to swell in the hero's head, namely the moment when a clan member threw a poisoned dagger at him. It was after that throw that Yan lost all her vitality and slowly began to die on her knees. Already in this life, the young master grabbed his chest, where that knife flew from your previous life. All that was now in Yong's head was only the son of the Tang clan, and the thought that he needed to be watched very closely. The commander of the Hawk Squad said that he was glad to introduce the clan's young masters, Yun Hojong, and Jipian. Then Han Huomian said that she did not know which of them was the second young master, and also added that she had heard that he had a unique talent. Jipiang even began to panic a little when he heard this wording from the stranger, and looked at the commander with contempt. And the commander, in turn, could not understand why the Khan behaved so rudely towards the guests. Some time passed, and Yong continued walking straight and turned to the squad leader. He said that he had been very hungry all the way, and they should talk to new friends later. The elder brother, along with everyone else, continued to walk straight, leaving Han Hamayan and everyone else near the entrance. Now this man was completely unhappy with how everything turned out in the end. What he didn't like most of all was that Yong ignored them, and then Yen Sun said that this guy was brave, even though you couldn't tell from the outside. Moreover, it seemed to him that the young master of the Pyoxin clan was rude to his clan, and this should be punished. Like everyone else from his clan, had already gone very far and did not listen to that conversation behind their backs at all. After 2 days, a banquet was scheduled in honor of all the successors who had arrived at the place by that time. 2 twins from the Peng clan named Manho and Diho were now talking to a girl from another clan and smiling with all 32 teeth. Yong watched them closely, and remembered that these 2 twins were successors from Hebei province. He met them for the first time in his life just 2 days ago, but he already knew a lot about them. The fateful moment occurred when they first met and shook hands. Then one of the twins said that he was very glad to meet, and he did not answer anything because at that time he was checking their ki, and realized that they did not look like villains. Now speaking to these twins was the daughter of the Moyong clan, named Yonghua. The hero had very good vivid memories of this clan, because that monk was just from there. He was the last person that Yong saw in his past life before he bled to death. And this memory was very useful for him, so it was very difficult and painful to remember all this. But now was not the time to worry about them, and the latest plan still needed to be sorted out. This clan was the most incomprehensible for the hero, and of course it was the Myung clan. In order to find at least someone from this clan, it was necessary to try very hard, since in the crowd it was not clear who was from where. While Yong was looking around, he was noticed by a girl who was also looking for someone to talk to. I peered into every person in the crowd. She found Yong, who stood motionless and just flew in with his head. The twins didn't want Hyan to go anywhere, but it looks like she was very determined to follow Yun. Meanwhile, Namgung Hyun was just talking with members of other clans, and smiled heavily from the pleasantness of the dialogue. But suddenly, from the outskirts of his eye, he noticed that the one he had been watching for a very long time began to move somewhere. Moreover, after some time it seemed to him that she looked straight in his direction, and then he realized that he needed to act. The guy asked forgiveness from all those who spoke to them and bowed, after which he began to move towards a hen. Coming even closer, he thought that the girl wanted to talk to him, but Ayan interrupted him because it seemed she had already started a dialogue with someone else. The girl said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and Young replied that only 2 days had passed. The girl also noted that she noticed that the young master was looking for someone, and made this application that he was looking for her. But he only asked not to follow him. Namgung, who was watching all this, could not understand why this young master was together with Ayan. A few minutes later, the girl and Hojong were moved to a separate table, and Ayan said that she didn't know that his clan's martial art was so strong. Well, the hero replied that this is not something to brag about, and after that the girl emphasized the modesty of the young master. He continued to talk about this topic and said that he needed to become the strongest in the world. Then Ayan added that in order to achieve this, you first need to be the best of the best, and not someone average. Hyun meanwhile, he overheard their dialogue, and in his head he said that his clan was just close to being called the strongest. The hero answered the girl that in Murim there are no invincibles, because you can progress endlessly. The girl agreed, but after thinking a little, Ayan retorted, saying that there is one person who deserves the title of the strongest in the world. She was referring to the Emperor of the Four Directions, the legendary warrior who defeated the blood cult 300 years ago. Well, for Yan, he was not a particularly impressive warrior, and he considered his name to be somehow childish. The stories said that the Emperor of the Four Directions was the strongest warrior. It was said that he mastered 4 martial arts, and reached the maximum in attack, defense and evasion. The girl also heard that he later subdued the Golden Dragon. And he was even called the Yellow Dragon Emperor. Well, after a few seconds, the girl said that most likely this was exaggerated, and asked Young to listen to her more carefully. But at this moment the hero was only thinking about the 4 martial arts, as he quickly realized that it seemed to be the technique of the 4 gods. Moreover, which yellow dragon was the strongest among the 4 gods? The Emperor of the Four Directions seemed to know the techniques of the 4 gods. He stood up and asked the girl to tell him a little more about what she knew about this man. But when the guy asked for this, a member of the clan suddenly appeared on the horizon and said that this couple seemed to be having a lot of fun. It was Yen Sun, and it was clear from his face that he had come here to ruin everything. He sat down at the table and asked the girl if he could join them. Ahoy didn't answer anything, just like Yan didn't answer anything. They both understood that it would be rude to refuse. But despite all this, there was a smile on the girl's face, and from the outside it was not even clear that she didn't like something. But from the hero's face one could easily conclude that he did not want him to sit at their table. But despite all these factors, within a few minutes the three of them were sitting at the table, awkwardly silent. All this happened until the moment when the girl decided to introduce Yen Sun, young. But the guy said that he already knows who this young master is, and added that in any case, he is not here to talk with him. The girl was extremely uncomfortable when she heard this, but still it was decided not to show it. In a loud voice, he asked the girl to pour it for her, and moved his vessel in her direction. The smile did not disappear from her face, but she asked the guy with pretension what he meant. When she saw that there was no reaction there, with just one wave of her finger she pushed the vessel back in his direction. Yen Sun expected such a reaction, and for some time he simply looked at this cup. The girl smiled even stronger and said that the guy had better pour it for himself. Then Yen Sun answered her that he was surprised that the girl did not want to please him. I can't remove the smile from my face. Ayan replied that she didn't even think about it. Yen Sun after all this, he noticed that despite all this, the girl poured a drink for the young master from the Pyeoksan clan. Then she replied that Hojong was her friend, and added that Yang Sung could also become her friend if he wasn't rude. After they exchanged these phrases, a silence was created that was uncomfortable for everyone except the hero. Yen Sun looked at the girl very intently, and seemed to be piercing her with his gaze. Ayan, in turn, just smiled sweetly and didn't say anything to him. After a few seconds, Jansen said that he was very different from all these obedient girls, and this refreshed him. It was at this moment that the smile disappeared from the girl's face, and she looked completely seriously into Jansen's eyes. Hyun approached the table and in a rude voice told the clan member there that it was time for him to stop. Moreover, the guy added that Jansen alone needs to get up, and obviously stop bothering everyone around him. Then Jansen answered him that if his life was dear to him, then he should not bother the Tang member. Namgun replied that he is a member of the strongest clan of swordsmen, so he will do what he wants. Hearing this, Yen Sun realized that this dialogue would most likely not end just like that and got up from the table. He said that the strongest swordsman cannot compare with the strongest warrior in the world. In his opinion, the strongest clan was the Tang clan. The hero who observed this entire dialogue considered everyone present to be children. Suddenly, they all heard a voice from the side asking who was the strongest in the world. This voice after all this, she said that only an idiot would argue for the title of the strongest, being under the same roof with the Myung clan. All the guests who were at the table at that time were very scared and at the same time surprised when they saw this guy. Yong, who had been sitting at the table all this time and could not understand where the sound was coming from, also tensed a little. This man was quite popular, and it was just like that for me. His strength was indeed very difficult to find anyone equal to. This person was the third young master of the Myung clan named Horim. Meanwhile, the actions continued in that very place, and now the attention of everyone who was at the banquet was focused on only one person. And this man came down the stairs, and it seemed like he was emitting some kind of aura. Everyone was very surprised when he appeared, all because the third young master of the Myung clan very rarely appeared in public. His face was very confident and a little arrogant, especially when he said that there was no point in talking about the best clan now. He turned his head towards Hyun and said that he had actually heard a lot about them. But in his opinion, it's just a mockery that a member of their clan says that he is better than everyone else. After that, he turned his head towards the Tang clan member and said that he also knew a lot about them. When Yen Sun heard it, it was very difficult to restrain his anger, which was pouring out of him like a stream. For some time he was just very angry and silent, but after a few seconds his patience came to an end. His face became even more angry and he asked Horim what he just said. Then Horim's voice became quieter, and he said that you shouldn't mindlessly pronounce the word, the strongest in the world, Murim. Young Master Class Myung said that Yang Song needs to calm down a little, because when he gets angry, he simply shows everyone his true weaknesses. Purple energy began to appear around Yen Sun, and he asked Horim how he even dared. After that, he pushed away from the place where he was standing and shouted how dare he look at the Tang clan from high. At that moment, Hojong shouted something, since she had been watching him all this time. In the air, it was noticeable that some object was flying at high speed towards the young master of the Mayan clan. There was a small explosion right next to his body, and a small cloud of shrapnel and dust rose up. After a few seconds, Horim realized that he had reflexively blocked this object and prevented it from crashing into his body. When he opened his hand, he saw that there was a broken cup, which even contained some more drink. Because this happened, Yen Sun stopped his attack, and now simply stood angrily at a short distance from Horim. After thinking for a while, the Tang clan member very quickly realized what remained the reason that he was unable to completely break his attack. Looking at Young, he looked condemningly into his eyes, and then the hero said that it was his mistake. A smile appeared on the face of the young master of the Myung clan, and he turned his head towards Yun, who was just sitting at the table next to him. With one movement of his palm, he crushed the remains of the cup in his hand, thereby turning it into dust. With this movement, he tried to surprise Young, but no emotion was visible on the hero's face. The two guys looked at each other, and Horim wanted to see what reaction or emotion would be on the face of this hero. But when he saw that most likely he would not achieve any reaction, he himself laughed quite sincerely. After that, he said that this guy at the table was quite interesting, and decided to ask what clan he was from. But instead of answering the question, Young advised him to just focus on that guy. He meant Yen Sun, who by that time was already so strong that he was ready to tear anyone apart with his bare hands. Looking straight into the eyes of the young master of the Myung clan, he turned to the hero and advised him not to get involved here. The energy around his body became brighter and brighter, and the strength in his limbs became more and more. Before he wanted to push away and attack his opponent, he asked Yun if he wanted to die, just because he got involved in the wrong business. After that, he focused his gaze on the enemy and asked him if he was ready to die. Yong didn't react at all, but only picked up another cup and prepared to take a sip from it. A moment, and some object was already right next to the forehead of a warrior from the Tang clan. It was the same cup, and at lightning speed it flew right at their angle and instantly broke. At the moment when this happened, one could see on Jansen's face that he had practically lost consciousness. Just one cup was enough for the brain to hit the skull very hard and almost turn off. Some guy who was near the hero at that second shouted his name. Then he realized that he needed to get up from the table, since the situation that was unfolding around him no longer seemed stable. Behind him stood the Hyung of the Nangong clan, and Yong would never do that again. The hero didn't really like this guy, and it seems that this feeling was mutual. Now Young came closer to Horim, and they now stood at a short distance, glaring at each other. For some time the hero simply watched, and then realized that he could use this situation to his advantage. The second he threw the cup at this young master, he realized that his ki was not like a villain. But it was also not clear what he felt at that moment. It was necessary to focus energy on your mind in order to perform a more detailed scan. Yong gave himself the task of checking everything in order to make sure that the young master of the Myung clan had no evil intentions. At that second, Horim realized that they wanted to count him, and it was, to put it mildly, not very comfortable. No one would want anyone to interfere with his energy, so Horim used defensive tactics. An aura of yellow light began to be created around his body, which prevented the Yun energy from entering his body. In just a few seconds, this aura became so dense that not a drop of energy could pass inside. Yong was very tense when this happened, because such a movement really interfered with his plan. While he was trying to make the direction of the energy even stronger, he heard Jipyang's voice behind him. But this voice quickly broke off due to the fact that Ayan asked him not to come closer. She was scared because she, like everyone else who witnessed these events, did not know what was happening. Yong realized that it was impossible to stop a person with such a look. I realized that counting his ki would not be easy. Meanwhile, Yang Sung came to his senses due to the fact that Homian ran up to him, who was trying to help him come to his senses. He was very scared and constantly asked the guy if he was okay. At first, the guy didn't really understand what was going on. Well, literally after a few seconds, a realization came to him that irritated him. He immediately pushed Hamyang aside and headed towards the direction where Horim and Young were standing. It was very unpleasant to realize that he lost consciousness only because an ordinary cup flew into him. His body began to emit purple energy so bright that even Han, who was standing next to him, was scared. At this moment, Young felt as many as 3 very powerful ki around him, if you count his own. The energy of that warrior from the Tang clan who sneaked up behind him was especially bright. He came closer and closer, and with each step he studied more and more of this same energy. At the very last moment, Jipyong shouted to his younger brother to warn him. But it seems that Hojong knew that the enemy was behind him, but did not consciously react to it. Having come close enough, the Tang clan member realized that he needed to use all his anger for its intended purpose. He swung his arm and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Yun's back. All he had in his head was just one word. There was a blow, but Yong was able to dodge it without much effort, simply moving his body to the side. Moreover, he had enough time to grab the hand of the one who attacked him from behind. He squeezed this limb with all his strength, and used energy to make this squeeze as strong as possible. The Tang clan member experienced incredible pain when this happened, due to the muscles in his arm being pressed very tightly. He looked at his hand and quickly realized that the enemy didn't even seem to be going to let go of it. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of his position to launch a counterattack and swung his arm. But this was not destined to happen, due to the fact that Yong was already prepared for such an outcome. He struck. The bone that was located in Yanson's shoulder shifted very much, and because of this it cracked. This blow was incredibly painful, and it would definitely take a long time for the bone to heal. The Tang clan member had already begun to lose consciousness due to the fact that the pain was simply unbearable. Yong used the 12 northern sky walls, and it was strange that he used such strong tactics for such an inexperienced opponent. The pain was so strong that, having practically lost consciousness, Janso, on top of everything else, began to cry. And he still continued to hold his hand, because he wanted to make sure that the enemy was defeated. When he looked down, he saw that, among other things, the enemy had also wet himself. At this time, another realization came to his mind, and he made some conclusions. An image of himself appeared before him, but from a past life, when he was a master, and when he had a big axe. This reminded him that now is absolutely not the time to do what he is doing now. The thing to worry about wasn't someone whose powers were so weak that they couldn't even dodge basic blows, but rather focus on another goal, goals that he had identified much earlier. And thanks to all this, figure out the villain. After all, Yong considered this his main mission, so he let go of Janso's hand, which by then didn't even feel pain. All his attention was focused on the third young master of the Myung clan. He collected his thoughts and at first simply looked at him silently, after a while moving his gaze to the sky. Afterwards, the hero began to stretch his hand, since when he squeezed his opponent's forearm, it became a little tired. Then he extended this hand to Horim and invited him to play with him and compare strengths in a duel. The reaction of the third young master of the Myung clan was quite surprising, since initially there was not even any emotion on his face. But very soon a grin appeared there, and he already understood what to answer the hero to this proposal. He said that he had only just learned about the successor to the Byongsan clan, and only now did he realize what he looked like. Extending his hand towards the Tang clan warrior, he announced that as the eldest here, he would like to express his gratitude. All due to the fact that the hero put in place the one who spoiled everyone's mood all this time. But there is also one problem due to which he cannot accept Yun's offer. He wanted to clarify everything, and explain that this meeting was not only for the two of them, and therefore they should postpone the duel. But all of a sudden he was Ri-young, who said that Horim talks too much. The young swordsman Mayan was surprised when he heard this, because he had not seen such wording in his direction for a very long time. Then Young began to move very slowly, and said that if he didn't come, then it might be better to approach Hojong himself. He took the first few steps, and everyone who was around noticed that they were very slow. This was a singularity technique, and Horim knew very well about it, and understood how complex it was. He moved at a very low speed, but had a very detrimental psychological effect on the one standing in front. The young master of the Myung clan understood this too, and for this reason he was very stressed. His opponent was approaching very slowly, but his nerves were on edge at this time. This alarmed Horim, and he tried to focus in order to see where Yun was now. He didn't even have time to blink, and Yong was already right in front of his nose. Moreover, there was a smile on his face, which meant that using the singularity technique did not drain his energy. All this time, Horim kept an indifferent face, but at that very moment he was a little scared. Because of this, he immediately struck at the place where the young swordsman of the Pyoxin clan was standing, but he dodged. Realizing that he needed to perform a combination in order to have an advantage, Horim used a steel chain attack. There were more and more blows, but Yong knew very well how to block them, and how to move to take less damage. The steel chain attack was impressive, and the rumors about it were true. Everyone was surprised and didn't know what kind of art young Master Yong would use. Even the younger brother watched all this as if he was seeing his older brother for the first time in his life. Horim used the 13 fists technique, which was apparently just a basic art. Hojong every movement, and moved so fast that he could fend off these attacks without hindrance. With just one movement of his hand, he was able to block the fist that was flying towards him. Then throw your hand away, not allowing Horim to strike after that. Because of all this, the young master of the Myung clan was losing his stance, and it was already incredibly difficult for him to stand straight. And this is taking into account the fact that Yong only counterattacked with a crossbow. Horim constantly retreated and tried to find at least a couple of seconds to catch his breath. He increased the distance, and now he had literally a few seconds that he could not be in the block. Stepping back, he looked at his opponent, and quickly realized that without adrenaline, he began to feel pain in his arm. His bone practically broke from blocking just one cross kick. The enemy that stood in front of him was truly terrifying, due to the fact that he did not exert much effort, but caused so much damage. Moreover, now he was looking directly into Horim's eyes, and was preparing to say something. He smiled and told the master of the Myung clan that it seemed like he was not going to show him his true strength. Raising her hand, several energy honeycombs appeared around her and began to unite into a group. And then the hero added that, as expected, he must really fight, and only then Horim will show his skills. In fact, the master of the Myung clan liked how everything was coming together now, because he had not fought a worthy opponent for a very long time. But right before he attacked, he heard some movement around him. These were members of various detachments who were engaged in maintaining order at this banquet. They took up a perimeter defense and surrounded Yun and Horim with swords at the ready. After this, a very firm and loud voice was heard that this was a meeting of the sacred. It became clear that the source of this voice was Hyun, who also added that he did not understand what these two were doing here. Hyun was incredibly angry at those who caused the order at the banquet to be disrupted. And the defendants, in turn, were distinguished only by indifference. Now the circumstances looked like they didn't look particularly advantageous for either Myung or Young. Suddenly, Hyun turned to the two warriors who almost started a fight with me, and told Horim that he was the oldest in this meeting. He also said that he understands the guy's desire to teach the rude man a lesson, but it seems that now he has already gone too far. After this, Hyun turned to Hojong and said that he was too rude, since in the entire history of the meeting no one had ever behaved like that. Yong didn't even turn his head towards the guy when this happened, and everyone concluded that he was very arrogant. Hyun this made him even more angry, so he shouted that no one dares to laugh at the Namgong clan. Suddenly a voice was heard, which quite calmly asked the guy to refrain from making accusations. When the guy began to look around, he very quickly realized that Aiken asked him to refrain from accusing him, and it seems that she took Hyun's side, and will now support his opinion. The girl also added that this is a formal meeting, and therefore Hyun should address her accordingly. To say that young Master Hyun was surprised when he heard this would be an understatement. The girl raised her hand and said that there is one fact that she wants to remind everyone who is here now. This fact was that the instigator of the very first quarrel was a young Master Tang named Yen Sun. She didn't understand why her Hyung was accusing the young master of the Yong clan. But then he replied that the lady herself saw everything. Namely, that instead of stopping the young master of the Tang clan, Yong attacked the young master of the Myung clan. The girl thought for a while, and then said that in fact, everything is completely different from what Hyun says. Because before all this happened, Young said that it was just a mistake, and nothing more. The young master of names should have ideally accepted his apology and then done absolutely nothing. When she addressed this complaint to the master, he did not say anything but just threw up his hands. The girl continued, saying that as far as she knows, the Yong clan does not practice techniques related to throwing objects. Which means that he only wanted to stop the young master of the Tang clan, but his hand accidentally slipped. It also meant that it was Yun's fault. She also asked the young master to tell those present why he did what he did. The girl understood that it was imperative that the young master of the Pyoksin clan now say something in her defense, so that she would not feel awkward. At first he didn't want to answer, but everything changed the moment he felt someone pulling his outerwear. When he turned his head, he realized that most likely he would really have to come up with some kind of excuse. All because Jipyeong was standing there, looking his older brother straight in the eyes. Then the master sighed, and he needed some more time to think through all his thoughts and come up with the perfect answer to all this. The realization came to him that most likely at that moment he was simply too impatient. He thought that he had found the villain, and for this reason he could not control himself. Therefore, he bowed to Horan, and added that the rumors were true, and the martial art of the Myung clan was truly amazing. I had to admit that he just wanted to learn something new, and therefore asks for forgiveness for what happened. A sincere smile appeared on Horam's face and he said that he actually understood Yun's motivation completely. Looking around, Young said that he ruined the whole atmosphere, and his father told me to behave so recklessly, but he unfortunately forgot about it. Also, if his father heard about what happened today, he would most likely make him fast again for 3 whole days. When he said this, it caused laughter from almost everyone who was here. Hojong waited until everyone laughed, and then said that he really hoped that none of those present knew his father. His voice became quieter and he said that tomorrow he should buy each of them a drink and ask for forgiveness for causing inconvenience. One of the twins suddenly appeared on the horizon and shouted very loudly that this was just stupidity. Young Master Peng Diho came closer to Yun, and all those who were standing Radom tensed a little when this happened. But everyone calmed down when Gemini laughed and asked the hero to look at him and say if 1 drink was enough for him. Then Young corrected himself and said that he left him no choice. Plus, Daeho said that if Young holds out until everyone falls, then only then will he forgive him. All the people followed the hero and said that Young was very generous, and that they were looking forward to tomorrow's banquet. They liked what just happened because it was different from the boring banquets they had before. The only one who didn't like everything that happened now was Hyun. He felt alone and unsupported. Meanwhile, Young, while walking behind everyone else, promised himself not to forget that he would need to find time to study Horam's power. One of the twins approached Khan in order to clarify whether he really was a poisonous dragon. They started talking, and for this reason, a warrior of the Tang clan named Yanso now lay unconscious on the floor for a long time. The next day the action moved to the tavern, where there were now a lot of people. A military man approached the table at which Yan was sitting, from whose look one could understand that he was not here with very good news. First he introduced himself, saying that his name was Chu Song, and he was the commander of the guards. After that, he immediately got down to business and ordered Yun to leave the place before the celebration began. The hero did not react in any way to these words, which could not be said about Jipyeong. He asked the commander what he just said, and whether he thought well. Then the commander asked if they heard him well, because he was ordering them to leave this place before the midday celebration began. Hyun, who was sitting at the next table, was very happy that everything was going that way. It appears that he was involved in the actions of this commander. The situation became very tense, and even neighboring tables began to notice that the situation was becoming less controllable. Initially, Yon put his chopsticks on a special stand and turned his head towards the commander. He directly and very clearly and loudly asked him if he wanted him to leave. When the commander replied that this is what he wanted, the hero immediately asked why he decided so. He replied that Hojong was none other than the one who caused a commotion during the meeting of successors yesterday. And he, as the commander of the guard, decided that now Yong had no right to participate in the meeting. Jipyeong was as dissatisfied as possible with what was happening, and asked the commander how he dare punish the hero for what was resolved yesterday. All because Young already said that he would apologize during the celebration. But the commander said an apology was not enough as his behavior was suspicious. He didn't like the fact that the hero came out and started eating as if nothing had happened. In his opinion, those who repent of what they have done will not behave this way. Therefore, he asked the two to leave the place as quickly as possible, and said that he was leaving. Jipyeong could no longer be stopped, and he began to shout that he wanted to remind him of one very important thing. The commander turned his head, but was no longer listening to his younger brother with the same attention as he was listening to Yong. Then the young master said that the commander is in fact only a guardian, who has no authority to limit successors from other clans. He answered that he didn't even know that everyone who is a member of the Pyaksin clan is so ignorant. He explained that this meeting was organized by Namgung, which means that the Pyaksin clan is now in his territory. And this in turn means that they can solve problems that arise during the meeting. He added that the master was generous and began to make noise yesterday. However, the one who spoiled the meeting must leave it. Hyun, it was incredible to hear how this conversation was developing, and especially the commander's phrase that Young should leave this place without losing face. After quite a long time of silence, Hojong decided to say his word. He picked up his chopsticks, which had been lying on the stand all this time, and turned to his younger brother. After that, he took a small piece of food and used his chopsticks to pick it up. Then he put a piece of this food directly into the mouth of his younger brother, who at that moment did not understand anything at all. Yong began to talk about how you need to eat faster, otherwise very tasty food will become completely inedible. He told me in a loud voice to his younger brother that he shouldn't skip meals because of barking dogs. Yong continued talking about food until the commander asked what he just said. When the hero did not react to this, he hit the floor very hard with his foot, thereby turning the attention of everyone around him. He then repeated his question as he was curious about what Young had just dared to say. But Hojong only replied that the dog tears his throat like that when he is very hungry, so the owner should take him away. At that moment, the commander no longer had any nerves left, so he realized that he would have to resort to action. He quickly began to take the sword out of his sheath, and added that Young would pay for these words. But it was at that moment that someone's hand began to move behind the back of this same commander. It was Hyun's hand, and she stopped the commander's sword, preventing him from reaching it completely. After all this, the hero said that he was really looking forward to when the owner of the letter would finally show up. And at the table, which was not very far from the table where the members of the Pyaksin clan were now sitting, someone was now eating with their hands. And it seems that it was very tasty for him, since he had not eaten such food for a very long time. It was Ga Duxin, and he noticed that this year's meeting was very problematic. He liked that no one was paying attention to how he was eating now, since all the attention was on Yun. He concluded that at the next table was a young master from Pyonsan, who had recently defeated Ma Bang. It was interesting how this situation would be resolved. Meanwhile, Hyun said that the hero humiliated the guard commander. But he was suddenly interrupted by Yong, who said that it was the commander who insulted his clan, and nothing else. The hero argued this topic, that Hyun secretly ordered the guards to kick him out, most likely because he was very afraid of something. But after thinking a little, he said that this was probably the wrong reason, and he only now realized the real reason. Therefore, from below in his voice, he said that if his Hyung is angry with him because of his older sister, then he should challenge him to a duel. But instead, he only used his subordinates. The hero said this part louder so that people around could hear everything. The goal was achieved. Everyone who was in the tavern at that time looked at Hyun disapprovingly. The young warrior didn't particularly like that the vector of the conversation had shifted towards his older sister Sanghui. Therefore, he shouted to the hero to immediately stop all these speculations. He also added that he, as a member of the Namgung clan, did not give the order to the commander, and these speculations insult him and his clan. But Yong looked strangely confident, and said that he didn't really believe that he didn't give such an order. After all, it was strange that the guard commander voluntarily humiliated another clan, since then Yong would have to punish this commander. There was a pause, after which Yong asked Hyun whether he should scold this commander, or he would do it himself. By that time, the member of the Namgung clan no longer knew how to respond to all these words, and was thinking about how to quietly get away from this problem. The commander took a step forward and notified that he was sufficiently responsible for his actions. Also, everything he did, in his opinion, was his own decision, and nothing else. The hero informed him that in this case he would have to take part in a small duel. And after Young teaches him a lesson, fights between the successors can begin. This will strengthen the bond between the clan and help make friends. The commander didn't think for very long and said that he accepted this challenge and was absolutely confident in his decision. While this dialogue with the commander was taking place, for some reason the hero began to look intently at the table which was located in the outskirts of the corner. It quickly became clear that he was looking there for the reason that Horam was there, who knew well how it would all end. along with the others, was sitting in a separate room at that time. She couldn't believe what they were talking about now about the lightning-fast Knight Chu Song. According to rumors, he was a powerful warrior who single-handedly defeated bandits in 2 provinces. She turned her head to young brother Yun and said that he should have stopped him. The girl said that Yun should have stopped him, but he replied that he wanted this, but it was not possible to achieve his goal. And now they have reached the point of no return, which means that they cannot retreat. Because if the brother retreats, then his reputation and the reputation of the clan will fall. The girl started screaming very loudly and said that she and Zhong could not just sit here with their hands folded. Her brother said that it looks like she will have to go to the training area now and quit everything. The girl didn't even have time to answer anything when her brother handed her folded clothes and said that he had specially prepared them for this occasion. Ayin grabbed these clothes and, while putting them on, said that she would go first. Now Pyong and Jun were left alone in the room, and thanked each other for their efforts. Now the action moved to the place where the duel between the commander and Yun was now about to take place. The commander was already standing ready, and asked the hero if he was ready. Someone took out his stick and spun it around his head several times in order to stretch his hand. After a few seconds, he said that they should start the fight right now if everyone is ready. But suddenly, the commander told him that Yong could deliver as many as 3 blows. Of course, Hojong had no idea what he meant when he said 3 strikes, or what this new rule was all about. The commander smiled and said that standing in front of him was the commander of the guard of the great Namgun clan. And for this reason, he generously concedes 3 blows to Yun in order to approximately equalize their chances of victory. It seems that this time the hero was ready to do anything to win, and now he will fight with all his might. He silently looked at his opponent and prepared to strike, despite the fact that quite a lot of time had already passed. Everyone who watched this from the side did not understand why everything was happening so slowly, because usually the battle goes on in a matter of seconds. The commander could not understand why his enemy was immobilized and did absolutely nothing except watch. Therefore, after a few more seconds, he decided to ask the hero why he was not going to fight. Yong replied that now his thoughts have changed, and the battle will go according to slightly different rules. Swinging his weapon left and right, he took a position that no one had ever seen before. He then asked if the commander took responsibility for the words he had said earlier. Because if he draws his sword until he strikes 3 times, it will lead to consequences. In fact, Yong meant that if the commander did this, his head would fly off his shoulders at that very moment. Everyone who was watching what was happening at that time was very surprised after hearing these words. Others were surprised because of the stance the hero was currently standing in, which did not look like any Baekdo stance. Everyone was here now, and even Horim, who could not understand what kind of technique with a spirit was. Hyun decided to shout to the commander to ask what he was doing, but he only replied that this was his conscious decision, and he would do exactly that. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately saw a huge axe in front of him, moving at a very high speed. This was the first strike, and this means that the commander needs to take a very strong position in order to repel the attack. The movement of the weapon was very fast, and the commander already thought that he would not have enough time to block it. Therefore, he folded his hands in front of his face so that this axe could not cut his body in just one blow. When this blow occurred, it even seemed to those who watched from the side that a small explosion appeared at the point of contact. The commander was in incredible pain and he exerted a very large amount of energy and strength to hold the block. Even though his stance was very stable, the force that Yong exerted was much greater in proportion. Therefore, the hero used the second strike immediately. I understand that his opponent does not have the right to take out his weapon. This second strike was more targeted, making it a little easier for the commander to dodge it without minding any damage to the body. But if he had failed to dodge this blow, then a very large hole would definitely have appeared in his body. Even though this blow missed, the energy it carried around the weapon was enough to cut the enemy's outer clothing. There was still confidence in the commander's balls, and he was preparing for the third blow, and thought about everything he would look like. A few seconds passed and it was time for the third strike, which looked like a huge number of knives flying at you from the air. The commander was incredibly frightened when he realized that this might be his death, since this attack was very large scale. He tried to dodge every target that flew at him, but he realized that he couldn't do it without the right weapon. Another explosion occurred, followed by several more explosions that were already behind the commander's back. Meanwhile, Yong retreated a little, so he realized that if he did not do this in time, he could receive damage from his own attacks. He looked forward at the commander, and saw that he had a sword in his hands, with the help of which he dodged all these attacks. Now it was indeed very dangerous, and this time Chu Sum was very close to being killed. In general, this commander was very fond of visualizing everything that happened to him or was about to happen, and this made him even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, the commander heard a phrase from the hero in his direction. Hojong said the commander never kept his word. Yong decided to make sure, and for this he asked the commander if he even remembered what he promised me so long ago. Namely, that if he cannot withstand 3 blows, then he must pay for it with his life. He began to prepare for a new attack, and at the same time, in a loud voice, he told the commander and everyone around that he would pay for daring to mock him. Now the hero was ready to launch a new attack, which was supposed to be even more serious in scale. Meanwhile, all the spectators already understood how this fight would end and who would be the winner. The twins who were in the forefront analyzed every step that each of the duelists took. As they watched, Manho suddenly turned to his brother, who told him that everything seemed to be coming together. Namely, to the fact that in just a few moments the game will be over. It was very difficult for the commander to repel the attacks, although he was trying as hard as possible, trying to stay on his feet. But Yong did not feel sorry for him at all, and did not stop attacking his opponent for a second. The commander held the sword in his hands with all his strength to repel attacks. But this could be done until one moment. Until the time when there was so little strength that the enemy's weapon that hit the commander's sword also caused damage. And just then, Chu Sum almost lost her balance due to a very strong blow to her head. When he raised his head, he saw that there was still a shell flying there, which was about to fly right at him. At the very last second, he shifted his body to the side, and only thanks to this can I survive. Yong did not wait for a second even after the enemy was successfully able to parry, and was already in the air right above his victim. When he landed, he struck, but the commander used a method of evading the blow, which consisted of abruptly rolling on the ground. A few moments later, one of the opponents began to roll, simultaneously jumping from side to side. This method looked very comical from the outside, but despite all this it was quite effective. The commander looked at his opponent, and it even hurt him to open 2 eyes at the same time. Suddenly, he felt relief and realized that he needed to use that very technique to post it. He gathered all the strength he had and realized that he needed to start redirecting the energy. His blade began to glow green, and the enemy was still at a very large distance to launch a counterattack. His grip became stronger and stronger, and because of this, more and more energy was radiated from his body. Chu Sung said that he apologizes for showing such a side of himself. In his opinion, the guard commander should not behave this way. He wanted to say something else, but it was at that moment that one of the knives that Yong was throwing flew into his body. Then the commander got angry and realized that this battle was really to the death, and only one would come out of here alive. He swung his sword and jumped straight towards his opponent, using the technique he had stored for so long. The young master would constantly move in space so that the equipment he wanted to use would not be available. And then the commander used the technique of chasing 3 swords for life. After the technique takes its energy, it automatically goes after the target whose heart is still beating. The young master had to stop in order to parry this technique with the help of his weapon. Well, at some point it became noticeable that one of the swords was not repulsed, and it headed straight towards Yan. The younger brother, who was watching this, only managed to shout Hojong's name. At the moment when the sword flew towards the young master of the Pyeoksan clan, time seemed to slow down. The hero had enough time to remember one of his techniques and use the singularity. It took him less than a second to push off from a point that would be in the air. The commander closely watched his enemy, and did not understand how this could even happen. Now his sword did not reach the enemy, and Yong was already at a different distance from him. He sent out another stream of phantom swords, but it didn't even reach the opponent's body. But the master managed to get quite close to the enemy and start using the following technique. These were the 12 northern skies, and the commander did not know for sure about this technique. After using the technique, his right hand began to pollinate very sharply, and he was already a little normal in holding his sword in his hands. He writhed in pain and lowered his head down. But he had to pick it up when he saw something incredible in front of him. Behind his opponent was a turtle and a snake, which helped him with energy. The most dangerous thing was that the young master's gaze was full of determination. The realization that it would not be possible to get out of this situation with impunity forced the commander to gather all his strength into a fist. He again took out his sword and shouted very loudly that he would kill this upstart right now. But the action of the young master was adjusted, and he worked exactly like a clock, completely without unnecessary movements and unnecessary sounds. His weapon moved in the air completely silently, due to the fact that every movement was perfected. After that, he began to run at full speed and swing his sword in different directions in order to hit the enemy. The young swordsman also began his movement, and directed his opponent into a swarm of swords. A few moments later they grappled in battle, and it was then that Hojong realized that he needed to use what he had prepared in advance. This was the art of the wild beast spear, and now it seemed that the commander was doomed. His gaze was frightened, due to the fact that he did not even understand what he was looking at now. It was a real monster. Fear made him scream very loudly, and because of this, he lost his vigilance and even stopped looking towards the enemy. An instant, and the young master rushed straight past the body of his enemy, after which the enemy's body began to fall to the floor. Yong landed and realized that now the outcome of this battle was obvious to everyone. The commander slowly fell to the ground, and he no longer had the strength to do anything, and he was still bleeding profusely. The twins who watched all this were a little upset that the commander was in such bad condition after the battle. One of the brothers turned to each other, and then Manho said that it looked like Yun had won. But it looks like Hojong. I was going to leave it at that, and fighting wasn't really his primary goal. He rushed immediately towards the commander, whom he had already left unconscious, and who could no longer even move. Everyone who was around very quickly realized that he now just wanted to kill him with his sharp weapon. A moment later, Yun's blade was already near the commander's eye, which was barely open. Everyone who was watching closed their eyes because they did not want to see the guard commander being pierced by some stranger with a sharp weapon. And when they opened their eyes, they saw that some man, with the help of a stick, was able to stop Hojong's blade. And he was very surprised when he saw this, because it was simply impossible to expect such a thing. Moreover, the one who blocked this blade was very familiar to him, and he tried to remember who it was. After a few seconds of recollection, it became obvious that it was the leader of the Dragonheads. The man was very pleased to hear his nickname again, but nevertheless he wanted to immediately ask Yun for a favor. She asked him to tell his master that it was time to rest because he, Ga Duxin, was still the successor. The man was simply dying from pain, and so he once again asked the young master to finish this and talk. Without thinking for a second, the young master immediately lowered his weapon down and said the following to this guest. He asked what he was doing anyway. He could easily use his hands. And he replied that his hands would have been cut, and then he would have become even more pitiful. Moreover, it was strange to him that the young master of the Pyoxin clan knew him, because he had never begged for alms in those parts. He had only heard rumors about Yun, and information that he was the future successor. Then the man turned around and began to slowly leave. I repeat several times that he did not even know that there were rumors about him. In their past life, Yun and Ga Duxin drank very often, and in general they could be said to be friends. But he only met this man after he became the Emperor of Darkness, so much time had passed from that moment. Looking at his hands, Ga said that losing a hand is a small price to pay for saving someone else's life. At that moment, Yun thought that perhaps history is changing because of his actions, and he is able to influence it.